Chapter 40. We fly northwest at dawn. Atrom clutches Strager's body in his foreclaw. Tairn carries Sela. The ocean turns the blackest shade of blue I've ever seen as we soar over deep waters, leaving the safety of the trade routes and the major isles behind, and hurts the map has been drawn correctly. When night falls and the ocean only reveals the reflection of the moon, fear sours my belly. If revert, the dragons will be able to turn around and fly for Zael now, but the griffons won't make it. There's every chance that choosing to bury Trager and Sela on a minor isle will cause us to bury the elders unless they consent to being carried. By the middle of the night, I'm ready to give up and order a return when 10 spots land. Thank you, Amari. Not sure I'll ever pray to Zinal again. The perimeter sweep of the tiny isle and its one hollow tip peak takes approximately 10 minutes, and after we're sure it's uninhabited, we land on a northern beach nearly as wide as 10's wingspan. It could be a trick of the moonlight, but I'm pretty sure the sand is black. Power ripples through me and energy crackles along my skin with about half the intensity that it does in Nava. We found magic. And more than there was on Zaelna, too. The group seeks out fresh water from a nearby stream that runs through the beach, ensure the riot is hydrated, then make quick work of gathering wood from the edges of the jungle. Sweat drips down the back of my neck as we carry load after load to the high point of the wide beach, halfway between the tide line and the forest behind us. Once the pyres bail, we stand shoulder to shoulder, our backs to the jungle as Atrom lowers his head and sets the wood ablaze. Fire lights up the night and heat washes over my face. Marin's shoulders shake, and Kat hooks her arm through her best friend's as she stares into the flames. My throat tightens at the pain in their faces, and Zadin laces our fingers. Silarain and Trager curse, Drake says from the left, his voice booming over the roar of the bright fire and the crashing ocean waves behind it. With honor, love, and gratitude, we commend your souls to Malek. And so it's done. We make camp close to the stream, and the flyers take turns keeping watch over the fire through the night. By morning, the flames rise no higher than a few inches. I fill waterskins at the stream with Riddock, and when we walk back to camp, we find the others in a somber discussion. I think we're off course, Drake says, fighting to hold the map with one hand and the squirmy kitten in the other. The paper's been folded so many times, holes have worn through the corners. Give me that. To my surprise, Mira takes the kitten, not the map, cradling it against her chest with one hand. Her name is Broccoli, not that, he mutters. She looks at him like he's sprouted whiskers. You named a kitten Broccoli, then no one really wants broccoli, but it's good for you, so seems fitting to me. He shrugs. No, that's clearly remnants of an old volcano. He gestures to the peak high above us, and the first marker for any such formation is here. His finger swipes over the detailed painting of a small archipelago on the northeast side of the Minor Isles. I start comparing landmarks. We didn't fly that far, Zadin notes, folding his arms across his chest and studying the map. Why not carrots? Mira asks, scratching under the kitten's chin. She's orange, just to frustrate you, Sorrengail, Drake answers, glancing up from the map. She scoffs. I'd guess we're somewhere around here. Mira taps an area of open ocean farther south than the map just doesn't show it. We haven't exactly been sending cartographers out this far. I can see another isle from the edge of the point. Arik nods up the beach. Malvik can make out 2 past it, a turn. I ask down our singular bond, letting Anna asleep. She's utterly exhausted, and her wing trembled more than usual on the flight here. We are at the southern tip of an island chain of volcanic formations, he answers from high above us. It does not match anything on the map, though there is another mass of land an hour's flight due west with what appears to be sizable cliff edge. I squeeze in next to Mira and examine the map, then locate the isle fitting Tairn's description, noting the mapmaker's symbol for cliffs. Then I track east with my finger and find only open water. Pretty sure we're here, from what Tairn can see. I lift my head and look past Marin's shoulder out over the open water. I'm guessing there are hundreds of islands out this way, not just the couple dozen the mapmakers recorded. Then you think we should search them all? Drake asks, incredulity puckering his forehead. I look to Mira, but she just shrugs. Not my call. Zadin watches me just like he did last year, like he knows the answer, but wants me to find it on my own. As many as we can today. I straighten my shoulders and his mouth twitches upward. We break into 5 groups. Marin and Kat take the unmapped islands to the north, Drake and Dane take this quadrant. I point to the nearest isles to our west, taking the Griffin's exhaustion into account. Arik and Mira, you go here, San and Garrick, you take these, and Riddock and I will take this section. I drag my finger to an eastern chain about 2 hours away. When I look up, everyone is staring at me. What? I kept the griffons close and paired dragons with similar flight strengths. My gaze finds saddens, and he's not amused with my group pairings except for ours. Ten and Esquil have the best chance of staying in contact when separated if the rest of these islands have the same level of magic. It's better for the group if they split for the day. He arches his scarred brow. Just you and me today, honey bear. Garrick swings his arm over Zadin's shoulder. Don't worry, he leans in and whispers. I'll take good care of you. He flashes a dimple. Sun should set a little after 6, which gives us 9 hours. I nod, pretty damn satisfied with this. Meet back here before nightfall. If we find nothing, we go as a group toward the southeast isles tomorrow, then make the flight to Loisum, where we'll have to resupply. Solid plan, Mir says. We can't go until the fire is out, Marin says. No one leaves an offering to Malek unattended. Kat shifts her weight restlessly, giving the impression that she needs to be anywhere but here. Riddoch and I will stay until it burns out. I glance back at Andorna. Her breaths are deep, and even as she sleeps at the edge of the jungle, her scales a shade blacker than the sand. That will give Andorna another hour or so to rest. Any other questions or comments concerns the good to me. Drake folds the map, and the group breaks apart to ready their packs, leaving Zadin staring at me. Riddoch glances between us. I am going somewhere else. He walks off toward the dying fire. You can't tell me to lead and then get pissed at how I do it. I shrug. He crosses the distance between us, leans down, and kisses me hard and quick. Be back by nightfall, love. I grasp for his wrist, keeping him a second longer as I search his eyes. The flecks are still umber. Are you alright? I whisper. There's magic and no words. Vietza he grimaces. It's tempting, and I don't even need it, but I can feel the power beneath my feet, and while I can wield enough to do this, a wisp of Inkai black shadow curls up my leg, around my torso, and caresses the side of my face. It's hard to know I could be at full strength if I just... He swallows, and my grip tightens on his wrist. But I won't, not unless something triggers you. Unease rides the heels of the retreating shadow, sliding down my body and leaving goosebumps in its wake. That's the other reason I sent you with Garrick. Zadin tenses. In case I channel? I shake my head. So you don't. The last time you did, it was because of me. I'm a trigger. He flinches. You're not a trigger. You're the only thing I can't fathom losing. Wielding to protect you has always been an instinct, but now it's uncontrollable. I know. I studied the healing cut along his arm, then lift his hand and kiss the center of his palm. Which is why you're going with Garrick. He carries serum too. Alright. He grips my waist. I mean it when I say you in my soul. You're the only place I feel completely like me anymore. You're not a trigger, he repeats, then steals another kiss and walks away. See you tonight. Tonight, I call after him. I love you. Warmth floods the bond in reply. The teams launch, and Terence stomps down the beach toward me with narrowed eyes. Don't start with me. I shake my head as Aetron barrels past 10 out to where the water covers his ankles, sprinting with his wings tucked tight. She'll be back tonight. I'll say the same when you've been unable to communicate with your mate for weeks and are then deprived by choice, he grumbles, stalking into the woods. Swaying trees mark his passing. Humans don't mate. I call after him. Another sign of your inferiority. Wood cracks in the distance. Kermagin, I mutter, walking toward Riddoch standing at the edge of the water, where the waves don't quite reach his boots. I heard that. Aetrom skids to a whole 10 feet from Riddoch, driving his snout into the shallows and creating a wave that rushes up the beach and over Riddoch's shins. Why are you such a dick? Riddoch flings his arms out sideways. I brought one pair of boots. I halt in front of where Andorna sleeps along the tree line. Like hell am I getting near the water. Not when Zadin already wrapped my ribs today. Aetrom lifts his head, then sprays water through his teeth, completely soaking Riddoch from the tips of his hair to the toes of his boots. Yikes. I cross my feet and sit, resting my back against Andorna's shoulder. Not fair. Riddoch wipes the drops from his eyes as Aetrom walks from the water up the beach and disappears into the woods. I'm still winning. That doesn't count, he calls after his Draden. A pause, and he yells, because we're on a mission. He shakes his head and slogs toward me, his boots squishing with every step. Do I even want to know? He's getting me back because I won the last round. He flashes a grin. I bought enough itching powder to fill a bucket, then dropped it between his scales on the back of his neck right after flight maneuvers a few weeks ago. He had to submerge his entire body in the river to avoid everyone in the Vale knowing I'd gotten the best of him. You guys are weird. I'm suddenly very content with having bonded a grumpy old man, though I can't say what Andana will be like in 20 years. Are we? Riddoch tugs at the laces of his boots. Or are the rest of you the weird ones? He shrugs, yanking off his boots and setting them in the sand in front of Andana. Hopefully they dry out a little before we need to go. I'm going to get some fresh clothes on. He heads toward camp, then grabs his pack and walks into the woods. I don't get any ideas, I whisper to my sleeping dragon, laying my head back against her sun-warmed scales and closing my eyes. The ground shudders. I swear to Amory, Terran, if you spray me down with water. The ground shudders again and my eyes fly open. Sand jumps. Water sprays. And in front of us lie fresh dragon tracks. But neither Terran nor Aetrum is here. Apprehension climbs my spine and I rise slowly, favoring my ribs. I draw a dagger with my left hand, then turn my right palm skyward and open myself to tense power. It seeps into my veins and hums along my skin as I sidestep around Andana's shoulder to position myself in front of her neck, where she's most vulnerable. Heat gusts against my face, and the scent of sulfur permeates the air. 10. I swing my gaze along the beach, but there's nothing there, just the shimmer of the morning sun on the waves. I am busy with curmudgeonly things. The sand 10 feet in front of me moves, forming a series of furs like the beach is splitting. Like talons are flexing. 10. My heart jumps to a gallop as the air before me shimmers, then solidifies into gleaming sky blue scales between two enormous nostrils. Hold fast. Terran demands. I'm coming. The dragon before me inhales, then draws back, giving me a full view of pointed teeth before they tilt their head and narrow their golden eyes. Andana rustles from her sleep, and motion at the edges of my vision makes me glance in both directions then stare. 6 dragons of varying scale tones fill the beach, and all of them rival the size of Esquil. Their massive claws dig into the sand as they lower their heads one by one. My breath falters. We didn't find the Irids, they found us. We did it. They're here. Steam gusts across my face, and my stomach clenches. They are here and really close with really big teeth. The one directly in front of us flares their nostrils, and a sound like a slide whistle fills my head, pitching from low to painfully high in less than a heartbeat. Hello, human. W. Chapter 41, what in the actual fuck? I draw back and stare at the Irid, the knife loose in my grip. Dragons don't speak to humans they are not bonded to, yet that deep, gruff voice definitely does not belong to Terran. What is going? Riddoch starts coming up behind me. Oh shit. Half the dragon head swing his way as he runs toward me, while the other half keep their eyes and enormous jaws pointed in my direction. Are we happy? He asks as he reaches my side in his bare feet. Were we scared? I nod. Why do you not answer me? The dragon asks. Perhaps the human female lacks intelligence, a high voice chimes in, and the dragon on the right lifts her head. My jaw drops. Guess arrogance is a universal dragon trait. She's just surprised. Andana rises, but she leaves her head level with the others. And you're in her face. To my complete and utter shock, all 6 dragons take a step back. Thank you, the Andana says. You speak our language. I asked the Irids. We are magic, the male replies like it's the most obvious reason in the world. Did they just respect her personal space? Riddoch whispers, then yanks his hands over his ears and flinches. What was that? It is rude to speak as though we cannot hear you, the female says from the right. Riddoch's eyes widen. It is more offensive to lift a blade at us. The snappy schoolteacher voice comes from the left, I think. I don't know you, and I'm not going to let you hurt her. I glare at the one whose scales flicker to green. And you feel a dagger is sufficient. Her nostrils flare. I believe you are right, Dasan, the human female lacks intelligence. Rude. But she's right about the first part. I sheath the dagger. You are Irid. The male in front of us changes the subject, his giant head tilting as he studies Andana. Her scales change from black to the green of the jungle, then ripple to blue, mirroring the sky just like the male. I am Irid. Holy shit, Riddoch says. Was that Andana? But I think when they make that whistle sound, it connects you to the Irids, I mutter. Yet you choose black as your resting color, the female asks Andana from the right. It is acceptable in my hoe. She breathes out in a huff. In Navar. The one diagonally to my left lifts their head. She is the criterion. The other 5 flinch and draw back. Is that a good thing? Riddoch signs. I don't know, I sign back, my heartbeat easing slightly as they give us a little more space. Wingbeats fill the air and the Irid's heads lift skyward as darkness falls on top of us. Tern lands hard, shaking the ground like thunder, his back claws digging into the sand to the left of Riddoch and the right of Annona. My heart stutters, and I can't decide if I'm more relieved that he's arrived or increasingly terrified at the thought of losing them both should the Irid's attack. Dragons aren't exactly predictable, and I know nothing about the ones in front of us. My human, Tern warns, swinging his tail. Trees crackle and crash behind us as he snaps his teeth at the Irids. At least, I think that's what's happening, but all I can see is his underbelly and the legs of the Irids. Noth. Annona scrambles out from beneath him and pivots as though staring him down. They won't hurt her. They're my family. She turns in a circle. She's my human too. My stomach twists. They might be her family, but she doesn't know them, and there's every chance they'll kill us all. We've been so busy trying to find them that we haven't given much thought to what would happen when we did. Are humans so rare in Nava that you must share? The female on the left snaps. Do you not have another one under there? The different voice asks. Something drips to the left, and my gaze jumps past the smiling Riddoch. Aetrom slithers forward at Tern's side, saliva dripping from his exposed fangs as he emerges from the trees. He growls low in his throat, giving a warning I don't need translated. Mine. We have no interest in the humans, the male declares. And no quarrel with either of you. We've come only to speak to the Irid. Dandarna, Tern corrects him. Andarna, the female to the right says gently. Tern retreats step by careful step until Riddoch and I stand between his front claws, his back ones filling the space his tail just cleared. At least now we can see something before we die, Riddoch signs, then shrugs. We're not going to die, I sign back. My longing for Raya and Soya to be here to see this equals my gratitude that they're not in danger. Tern's head hovers just above us, level with Aetrom's. Clearly, he's with Riddoch on this one. Andarna swings to face us, her eyes dancing with palpable excitement. See, they won't hurt you, do I see? I nod, not wanting to kill the moment for her. Oh my. The female on the right gasps. What have you done to your tail? The one on the left reels back. Andona cranes her neck to check a scorpion tail. Nothing, it's fine. My gaze jumps from Irid to Irid, my stomach sinking lower as I count from 1 to 6. They're all feathertails. Tell us what they've done to you, the male in front of us demands. Done to me? I chose my tail. Anarna's tone shifts defensively, as is my right upon transition from juvenile to adolescent. The Irids fall silent, and not in a good way. The male in the center lies down and wraps his tail around his torso. Tell us how you came to choose it. Andarna lifts her head to her full height as the Irids lie down one by one. Is this really about to be story time? Riddoch signs. You know as much as I do, I sign back. A corner of his mouth quirks as his hands fly. First time for everything. Wood crunches as Tern and Aetrom take the same position, leaving us standing between Tern's outstretched claws. Andarna sits just ahead of us to the right, her tail swishing across the sand. I blinked in and out of consciousness in my shell years who were going to be here a while. Riddoch signs, then plots his ass down in the sand. I slowly lower myself to do the same as she tells her story to a captive audience. It's only when she describes presentation that the Irids begin to throw questions at her. Why would you present yourself to a human? No, they present themselves to us. Andarna's tail flicks. So we can decide if we should allow them to continue onto threshing or turn them into Charmox. The Irids all gasp, and Riddoch and I share a confused look. I'm guessing they don't bond to humans. Seeing as I'm the eldest of my den in Navarre, there was no other to object to my right of benefaction. She continues with excitement and more than a little pride, which makes me smile. And so threshing began. It's fascinating to hear it from her point of view. Why would you participate in harvest? The female on the left asks. It's just what we call it when we select our humans for bonding, Andarna explains. So I went into the woods. You bonded as a juvenile, the male to the right shouts. Tern cranes his neck forward and growls. You will not raise your voice to her. Andarna turns her head and narrows her eyes at Tern. Do not ruin this for me. Hout stabs through the bond and Tern recoils, his head drawing back to cover Riddoch and me. Ouch. My chest tightens, but there's nothing I can say to him and no way to say it without chancing the rest of them hearing me. Andarna continues with our story. She tells them about Jack and Oren, about how I defended her, about Zadin and the rebellion. So naturally, I slow time. She tells them when recounting the attack in my bedchamber. You used your juvenile gift for human, the female on the left questions. I don't like her, Riddoch signs. Me either, I respond in kind. For my human. Andarna tilts her head. She is part of me as I am of her. You undervalue our connection. That last bit reeks of adolescent snark. My apologies, the female says. Damn, this breed apologizes, Redux signs, lifting his brows. Maybe we should have held out. I roll my eyes. Do you not bond humans? Andarna asks, and I lean forward, resting my forearms on my knees. We do not live with humans, she answers. Is it just the sex of you? Andarna's head swivels to look at them. There are hundreds of us, the male to the left replies, speaking for the first time. Please continue. The swirl pattern in his horns reminds me of Andarna's. Maybe they're from the same den. More than an hour passes as she conveys every detail, as if forgetting one facet might alter whatever is about to happen. When she starts to tell them about war games, then resin, my muscles tense, and I fight my own memories from interceding, fight the inevitable wave of grief that rises when she speaks of Liam and Day. And so I flew into the battle. She pounces up on all fours. There's more than one set of nerd golden eyes. And Violet channeled my power. Two of them inhale sharply and my stomach full on knots. I don't think this is going as well as she thinks it is, I sign to Riddock. Why? She's incredible, he signs back. Brave, fierce, vicious, everything the Empyrean respects. But the way the Irids look at her says otherwise. And we slowed time so that she could strike. Andarna tells the story with an enthusiasm that belongs on stage. But it was too much magic to channel, and I was still small, my body demanded the dreamer's sleep. By the time she brings the Irids to the present day without mentioning how we're trying to cure Zadin, several hours later, they've all stopped asking questions. In fact, they lie in eerie silence as she finishes. That's why we're here, she says. To ask if you'll come home to fight with us, to see if the knowledge was passed down of how the Venin were defeated during the Great War, or if you knew how to cure them. Her tail flicks with expectation. And I'd like to know about my family. The male in the center narrows his eyes on me. And you allowed her to channel as a juvenile, you took her into a war. My mouth opens, then shuts as guilt settles on my shoulders. He's not saying anything I haven't questioned of myself. It was my choice. Andarna shouts. Female to the right sighs, blowing sand down the beach. Show us your wing. Andarna tenses for a moment as if deciding, then flares her wings. The left one buckles, and she forces it to extend, but the gossamer webbing trembles under the effort. It doesn't usually shake, I'm just tired from flying. The female glances away, the sun catching on her curved horns. We've seen enough, I can fly. Andarna snaps her wings shut. I'm just missing a second set of muscles and can't carry Violet. The elders said it has something to do with the delicate balance of wind resistance and tension on my wing, and her weight on the spinal discs that run under my seat, but that's all right because we have 10, and he works with me every day and the elders too, and when I get tired, he carries me, but only on long journeys. She glances down at her harness and shifts her weight nervously. Please permit the effrontery of our need for a moment of privacy, the male in the center says. They're so rudely polite. Andarna sits, the Irids' voices slipping out of my head. The 6 of them walk into the water, the scales changing to colors only a shade darker than the ocean. I think we're blocked, Riddock signs. I think so too, I reply. Andarna's head angles toward us, and I offer what I really hope is a reassuring smile. A moment later, 3 of the Irids launch straight from the water, then disappear into the sky. That's not good, I sign. Maybe they're just going to get the others, Riddock signs slowly. The 3 left are the quiet male with the horns similar to Andarna's, the one from the center, and the female from the right. They walk toward us, their scales changing back to shades of pale blue as they emerge from the water. My chest constricts. They could have the answer to everything, or they could be as clueless about our history as we are. Did I pass the test? Andarna asks. The slide whistle sound plays again, and I wince as it screeches so high I'm sure my ear's going to bleed. Test? The male in the center asks, peering down at Andarna. You were just testing me, right? To make sure I'm fit to visit our den? Where is it, anyway? The hope in her voice would cut my knees out if I was standing. You were never the one being tested. Female sighs and looks over at me. The hair rises on the back of my neck. You were. My head rears back, and my stomach drops clean out of my body. I'm sorry, you should be. The female flexes her claws in the sand. You failed. Tarn growls, and this time Andarna doesn't stop him. Violet has never failed me, Andarna argues, thumping her tail against the ground. I slowly rise to my feet. I don't understand. The trio blatantly ignores me. The fact that you defend her actions is a testament to their failure as a society, the male says to Andarna. Riddoch stands and folds his arms beside me. Violet loves me. Andarna shouts, her head swiveling between the three of them. She uses you. The female's eyes fill with sadness, and the scales of her brow scrunch. She took advantage of a vulnerable child. She used your power as an instrument of warfare, forced your premature growth, and look what you have become. I fight to swallow past the rock that suddenly fills my throat. You think I'm broken, Andarna hisses. We think you're a weapon, the mayor responds. My lips part, and a rumble works its way through Terran's chest. Thank you. Andarna's scales flicker to mirror theirs. It wasn't a compliment. His words sharpen. Our breed is born for peace, not violence like others. He spares Ten a single glance before returning to Andarna. You were left behind as the criterion, the measurement of their growth, their ability to choose tranquility and harmony with all living things. We'd hope you would return to tell us the humans had evolved, that they had blossomed under the wardstones and no longer use magic as a weapon, but instead you have shown us the opposite. I wrap my arms around my waist as he slices Hervas to the quick. And Dragonkind does not learn their lesson, either. While you, the male in the center's gaze dumps to Atrom, gifted your human with Isa, he dares to shift his focus to Ten. You armed yours with lightning. That's not how signets work, Riddoch argues. And you, the male, lowers his gaze to Anna. Our very hope, have handed this human something far more dangerous to wield, haven't you? Chapter 42 handed me what? I blink in confusion. Riddoch glances my way, and I shake my head with a shrug. I haven't manifested a second signet from Andarna. You have weaponized your magic, even your tale, the tallest Irid continues. You've become the very thing we abhor, the horror we fled from. He did not. Rage brings my power buzzing to the surface. She's not a horror. I march forward as Andarna's scales turn black, unable to listen to one more second of this bullshit. No, you are. The male cranes his head in my direction. She is but what you made her. My nails bite into the palms of my hands and my chest tightens. I do not understand it. Andarna's tail flicks over the sand in front of me, and I step back, respecting the boundary. You will not return with us, she asks. You will not help us achieve the peace you worship, but we will not. The male lifts his head, and I follow his line of sight. Crad and Esquiel are back, just in time to witness a complete and total failure. We have watched some of your journey and feel it is not peace you seek, but victory. The male with the spiral horn stares Andarna but remains quiet. My heart starts to race. Oh gods, this is really happening. Our last hope is dwindling right before my eyes. We've risked everything, and they won't help. Peace requires the Irashan Warstone, which we cannot fire without you. Andarna snarls. I fail to see how that is a mutual problem, the female replies. Do you not care that people will die? Andarna curls her tail high above her back. Perhaps they should. The tallest male blinks. Perhaps the corrupted ones should devour the land in its entirety. Only when they are faced with starvation will they confront the evil they've become. They that they'll die off and the land will regenerate, or they'll confront the abominations they've become and change. Change. My heart launches into my throat. How do they do that? Andarna asks, and apprehension trickles down the bond from Ten as wing beats fill the air. Zedin and Garrick are almost here. Their offspring could evolve, perhaps, the female muses, watching Esquiel and Cradlan near the stream 20 yards away. Others arrive, we should depart. No. Panic climbs my spine. We can't fail. This can't be it. Zedin and Garrick dismount on the black sand beach, high above the tide line, and Terran snaps his head toward Esquiel. Whatever he communicates keeps the two dragons from coming our way, but not their riders. Is that the Dark Wielder's cure? Andarna asks, her head moving in a serpentine motion. To evolve? My breath freezes in my chest. Female's golden eyes narrow to slits. There is no cure. No cure? Her words hit like a physical blow, and my knees threaten to buckle. If they trade their soul, surely they can get it back, Andarna retorts. It is not a trade, the female lectures. The soul is not kept by the earth as Dark Wielders steal its magic. The power exchange kills the soul one piece at a time, and death has no cure. Zedin and Garrick keep their eyes on the Irids as they stride our way without their flight jackets, swords strapped to their backs, the perfect example of warfare. His soul isn't dead. Will you not at least tell us how the Dark Wielders were defeated in the Great War? Andarna asks, her words flowing faster, like she knows her time is short. Apparently, they weren't if you're here asking, the female replies. The male with the spiral horns watches Sadin and Garrick as they carefully cross behind Riddoch and me, moving to my right side. Our kind must have helped, and Anna tries again. I can burn dark wielders. Are we the key to defeating them, the hopeless? The tallest male backs into the water. Leah, then, I have heard enough. The other male flares his nostrils. I have not. That they can hear us through the bond. I quickly sign to Zedin. It's not going well. He nods. Want to cash us up? Eric signs, studying the massive heads lowered in our direction. They think Anna is a weapon, which is somehow a bad thing. Riddoch signs. They won't come back to help us and pretty much think we all deserve to die because we can't solve mankind's oldest problem of how to stop killing each other. They got it. Sadin signs. And there's no cure for venin. Riddoch quickly continues, and it's all I can do not to grab his hands to stop him from saying more. Their souls die, so there goes our save them to defeat them idea. Fuck. Sadin's head snaps forward as Andorna's talons flex in the sand. You are magic, the female says, and note of sadness in her tone. And yet all you seek to use it for is violence. You preach peace while only having known its privilege. Andorna hisses in retort. You are all a disappointment to me. In that, we find common ground, the tallest male says. What an ass. 10 growls, rumbling the sand and vibrating the trees, and Andorna's scales ripple to the darkest black as she retreats to his right foreleg. We have a long flight ahead, and there is nothing to be gained here. The male continues, retreating another step into the water. The world was not ready for you, and though it is no fault of your own, we cannot accept you. I gasped and clutched Sadin's hand. What's happening? Garrick signs. Maybe it's best they not hear this. Olithan may feel differently. The tallest male glances at the other one, but our majority is determined you are Irid scale, and name only, Andorna, you will not be allowed entrance to our isle nor instruction in our ways. We part here and wish you peace. Peace. My grip tightens on Sadin's hand. I wish I'd never met you, Andorna growls. The tallest male crouches in the water before launching into the air, his scales shimmering for a heartbeat before he becomes the sky itself. What just happened? Sadin asks. I think we lost, Riddoch whispers. Andorna's snout dips, and bone-splitting agony courses down the bond, but it's the shame that hits in the second wave that pricks my eyes. Andorna, no, I whisper. You are fierce, and smart, and brave, and loyal. None of this is your fault. You're perfect. I am not. She snarls, whipping her head toward me. You did not know she was a juvenile when you bonded her. Leathan asks, his golden gaze studying the four of us humans. I didn't, I answer out loud. I should have, but the hatchlings and juveniles are kept hidden and safe within the veil until after the dreamless sleep. Nobody had seen one for centuries, so we didn't realize that they are all golden feathertails until adolescence. The what is going? Garrick twitches. Fuck, that hurts. Sadin grimaces, lowering his head and squeezing his eyes shut. I'm guessing they just got the slide whistle treatment. The uniformity assures all hatchlings are cared for without deference to breed or den. Leathan startles as Sadin looks up. The female recoils, baring her dripping teeth. How could you align yourselves with this? Weird way to say a bond, but whatever. Again, I didn't know she was a juvenile, I argue. Blame me, not her, the abomination. Female hurls the insult, her eyes narrowing. On Sadin. My head snaps in Sadin's direction, and I gasp. The rims of his irises shine bright red. Your kind is beyond redemption. The female glares at Esquiel, then disappears. Leathan studies Sadin for a heartbeat longer, then fades, and waves rush in where they'd been standing. Wind from invisible wind beats gusts against my face, and I squeeze my eyes shut as sand blows all over us, their presence slipping from my mind just like before. When I open them, Sadin's eyes have returned to normal. Or rather, his new normal. There are still spots of amber within their onyx depths. Fuck. His tongue could cut scale as his fingers slip out of mine. You're not an abomin. He slams his shields down, blocking me out. Something heartbreakingly close to a whimper sounds to our right, and I look past Garrick to find Andorna retreating into the jungle, her scales shifting to gold. Andorna. I start toward her, but she blocks me out too. I've got her. Tean rises over us, and his tail takes out a tree to the left as he stalks into the jungle after her. Tean and Malvik approach. I cannot, only one of us is fireproof, he reminds me, disappearing in the vegetation. My fingernails dig into my palms. I've never felt so helpless. I'm guessing he's why you've been so hung up on finding a cure. Riddoch's accusation hits me like a bucket of ice water, and I snap my gaze to his. Oh. Fuck. Yeah. He nods at me. I saw his eyes turn red, a Riddoch is Sadin's thoughts. Not a single word from you, Doc Wielder, Riddick grits out, his eyes locked on mine. Vi, you've got one chance to come clean and tell me what the actual fuck is going on. Chapter 43. Riddick listens to the shortest possible version of the story before the others land, and I promise to tell him everything if he can just wait until we get some privacy as Mira dismounts. We have to tell them about the ears first, I finish in a hurried plea. His mouth tenses and his brown eyes narrow on Sadin. Are the other four back yet? Mira asks as she walks into camp with Auric, her pack slung over one shoulder. Not yet, Garrick answers from behind me. But we still have a couple of hours until it's fully dark, please, I whisper to Riddick as Mira drops her things near her bedroll. Everything all right? Mira's brow furrows when no one answers, and her gaze flickers between the four of us before settling on me with an intense once-over that ends with her studying my eyes. Violet? My throat constricts. I don't know what she'll do if she learns the truth. The Irids are a bunch of assholes who rejected Andarna, Riddick says. So, it's been a rather shit day. He launches into the story, and my pulse slowly steadies. How's Andarna? Mira asks. Devastated. I glance down the beach, but she and Ten haven't returned yet. I know we came in hopes the Irids would help, or at least fire the Wardstone, but she really just wanted to know her family. Garrick's jaw ticks, and Zadin folds his arms. The others should be back soon, Riddick says. What do we do? Fly for Loyson tomorrow? But there's no point. I look to Zadin, but he keeps quiet. Loyson has gods but no army. We can establish a diplomatic tie, but they won't help us win a war. So what do you want to do? Zadin asks, the ocean breeze ruffling his hair as he looks over at me. Gods, he really is beautiful, and not just on the outside. Everything about him, his loyalty, his intelligence, the softer edges no one else but me gets to see. Even his casual ruthlessness holds me in thrall. And whatever parts are missing, dead, according to the Irids. We'll live without them. He's still whole to me. As long as we can keep him from channeling from the earth, find a way for him to control that craving, we'll be alright. We have to be. We should go home. Saying the words brings a sense of finality, a failure that stabs hard and cuts deep. Who knows what's happened in our absence? For all we know, the lines could have fallen, and Theophany herself could be waiting in my room. Court-martials for all, Mira quips sarcastically. Carrick nods and stares out over the water. Technically, on the map, if you were to fly northeast for 2 days, you'd hit the cliffs of Drella. The Griffins would absolutely love that. Riddick scoffed. Can't you see Curla snuggled up in Malvik's claw? Only the larger dragons can fly 2 straight days, Sadin says. Tern, Eskiel, Malvik maybe. If we go through the Isles, I decide. It's the safest route to get everyone home as long as we camp on a deserted coast when it comes to head dirties. Pretty sure I'm Banner. After the others arrive and our situation has been explained, Riddick shoots me a look that says he's done waiting to chat. Sadin and Garrick are less than thrilled when I take off with Riddick into the woods under the guise of hunting for dinner. Taking the agate sandshelled rune Riddick carries, we hike about 5 minutes uphill into the jungle, staying close enough to find our way back but far enough to assure privacy thanks to Atron's escort. The brown swordtail isn't just nosy, he's pissed. I'm nauseous telling Riddick the full story about Zadin, remembering the entire time that Riddick was the slowest to forgive when I kept my secrets at the beginning of the year. By the time I'm finished, the light has faded into dappled patches of color and he's pacing in front of me, looking anywhere but in my direction. I thought we agreed to tell each other the truth. His hands curl. It wasn't my secret to tell. I lean against a tree and watch Riddick show treks back and forth in front of me. I know that's a shitty apology, but I'm not sorry for keeping Zadin safe, for that's not an apology, Vi. He pauses in front of me, a million emotions crossing over his face too quickly to name. He's right. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you, but if anyone finds out, they'll lock him up like Barlow, or worse, kill him. I fold my arms. He lifts his eyebrows and cranes his neck forward. And there's not a single tiny speck of you that thinks maybe they should? No, he's not evil. I lift my chin. He's not him either, he counters. That's why you step between us and Hedotes. He's not fully in control and you know it. Are any of us ever in full control? I stopped. Don't do that. He points his finger at me. Not with me. He's not Barlow, not even remotely close. He's never hurt me. He's only ever channeled to save other people, first at Basgiath, then a battle across the border, and then when Cortland tried to kill us in Deferelli. I leave out the slight discoloration on my headboard. That's a line I'm not crossing with Riddick. Holy fuck, he's channeled 3 times. Riddick's eyebrows fly upward. and managed to do it on an isle without magic. I had a piece of ally in my conduit, though, well, good to know you can keep him fed like Barlow if you need to, he scoffs. That's why you've been keeping Barlow alive. Holy shit, Violet. Do you have any respect for your own life, or is it just Riorson we're concerned with now? That he's never hurt me, I repeat. And he's still an initiate. He doesn't need to be fed. The word tastes like ash in my mouth. As long as he doesn't do it again, he'll stay exactly how he is now, that duck wielder, just like the silver-haired one stalking you. Riddoch starts pacing again. My head draws back. He is nothing like her, the bonded to one of the most vicious dragons on the continent. He continues, ignoring my defense. That's awesome. He doesn't control Esquil. I watch as Riddoch pivots and starts to trek all over again. In fact, she barely speaks to him right now. I don't blame her, either, Riddoch says after a pause, agreeing with Aetrom. And she's kept this from the Empyrean. He stops to my right, then slowly turns to face me. Who else knows, other than Zadin and me, Garrick, Botai, and Imogen? Riddoch blinks. That's it, just the 5 of you. Then now you. Well, at least the club is exclusive, he says sarcastically, then shoves his hands into his hair. And they're all loyal to him. Oh well, yes. I shift my weight. He's the one we're trying to save. He rolls his eyes at the canopy. Fuck me, how did we get here with the secrets again? His finger shoots up. Never mind, I already know Riorson. Again, I sense a theme. The Bastiath would have fallen if he hadn't killed the Dark Wielder Sage, I remind him. What he did give my mother was time to imbue the Wardstone. We'd all be dead if he hadn't channeled for more power. The continent would have fallen if not for him, turning to become the very thing we're fighting. He shakes his head. The irony of it exists on so many levels, especially when you consider that he's the fucking Duke of Tyrender now. His arms fall to his sides. He could tear our kingdom, our province, apart from within. He could deliver us to the Venin on a silver platter. Barlow is nothing. We have a dark wielder sitting in the Cenarium. Is that all he sees him as? Just another dark wielder? He's on our side, fighting our battles. I push off the tree. He killed more Venin after the battle than any other rider, remember. How can you be sure he's not playing you? His brow furrows. Because I know him. My voice rises. All right. Riddoch nods excessively. I'll play along. Let's say he's still 80% Adin, then 90 I counter. He shrugs. There are 4 ranks to Dark Wielders, and your man's already channeled 3 times. I think 80% is mathematically generous, but sure, we'll live in your delusion for the purpose of the hypothetical. How long do we have until he's an SM? Until he's physically unable to deny the call of a sage. If he doesn't channel, they always channel. Ice forms at his fingertips. Just because I like to crack jokes doesn't mean I'm not serious about reading the same shit you do. There are no accounts of initiates just walking away from the power. That's why I have to find a cure. My voice breaks. They just told us there isn't one. His arm swings toward the beach. And I've had about 5 minutes to process that information. Anger and fear war for control of my emotions, and both bring my power to the surface, sizzling my skin. Everything I've done over the last few months, from securing the deal with Tickers for books to searching for Anna and his kind, has been in service to the continent, but also to find a cure for him, and hearing from the most likely source that there isn't one. I shake my head as the heat rises within me, growing exponentially with my panic. I don't know what to do with it yet. I don't have all the answers, Riddoch. I just know that I have to find them, whether they're in a forgotten book or some Dark Wielder's head, because I've lost Liam and now Traja and my mother to this war, and I'm not giving up on the man I love. Power snaps within me and flares outward. Lightning slams into the tree behind Riddoch, and thunder booms instantly, shaking my bones. Fuck! Riddoch shouts, covering his ears and whirling to face the tree. My heart stutters as the trunk splits down the middle, and the halves waver then fall. I lift my fingers, summoning lesser magic to soften the crash, but the heavy pieces are no match for my skills in this area. The halves smack into the ground in a line before us, then erupt into flame. Damn it. Riddoch flings his hands outward, and a thin sheet of ice races along the halves in both directions. The flames sizzle and die. Now Riorson is really going to kill me, Riddoch mutters, but the joke falls flat. He turns my way. Thank you. I gesture to the embers, then sigh. And I'm sorry, if for which part, all of it. The admission is a little stronger than a whisper. He nods. I will save him. My throat tightens. And not just because I can't fathom living without him. I'm selfish when it comes to loving him, and maybe a little self-destructive lately, you think? He gestures to the tree. But if I don't save him... My voice drops. If I don't cure him, and he... I can't say it. I keep serum in case of emergency, but Riddoch, we have to keep him on our side, or this war is already lost. There isn't a rider alive capable of stopping him at full power now, let alone what he could become if he truly turns. And don't say that I can, because the truth is that I won't. Even if I hone my signet to his level, which would take the years he's had, I could no more hurt him than he could hurt me. He is everything to me. Riddoch's shoulders dip. So where's the line? At what point is he too far gone for you to defend him? My mouth opens then shuts. There isn't one, not one he'd actually cross. There really? He lifts his brows. What if he hurt someone you love? Will that change your mind? He wouldn't. I shake my head. He hasn't in all these months, he won't. He clasps my shoulders. Not good enough, give me a real, logical line he has to cross for you to walk away. And I'll keep the secret, I'll help you scour every fucking book you can find. I'm here for the I'm going to save me man at all cost mantra and will be on your side in this horrifically dangerous situation if you can just acknowledge there's a breaking point. You can put all your faith in him as long as you leave a little logic for yourself. That I can't imagine not loving him. I bring my hands up to rest on his forearms. I never said you couldn't love him. He squeezes my shoulders gently. You can still love someone after you let them go, but you have to tell me there's a line where you will let him go, because if there isn't one, it's not just him we're going to lose, Vi. My chest tightens. I would never, would you channel to save him, or is that the line? I swallow hard, remembering that breath of a second in the Worston chamber when my power hadn't been enough to imbue the stone. If it makes it easier, then pick a line where I can turn him in, Riddoch whispers. Tell me now, when you think there's no chance it will ever happen, so if he ever gets there, the decision isn't on your shoulders. Every muscle in my body tenses. How about if he hurts Turner and Erna? Riddoch suggests. You have to help me here, Vi, or I'm walking straight to the only person I know will put your life above everyone else's on that beach. Mira. I try to look at the situation from Riddoch's perspective, and it's anything but pretty. Fine, hypothetically, he'd have to kill another rider without cause or hurt civilians, hurt my friends, my dragons, hurt me, I end in a whisper. If he hurts me, then he's not him anymore. Riddoch nods, then touches his forehead to mine. All right, then there it is, I repeat. His hands fall away, and we start back toward camp. Stop keeping shit to yourself, he demands. I don't want to have this fight again. The four of us are stronger together than we are apart. Don't fuck with that, even for Riorson. If you're too afraid to tell Rye, Sawyer, or me about something you're doing because you know we're going to lose our shit, then either you shouldn't be doing it or you deserve to have shit lost on you. Then noted. I sigh. I miss them, me too. He slings his arm around my shoulders. Rye gives better lectures. You did pretty well. A smile tugs at my mouth as we veer left around a giant tree the diameter of Ten's leg. And finds Adam on the other side, standing with one ankle crossed over the other, his arms folded as he leans his shoulder against the trunk. Riddoch's hand flies on my shoulder, but he doesn't let go as we abruptly stop. Adam arches his scarred brow, taking note. Quite the conundrum, Riddoch says. You see, if I drop my hand, it looks like we've been caught doing something we shouldn't, which we haven't, but if I leave it here, I'm not sure you won't go all blunt face on me in a fit of rage and He drags his left hand across his neck. Not helping, I tell him. I also don't want you to think that just because you're scary, I'm scared of you, Riddoch adds. Which I'm not. You are. What did you decide? Saturn asks, his face a perfect mask of boredom. You're not going to threaten to kill me? Riddoch counters. I don't make empty threats. I reach out mentally, but Saturn's shields are still locked tight. Riddoch tilts his head. Meaning you wouldn't threaten before you killed me? Or you wouldn't actually kill me? Saturn half shrugs. You pick. Stop it. I look straight at Saturn and his gaze flickers to mine, warming slightly. She tells Rhiannon and Sawyer. Riddoch demands, then pauses, considering. And Jessenia. My heart practically stops. Have you lost your mind? Is that all? Saturn asks, and I can't tell if he's being a sarcastic ass or a serious one. I prefer Mira and Brennan, too, but we can start with the first three, Riddoch states, looking at Saturn. Everyone you've told values your life over hers. That's not true, I argue. Everyone who knows has told Violet to run as far and as fast as she can, Saturn says. Myself included. Good to know. Riddoch shrugs. Right, Sawyer, Jessenia, that's my only condition for keeping your secret. That is not what we discussed, I hiss up at him. We discussed our terms, Riddoch says, then looks back at Saturn. This is between us. Jessenia needs to know what she's actually researching in case there's a way to slow your progression. Sawyer, Rye, and I are the only ones who can be with Violet during every class, and our dorm rooms are right next to hers. She's more than capable of protecting herself, but extra eyes don't hurt, considering what will come for her. Sadden tenses. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Radok nods. My forehead crinkles. Well, I don't, if he progresses and turns fully of Radok's thoughts. When, Azathan corrects him. Denial and I don't keep company. Radok's eyebrows rise. All right then, when he turns fully, or when someone with the wrong rank realizes what he's become, they'll have to kill him for the very reasons you've already mentioned. What does that? My stomach hollows as I follow his train of thought to its logical conclusion, then refills immediately with scalding anger. I drag my gaze to Zadan's. Killing me is the easiest way to kill you. Just like my first year. I won't let that happen. Zadan's jaw clenches. We won't let that happen, Radok corrects. You'll be off doing evil shit wherever evil shit gets done. My lips part. Right, Sawyer, Jesinia, Radok repeats. Not Itos? Zadan questions. Dane specifically, absolutely not, I interject. He'll kill you, he could try, Zadan replies. The attempt would certainly make things awkward. I'm with Violet on this one, Radok chimes in. While I'm proud of how far Itos has come in the rule-bending department, he's not ready to graduate to this particular level. Right, Sawyer, Jesinia, done, Zadan answers. But let's be clear, I don't care who she tells when it comes to her safety. You good? Radok nods, then rocks back on his heels and takes a deep breath. Oh, and just so we're clear, that strike up there wasn't he gestures between us, you know, us. He flinches. I mean, it was us because I pissed her off, but it wasn't us, if you know what I'm saying. I fight to keep from rolling my eyes. Well aware, Zadan replies. First because I trust Violet, and second he glances at Radok in a dismissive once-over. It wasn't a big enough strike. Seriously? I scoff. How? Radok tilts his head as if deciding something, then shakes it. Nope, you and I are not back to dick jokes yet, not that we were ever there. I'm still pissed. You should be. Zadan pushes off the tree and walks toward us. And I'm making sure Violet's capable of killing me when the time comes. If it's between her and me, I choose her. Kill the other guy I become. My eyes narrow on the beautiful asshole I've foolishly given my heart to. It's not going to come to that. The holy shit, is that noble? Is that twisted? I can't decide. Radok pats me on the shoulder, then starts back toward camp. I've never been happier to be single. You two have some serious issues. The guard handled the hunting that you were supposed to be doing, Zadan calls out as we leave the trees. Radok throws a thumbs up as he walks down the hill. Zadan studies my face, looking at me like he has to memorize every detail in this exact moment. I step toward him and he retreats, shaking his head once. My heart sinks. You're going to put some space between us over the abomination comment, aren't you? He flinches, which is as good as confirmation for me. You're not. I start. The other two irrids stayed like they hadn't made up their minds yet, he interrupts. And I think you had them because you didn't know how young Anna was at threshing. His jaw pops and he slides right back into that bored, unbothered mask he loves so well. Then they saw me. I'm pretty fucking sure that this entire mission we've risked everything for just failed because of what I am, because I'm here with you. That's not fair, I whisper. But it's true. Shadows scatter around the edges of his boots, and he looks down toward the beach. I've barely made it a month without channeling beyond Esgiel. He shakes his head. Had it just been you and Radok, or you and Dane, or you and anyone else besides me on that beach, there's every chance you'd be on your way to whatever isle they've claimed, that Anna would have a chance to know her kind, that they'd agree to come back and fire the Resh in Woodston and save my city, save my entire province. He drags his gaze back to mine. So yeah, I think the abomination comment and what it represents requires taking a moment of space for us both to consider the undeniable fact that I'm the worst possible thing for this mission, for my province, and for you. My heart hurts for him, for how guilty he feels over something he can't control. All right. I fold my arms across my chest and debate whether to fight or comfort him, then decide to go a different route. Facts are considered, I don't need the moment. You would have been on this mission regardless of our status because of 10, and Esgiel. It's ridiculous that they pass judgment on you without even hearing you speak, but that's a statement on their character, not yours. Then if you need some space to sort that out in your mind, fine. I tilt my head at him. But it doesn't change a single thing about the way I love you. His hands flex. I turn away from him and start back toward camp. Let me know when you're done brooding, and we'll see how big my next strike is. Until then, we're flying home tomorrow. Teehee griffins are exhausted, and it takes us 10 days to reach Diverelli, where we spend an extra day fixing it on his harness when a piece of metal snaps. Zadin keeps his distance the whole damn time. Andern is barely speaking. Kat is heartbreakingly silent to the point that I wish she'd take a verbal jab or two. And I'm about to break under the weight of failure. We use the day to chart our path over Poor Mule, choosing a route that brings us ashore between Corden and Dreythus in order to minimize our chances of encountering dark wielders. By the time we launch for the continent, Mirrors asks me at least a dozen times if I'm alright, and though Dane has the annoying habit of continuously measuring how far Zadin and I sit apart with his eyes before meeting my gaze, he smoothly keeps his mouth shut. I scan our surroundings for venom constantly during the flight, too scared to sleep in the saddle. Every glint of sun off a leg makes my stomach lurch, and every distant thunderstorm has me gripping the pommels. Logically, I know there's no chance Theophany is aware we are beyond the wards, available for her to pick off at will, but she shouldn't have known I'd be an anchor, either. Either our flight plan pays off or Theophany chooses not to attack, and though we fly over patches of drained land, we make it to the wards without so much as a patrol of wyvern intercepting us. The ease of it only serves to make me more anxious. We spend a night under the stars just within the wards to evade the arrest for court-martial we all know is coming, and fly into Bastia 3.5 weeks from the day we left. There's no sense of victory as I unload 10 saddlebags on the flight field, not even with having secured an army to come to our aid. The overwhelming failure of losing the irids feels like mold growing on my tongue, souring everything I drink and eat, infecting my words and the very breath in my lungs. The disappointment festers and spreads until I feel wholly, completely rancid as I dismount onto the muddy field. Andorna flew straight to the Vale. She didn't even speak as she disappeared over the ridge. Her sorrow hurts most of all. Violet. I turn and am immediately devoured by Rhiannon's hug. Her arms close tied around me, and I drop the pack to return the squeeze. Maybe it's the sound of Kiori yelling at cadets across the field, or the scent of Rye's hair, or the simple fact that we're back, yet not home, but the enormity of what we've lost immediately pricks my eyes and clogs my throat. I really missed you. How did you know we were here? Ferge told me you were headed in, so we ran out of dinner. I'm so glad to see you. Rye pulls back with a watery smile. Are you alright? I open and shut my mouth, unsure of how to answer the question. Right. Riddoch slams into us from the side, wrapping us both in his arms, 2 weeks of beard growth scratching the side of my face. Fuck, did we need you on that trip? Violet was out of control. She kicked a queen's ass and poisoned Zadin's mom and all 3 Hedodic heads of state, but secured us an army. Rye huffs a laugh as he sways us back and forth. And what did you do? Not much. Put out a couple of fires, punch a cook. He lets me go, then yanks Sawyer into the embrace when he walks over, leaning slightly on a cane. This is good, this is right, the glad you're home, guys, Sawyer says, his face squished down next to mine thanks to Riddoch. Me too. I relax into the hug. There they are, get over here. Riddoch shouts, still in the embrace. Marin laughs and runs to my other side, working her way in, but Kat just sighs as she walks over. No exceptions, Riddoch declares, then tugs Kat into the circle between him and Sawyer. Sweet second years together again. He lets us go, but we stay circled up. Rye's gaze jumps from person to person like she's counting, and her smile falters. We lost Triger, I tell her softly. What? Rye recoils, her face stricken. How? Sir's shoulders fall. Sailna, Kat answers, then clears her throat. Arrow to the heart, but we got an army out of it, so... Her voice breaks and she clears her throat again. I'm so sorry, Rye says, her gaze swinging from Marin to Kat. We are too, Marin whispers. And we failed. I say it out loud for the first time, looking Sawyer, then Rye straight in the eyes. We found the irids, and they won't come, we failed. Shit. Rye's face falls entirely. That's disappointing to hear, given the current political climate. We break apart and turn toward General Itos, who stands a respectable distance from 10, glowering at us. He doesn't even glance at Dane as the others make their way over. Zadin pauses between Garrick and Drake, and our gazes collide for heartbeat before we both focus on General Itos. Court-martial coming in 3-2, we will discuss your punishment for disobeying direct orders later. General Itos glances at Drake. It's too bad you were born on the wrong side of the family. His gaze snaps to Kat. The good news is that you are one step closer to your throne. Kat blanches. Sirena? My stomach plummets, and I spot Mere White knuckling the strap of her rucksack. Is that your sister? Eders asks, reaching into the pocket of his uniform and walking toward us. Yes, Marin answers so Kat doesn't have to. Oh, right, the infamous flyer. Itos retrieves a missive and hands it to me without really answering Kat or Marin. This perplexing read came for you about an hour ago, looking forward to discussing it during your debrief. I clasped the parchment, noting the broken seal. Is Cyrena Cordella alive? He's cruel to drag it out like this. Last I heard, she's fine. Itos glances meaningfully at the paper. Thank you, Amory. Kat sways, taking in a deep breath, and I unfold the already open missive. What happened? She asks. My skin chills as the blood runs from my face at the sight of her handwriting. Violet, I do hope you had a marvelous time on your journey, though your riot looked a little haggard when you flew over Pavis. I do wonder why you went to so much effort when I have the one thing you seek above all else. Do enjoy the time you have with your friends until our next rendezvous. Don't worry, I'm making all the arrangements. Tia crumpled the parchment on reflex, and my gaze jumps to Zadin. What is it? He tilts his head. Theophany. It's a struggle to draw a full breath. She knew we were gone. She saw us fly over Pavis and somehow delivered this here before we arrived. His mouth tightens. She can't get to you here, and yes, she did. I shove the paper into my pocket and notice General Itos watching me like a hawk. Is my uncle alright? Kat's voice rises. Just tell us already. Tekars. Oh shit. While you were out doing God's know what on the Isles for 3 weeks, Itos says, his eyes hardening, Sienva fell to Dark Wielders. Marin gasps and dread hangs on the momentary silence. Queen Maria is dead. Chapter 44. Leadership separates us completely after we put our things in our rooms, then questions us for 12 hours each with scribes. When Itos accidentally lets slip his annoyance that King Tori is so grateful to have Arit back that he's forbidden any form of punishment, the emotional relief results in an immediate sense of overwhelming exhaustion, but I don't ask for a reprieve from the endless debrief. I made the decisions, and if this prolonged interrogation is my only collegiate repercussion, I'll take it without complaint, especially knowing the other members of the squad are safe too. They go over the trip's details so many times, for so many hours, that I start to worry if they're looking for holes in our stories or if they suspect we had more than rare text to guide us. It's tedious and exhausting, but at least I get to see Markham's face twist with jealousy from across the room on the few occasions he sits in on my sessions. I've seen things he never will, touch pieces of history he didn't know existed. Just like my father. Mira and Garrick are released back to the front on March 28th, the last day of our Inquisition. Drake departs for Cordon. Brennan arrives from Arisha to mend my ribs. Sadin is hauled into Cenurium meetings while being returned to his position as a professor. And the rest of us go back to class. For having missed more than 3 weeks, I'm only completely lost in physics and mildly confused in history, since all my studying prior to the trip had nothing to do with Breivik absorbing Signason and Deporon the First. If not for Rise notes, the 3 of us would drown academically, and I'm sure Auric feels the same about Sloane. His battle brief on our first day back that shows just how much damage can be done in 3 weeks. Sienva is far from the only city to have fallen. In fact, geographically speaking, it's an outlier. That's not possible, I whisper, staring at the map from my seat. How many Dark Wielders would it take to cover that much territory this quickly? Right, and I spent the early morning hours debriefing, but this hadn't come up. It's happening fast. Rhiannon takes out her pen and paper. If by fast, you mean that half of Krovla has been painted red while we were away, then yes, I'd say fast is a good term. Riddock notes from Rise right. You guys didn't see any of it on your flight in? Sawyer asks. No? My grip tightens on my pen. We flew over the ruins of Pavis. There are so many patches of red that they blend into one. Only the southern tip and west of Krovla have been spared. Cordon still stands, but for how long? Civilian casualties? Rise mouth tightens. Unknown, and the borders are a mess. People are fleeing in every direction. Drathis is facing major supply shortages. Too many people too fast. My stomach knots. Mira and Garrick were both sent to Drathis. Because your king won't let anyone in. Pat seethes. A few heads turn in her direction before quickly looking away. It's been like that all day, cadets whispering and staring at us. What? I lean forward to look past Marin as the stragglers take their seats. We're still not taking civilians, guessing they skipped that part of your debrief, she replies. Oh, I'd only been interviewed by Navarians. Welcome back to our travelers, Professor Dever says as she takes her position at the front alongside Professor Kindra. From my understanding, they have secured us an army of 40,000 soldiers from an alliance with Zeona. She gives me a subtle nod, and I force a smile. which may help turn the tide of this war. But we failed to secure our primary objective, and lost a squad mate. I'm going to need to get back into the gym with Imogen to carry all this fucking guilt. I'd settle for a stalemate, Marin says from my left. Also, welcome to our new guests. Tavera's gaze flicks to the two captains in Rider Black standing watch at the end of Aric's row. Please make yourselves as uncomfortable as possible. Aric glares past Sloane and Baylor, then faces forward. On to battle strategy, Tavera announces. Where should we put our 40,000 troops? She asks the room, then calls on a first year from second wing. They should be stationed here to protect the Wardstone, the curly-haired guy replies. Yes, because that is where Venom seemed to be headed, Imogen quips from above us. Next, Tavera orders. They should be sent to the south to hold the line so Corden doesn't fall, Kat says without being called on. That would be one excellent usage of them, Tavera agrees, though I wonder if your bias comes into play with that kind of decision, seeing as it's now the seat of power for your uncle. Kane Takars. What do our other travelers think? Tavera inquires, her gaze skimming over us. I stare at the western line that's creeping closer to Tyrrendor and keep my mouth closed so the same point can't be made to me regarding bias. They should be split, Din answers from above us. Half to the south to defend the new king and what's left of the territory, and half to the western line. You would deploy all the troops with Emporomil, she questions, sitting back on her favorite spot on the table. It's where they are needed, he answers with the certainty I envy. And before the riders in here get defensive, remember that protecting Crovla's western line keeps the dock wielders off Tyrrendor and Elsum, and we're bound by our alliance to defend King Tekars. Then it was a flyer who paid the cost of that army, Kat adds. Solid points, Tavera admits. Personally, I divvy the troops into thirds, putting most along the lines Ito suggested and the rest at our outposts. My brow furrows. Why would the outposts need more troops within the wards? If we start losing wards, there will be no safe harbour on the continent. Safe for who, exactly? Marin mutters. Hard for outposts to fall or lose wards when they are already protected, Sawyer muses. Unless they think the arsenals are at risk. All it takes is a disruption in the power supply and the wards will fail. We'll see what leadership decides. Tavera pauses and her hands trip on the edge of the desk. It is not lost on me that today's subject will be a sensitive one. I know many of you had family there, but it is critical that we discuss Universe 4 now that the intel reports are in. There's an immediate hum of tension within the room, as if half its occupants can't help but channel. How many of you know how it happened? Tavera's gaze sweeps over us. A second-year flyer from Third Wing raises her hand, and Tavera nods at her. I don't think any of us have all the details, but we know they were taken by surprise. I heard 20 Venom, I heard it was more like 30. Someone counters from the right. Which is why we have this briefing. Tavera lifts her brows. It does us no good to train with misinformation and rumors. She looks back at the flyer. They dropped out of the sky, which made soon of his 50-foot walls obsolete. The flyer continues, then started a fire. Is it true most everyone burned to death? My stomach pitches. I can't think of a more horrible way to die. Unfortunately, yes. Tavera nods. The fire started in a famous textile district and, with the help of what we think were wind-wielding Venin, quickly devoured most of the city, despite the efforts of the 4 drifts and permanent residents, all of whom perished. We had a riot of 4 stationed there to protect the queen. 1 rider and 2 dragons made it out alive, which is the only reason we have facts instead of rumors to build on. Estimated casualties are somewhere around 25,000 lives. Holy shit. A flyer 2 rows down hangs her head, and her shoulders shake. The fire did most of the work for them, Tavera continues, allowing the horde of approximately 12 Wyvern to split into 3 coordinated units. There's no way 12 Wyvern took out Sunova, the flyer to the right yells. 12 Wyvern, 12 Venin, Tavera answers without batting an eye. 4 to hold the perimeter, 4 to fly directly to the palace, and 4 to concentrate on the barracks and armory. 12 of them took out 25,000 people. Putting your feelings aside, Tavera instructs, raising her chin. Ask the questions that will allow you to hypothetically change the outcome of this loss. The room falls quiet and not a single hand rises. 25,000 people. We've never studied a modern battle with so many casualties before. How in Amory's name are we supposed to dissect one that not only killed some of our classmates' families, but took the life of their queen? It hasn't even been a week. Tavera looks to her right, and Professor Kyandra moves from the edge of the room to the desk in the center of the stage. If we do not rip apart this tactic, Kyandra lectures, they will use it again, and the next town they come for will be yours. Sunniva was our kingdom's capital, but our fourth largest city. You honor the dead by making sure no others fall in the same manner. We have to learn from this. I know it's hard, but in a matter of months, you third years will be on the front lines. That will mean you defending Diazin. She points to someone above us. Were you? Her finger swings left to defending Cordon. To start asking, Tver orders. Start thinking, or we're all dead. But what was in the armory? Sadin's voice carries over the hall. I look back and find him standing in the doorway next to Budhai, his arms folded and jaw locked. My heart leaps. It's been 3 days since I've seen him. The beard he grew on the journey home has been shaved, and the name tag is back on his uniform. Instinctively, I reach for the bond, but his shields are up. His gaze darts to mine and warms for the millisecond he holds contact before we both turn our attention to the front of the room. They have to think for themselves, Professor Riorson. Tver arches a brow. What was in the armory? He repeats. Kyandra nods. 6 crates of freshly delivered alloy hilted daggers, and yes, the venom took them all. Everyone's interest shifts forward, and it takes conscious effort to pick my jaw up. There are maybe 2 crates kept at each outpost. Why didn't Poromish forces use the damned daggers? Redok asks. Because the damned daggers had only arrived a few hours earlier, Tver answers. And the armory was the first target hit. Our best guess is that there was simply no time to distribute them. So why would 6 crates be sent there? Caroline Ashen asks. Sunniva was only supposed to be a distribution site. Drifts were said to take the crates to other cities in the morning. Kyandra answers. Shit. The venom knew about the shipment. That's the only logical explanation. How many people knew the distribution schedule? I ask. Right there. Tver points at me. The answer is too many. We have traitors in our ranks. My pulse launches. How many bullies are out there hiding among us? Just waiting for their opportunity? The cadet turning in the Cygnus sparring pit proved some of us are willing to turn under the right circumstances. Maybe even in this room. How did they get to Sunniva without being detected? Rhiannon asks. The area surrounding the city was clear for hundreds of miles. Flyers and our riot had to be on patrol. To what's common in Sunniva in March? Kyandra asks an answer. Fuck if I know. That hasn't exactly been a part of our education to this point. Thunderstorms, Kai answers from Arik's right. From March until about June, they roll in around 5 and are gone by midnight. Kyandra nods. They flew in with the storm. Do you mean above it? The first year asks. No, dumbass, another first year from first wind counters. They can't survive at that altitude. The sunstorms are low enough to fly over, Tver corrects, which is why you should pay more attention in class. Payson, in this case, they flew within the cloud. Within the cloud? That would require no way. It's impossible. Not with enough years of training. That doesn't make sense. A third year calls out from above us. It's an unacceptable risk to fly in those conditions unless absolutely necessary due to the prevalence of lightning. We're taught that in the first month of flight maneuvers. Most of the room mod is in agreement. Which is why the patrols were granted. Tver stares at me like she knows what I'm thinking. Maybe they don't give a shit how many Wyvern die image encounters. My heart races, and I shift my weight in my seat. What's wrong? Rhiannon whispers. I know how they did it, I reply just as quietly, my grip tightening on my pen. Then say something. Ryprod's like its first year all over again. I don't want to be right, I reply just as quietly. That's a first, Kat mutters. Tver cocks her head to the side, calling me out without saying a word. My stomach hollows. Gods, I'm really going to have to say it. They'd give a shit about wyverns if they're riding them, the other third year retorts at Imogen. They might not have souls, but they value their lives, and no reasonable rider flies within a thunderstorm. I do. Fuck, I actually said it. Every head turns my way, and Tver nods. I can direct my strikes within a cloud just like I did during the battle here in December, I continue. Which means I could theoretically control the natural strikes and move a riot within a thunderstorm with relative safety after about 20 years of practice. I abandoned my pen on my notebook. The Euphane. She was with them, the lightning wielder. I'd guess that's how the textile fire started, and probably what took out the other dragons. That's what the report suggests. Tver answers. Shit. To do all that after moving a horde through a storm. I shake my head. She has to be a Maven. And down a fucking second year, who just spent 3 weeks chasing a mirage of hope on isles without magic when I should have been training. Most likely, Dever agrees, giving me the same look Mira had on Zayana expectation. Then she glances away. So now let's discuss how we defeat this particular assault. What signets could have made the difference? Nothing's off the table. Who do you send to guard your most valuable targets with this kind of threat? The water wielders could have helped the fire, someone suggests. You send Riorson, Caroline Ashen says. He's the most powerful rider we have, and he's held back more than just a dozen wyvern. If Riorson's there, this doesn't happen. True, but at what cost? Would he have channeled from the earth to keep it from happening? I glance over my shoulder, but Zan is already gone. Don't we have a fire wielder powerful enough to have controlled the flames? Baylor asks. He's a major stationed with the southern wing. The major at Orta is stationed at Athabine, Dever confirms. Rhiannon glances sideways at me, then looks away. Your turn to say something, I whisper. Don't hesitate, no way, not even in hypotheticals. Sawyer shakes his head at Rye as people call out different sickness around us. You don't send a cadet against who you send Sorrengail, Rhiannon announces. Imavan, Sawyer finishes in a whisper. And yet you just did, god damn. Kat and Marin both gawk at Rye, and Sawyer sinks lower in his seat. You said nothing was off the table, Rye adds, keeping her eyes forward. Sorrengail could have taken out a chunk of the wyvern on approach by striking into that same cloud, including the lightning wielder, as long as they don't know Violet's there, and if they do. Dever questions. Remember that someone told them about the daggers being moved. Rye swallows, and her breath speed up. Do your job. I whisper the reminder. It's just a hypothetical. She straightens her spine. Then Sorrengail needs to be the better of the two. And I'm not. I'm distracted the rest of the hour, thinking of different tactics I could use to even the playing field between Thephany and me, and coming up empty-handed, with the exception of one fact. She wants me alive. Battle brief ends, and we have 2 precious hours before our next class, which Friddock uses to cajole Sawyer, Rye, and me into going down to the archives. Not that Sawyer needs much of a push. We really couldn't have waited another couple of days. I whisper at Riddock as we walk through the tunnel, passing the stairwell to the interrogation chamber. Rye and Sawyer are far too into arguing about her decision to send me off to the front to pay attention. No, Riddock says. We couldn't, one day. Battle brief is going to cover how a shadow wielder took out Corden, but you won't be sitting in your seat because they will have already killed you to stop him. There's not much of a battle brief if you already have the answer. I flash a fake smile. Basgiath was a unique case, Sawyer argues with Rye at my left. We were defending the school, and we kept the first years out of it for the very reason you can't just order Violet into battle. They weren't prepared. To stop, I tell him. It's her job as a squad leader to see me as an asset, and not just her friend. I still think it's bullshit, Sawyer mutters as we walk past the scribe on duty at the archives door. It's war, Rhiannon reminds him as we reach the table at the front. And I think it's bullshit you haven't even thought about flying yet. Riddock and I exchange a look of Oshid. I can't, he fires back in a whisper, tapping his cane against his prosthesis. Not with this thing, it's not ready yet. There's no need to ask for Jessinia. The class of scribes sitting at their perfectly lined up desks send someone running to the back the second they see us. You could ask Slicek too. Rhiannon starts. Slicek isn't Heron, Sawyer hisses. I'm not about to ask him to make exceptions for me, not when he risks bonding a repeat in the first place. A few scribes pick their heads up, then quickly look away. You'd rather spend your time consulting with the retirees. Rye counters. You're still a writer, Sawyer, then maybe we should ease up, Riddock suggests. Sawyer's face flushes. All respect, but you have no idea what this is like, Rye. I lean into Rye just enough to get her attention, then shake my head subtly. Subject change, I suggest in a whisper. Her mouth purses, and she sighs. What's going on with you and Riorson? She asks, keeping her voice just as low as mine. You didn't so much as smile when you saw him during battle brief. He's brooding. I shrug. That's a word for it, Riddock says, pressing down a corner of his ice-wielding patch that's come unsewn. Chesinia emerges from the back of the archives holding a small paper bundle tied with twine. She quickly makes her way toward us, immediately gifting Sawyer with a smile as she sets the book-sized package on the table and pushes it toward me. Hi, he signs, and damn if his grin doesn't tug at the corners of my mouth. Hi, she signs, then turns toward us. Your reports have been fun to read, but it's good to have you back so you can tell me about the trip in person. Her gaze meets mine. That was delivered for you by courier this morning. I intercepted it before Eaters could open it like he does all of your mail. Thank you. I sign, then pick up the package. It's far too soft, too malleable to be a book, and the tag labelled with my name in quadrant is from a seamstress in Chantara. Weird. We need somewhere private, Riddock signs. Rye's brow furrows. What's going on? She signs. Please, Riddock signs to Jessenia. She nods, then leads us to one of the private, windowless study rooms that line the front wall of the archives and motions us inside. I head in first with Sawyer, and the others follow. I nurse Lysigas and Ten, I whisper as we make our way around to the back of the table. And I also know it can be hard to do things differently, especially in an environment that demands perfection and uniformity, an environment that produces perfection and uniformity. Sawyer stiffens, glancing across the table at Rye and Riddock as she quizzes him again as to why we're here. Oh, I get it now. For me, flying differently is worth it, I say under my breath as we sit. But whether you feel the same about asking Slysik for help is a question only you can answer. I think I could keep my seat, he admits quietly. Most of that is thy work, it's mounting that intimidates me, anything I can do to help. I ask him. Jessenia peeks through the doorway as if checking to see that we weren't followed, then closes the door. Sawyer shakes his head. I've been working toward the run and making adjustments to the processes for the climb. I just need to get it right, make sure it works before I let myself hope. His gaze flickers to Rye. He could never disappoint her. I rush as Jessenia turns toward us. Our friend, never, our squad leader? He grimaces. You shouldn't be in here, Jessenia signs, so make it quick before they come kick you out. Riddock leans all the way back in his chair and stares at me. What is happening? Rye signs, looking between the two of us. Tell them, Riddock signs. Oh, I will. I sigh. There's no point being nervous. Either I trust my friends or I don't. The Zadin is slowly turning Van in, I say and sign. Rye's eyes widen and she leans forward. Talk. I think I started falling for you the night in the tree when I watched you with the marked ones, but I began tumbling the day you gave me 10 saddle. You will give some self-serving excuse, but the truth is you're kinder than you want people to know. Maybe kinder than you know. Chapter 45. I hang in the air, suspended by an invisible hand around my throat as lightning strikes in the distance. The air pumps through my veins, but the harder I fight, the narrower my windpipe becomes, the harder it is to draw breath. Quit fighting it, the sage orders. Quit fighting me. You're dead. This isn't real. I repeat the phrases mentally when my lips refuse to form the words. This is only a nightmare. A very visceral, terrifying nightmare. The fight drains out of me, and I fall to the ground before him, hitting my knees then gasping for chawed air. Andana screams, bellowing with rage and pain, and my head snaps toward the ridgeline toward the storm. Lufi licks up the hillside, reaching for the city walls of Drathis, devouring the fleeing civilians in its path. Such emotion. Sage tusks crouching down in front of me. Don't worry, they will fade in time, but fuck you. I lunge forward, only to be shoved back to my knees by an invisible force. I'll allow you to help her this time, the sage promises, pushing his robes up the length of his 10 arms. Just submit, come to me, accept where you belong, and you'll find a freedom like no other. Then if I don't? I ask, playing into the dream. Then you'll find I have ways to bring you to heal. The sage draws a sword from his robes, and the next flash of lightning reflects in the emeralds adorning the top of the hilt. Wisps of sulphur hair blow in the breeze at the edge of my vision, and the sword of Tyranner rushes toward my chest. Wake! I scream, but my mouth won't work. My eyes flash open, and my hands jolt upward, my sweaty limbs tangling in a blanket as lightning crashes outside my window. Heart racing, I shove away the covers and run my fingers over my sternum. Of course there's no cut, you fool, I mutter. It was just a damn dream. A very visceral one, but a dream nonetheless. I swing my feet to the floor, then wrap my arms around my middle as I rise and walk toward the window. Rain assaults the glass in sheets that obscure the view over the ravine toward the main campus. Ten and Anon are asleep, but there's a stirring along the bond I share with Haddon. His shields are done, but the foggy barrier of sleep stands between us. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, counting to 20 as my heart slowly calms. The sage is dead, but she isn't. Euphania is very real, and if she can get to me here at Basgiath, she can get to my friends too, the ones who are justifiably disappointed that I kept yet another secret from them. Thank gods they understand that Zadin's not the enemy, that he's still fighting on our side. How long will it be until Theophany goes after Zadin? My throat tightens, but this time it's my own fear clogging my windpipe. How the hell am I supposed to fight a dark wielder who's had decades to perfect a signet I still need a conduit to control? It's the end of March. I've barely had my powers for a year. The last day of March. I glanced down at the package Shisini handed me the day before yesterday. It's right where I left it on the sill, one end undone. At the opening of the paper, the edges of a delicate Diverelli silk nightgown and robe spill out with a handwritten note. For the nights I can sleep next to you. My chest clenches just like it did when I opened it. He'd somehow seen me eyeing the fabric in Diverelli, pulled it, then placed the order to have it made before we left to search the other aisles. I love you, I whispered down the bond, then leaned forward and rested my forehead against the cold glass, using the sensation to solidify my certainty that the nightmare has ended. I need you, quit brooding. Maybe it's time I try one of his own techniques. I reach for pen and paper. The purpose of this maneuver, as you remember, is to spend as little time on the ground as possible. Kaori lectures that morning as he stands beside Sadan, amplifying his voice across the flight field as the riders of our entire section sit mounted like we're in formation mostly. Sir stands between Slicer's claws 2 rows back, and 10 wits next to Fedge, both their wings tucked for proximity's sake, instead of standing behind her where we belong. I am precisely where I belong, he counters. Kind of wish you were a griffin so we could have sat this one out. Kind of wish I'd sat out threshing 2 years ago, he counters. The corner of my mouth rises. You sure you don't want to join us? I asked Anorna. No point when I can't carry you. She shuts the bond. Awesome. My heart sinks to a new low. I push too hard again. Or maybe too little. Taryn sighs like he's in his elder years. In this new type of warfare, Kaori continues, it's more important than ever that we spend less time on the ground, but there will be moments when you cannot accomplish your mission while mounted. You must be prepared to dismount in a running landing, wheel to defeat your opponent, then be ready to take to the sky in what we're calling a battle mount if you are unsuccessful for outnumbered. Every second you remain on the ground endangers not only your life, but your dragons, should they remain on the field. Kaori lifts a hand and conjures a projection of a robed figure at the far right end of the field. Professor Riorson? Chit. I haven't mastered the run-on landing like the rest of my year mates, let alone whatever a battle mount will entail. For the sake of the first exercise, Sadan says, his voice booming across the field, your opponent's signet is unknown, and you are alone. Once you've shown you can complete the maneuver, we'll work in teams. First years, we just want you to get the tactic down so you can practice well on your upcoming Orisha rotation. Don't worry about wielding, I know not all of you can. Sadan servers are lying, and I can't help but notice the dark circles under his eyes. He might be sleeping at night, but it's not well, and I hate that I can't do anything about it. This is your fighting pit today. His gaze finds mine. Try not to incinerate it. Aha, very funny. I never know with you, he surprises me by replying. Wotai goes first, nailing the running landing like it's part of his everyday workout, then uses the momentum to continue into the projection, twisting his left hand and swinging the sword with the other, decapitating the fake model. Curebank's hard to pivot back to Wotai, but it's too steep, and his green swordtail takes out a small section of boulders halfway up the hill as he pulls the turn. Wotai breaks into a run from the projection, and Kira returns, extending his left foreleg as he slows his speed. The two are parallel just long enough for Wotai to leap onto Kira's claw, and the dragon is already accelerating, gaining altitude as Wotai climbs up to the seat. Oh, we're fucked. I can't do that. It's not self-doubt talking. It's just fact. You will turn to crease. It just won't look like that. Right. Because I'll be dead, lying face down on the muddy flight field from the impact. Sometimes I forget just how nearly perfect Wotai is at everything, I say to Sadan. No one thought of him during battle brief yesterday, and he should have been the first name that came to mind. Countering signets might not be the best offensive tool, but damn if it isn't a hell of a defense. He's my cousin, Sadan replies, locking eyes with me. Of course he's exceptional, the hum, just like you, but without the arrogance. I cock my head to the side. Maybe I fell for the wrong, it would be a shame to kill my last living relative. Sadan tilts his head to mirror mine, then straightens, and on today of all days, I choose not to remind him that he has 2 half-brothers. And that is how it's done, he calls out. In this scenario, the smaller dragons have the advantage, maneuverability is key, so do yourselves a favor and talk out your approach before the attempt. We only have 1 mender on campus. And I'd rather fly to Orisha than let Nolan touch me. Maybe we should wait a month and try when we're on the Orisha rotation, I suggest to Taryn. Or you could simply not break anything, he suggests with Sir helpfully. First squad begins. The initial 2 maneuvers are successful. The next cadet breaks her leg on impact. Ouch, Rai hisses through her teeth and glances my way. You all right to do this? She asks as the first year stumbles off, cradling the appendage. I'm never all right to do this, I reply. I just do it anyway, this sounds about right. She nods, then her eyes narrow at something across the field. I track her line of sight to Zadin and shake my head. I can't say more out in the open, but it's not like she doesn't know what I'm talking about. It's hard not to, she admits without apology. But I'm trying, I know, thank you. I adjust my new saddle strap and pray the stitches I finished this morning will hold. Instead of keeping my thighs at the seat like the original one I've left fastened in front of me, this one wraps around my waist like a belt and buckles in front with 3 different notches I can tighten or loosen depending on how much maneuverability I need. A second year nails the running landing, but misses the leap for his red morning startail's claw and slams into the mud. I wince. Movement catches my eye, and my gaze runs up the hill behind Zadin, finding Anna perched on an outcropping 50 feet overhead, her scales the same color as Terran's. Change your mind? I ask with what I hope is the right amount of encouragement. No. Her tail flicks a second before she launches, leaping from the outcropping with sure beats of her wings, climbing up and over the ridge of the box canyon. Look. I blow out a frustrated sigh. I can't say or do anything right to help her. She's adjusting, Terran says. I glance across the field and find Zadin watching me. It's going around. This squad ends with 5 successful maneuvers, 4 failed attempts at landing, and 2 failed launches, resulting in a total of 3 broken bones and 1 bloody nose. This does not bode well for us in battle, Rai says. Let's hope we have time to get it right. It's the most supportive comment I can come up with. You're the squad leader, so you'd better go set the example. Good luck, don't die. I flash a smile her way. Thanks. She fights the smile she returns, then pretends to puff out her chest. I will bring honor to the patch, see that you do. I watch as Fedge steps forward and launches once she's clear of Terran. Zadin looks my way, and for a second, the mask falls, giving me a glimpse of flowing that tightens my chest. You getting any sleep? I ask. I sleep better when I'm next to you, he admits. You know where to find my bed, professor or not, I'm pretty sure you know how to sneak in. I run my hand over my flight jacket pocket, making sure my little parcel is secured. Unless you're still brooding, it's a full-time occupation at the moment. Does the schedule allow for giving me a moment after class? He nods. Fedge approaches, and Rhiannon moves to her foreclaw as she descends, then executes a perfect running landing. She lifts her hand, and a blade appears. The projection wavers as she slices through it, then races back as Fedge returns. I can't help but grin. Rai doesn't miss the jump. Damn, she's good. Tan waits for Imogen and Kryn to take their turns, then fires off a series of orders to me as Rudok lands with a particularly showy somersault. Ice flies from his hands through the projection, and he turns to the squads with a bow befitting any stage performance before racing for Aetrom. There's a heartbeat where I think he would make it, but he swings his body onto Aetrom's claw and the 2 take off. You really think that's going to work? I ask Terran, pulling down my flight goggles as he crouches. I think it's the only way to accomplish the mission without breaking your neck. He launches with powerful wind beats, and the ground falls away. Wait for the last second, sir, you don't embarrass us, it's so encouraging, I tease. 10 climbs, then I adjust my weight as he banks hard left at the top of the canyon. My heart begins to pound when we dive toward the target, and I grip the conduit in one hand and reach for the buckle of my saddle with the other. Not yet, he snaps. Just preparing. I throw open the archives door and let his power flood me, focusing on concentrating the energy at the center of my chest as the walls of the canyon rise quickly around us. Unbuckle, 10 orders as colors blur on either side of me, but I keep my gaze honed on the target and undo the leather that keeps me in the seat. The move. Holding the belt of the saddle in my right hand, I stand, nearly stumbling at the wind resistance as he descends directly at the target, not leveling out like the others. What are you doing? Zadin grills. Busy right now, love. I slam my shields down and my heart threatens to leap through my throat as the ground approaches at terrifying speed. No. 10 shouts. I release the belt and run for his shoulder, then leap. For a dizzying heartbeat, I'm airborne. The sounds of the world completely drowned out by the rush of air, the drumbeat in my chest, and the snap of wings. I plummet toward the field, my stomach rises into the roof of my mouth as I fall. The power gathering within me is useless to slow my descent, but I throw out my arms to the side like they have a chance and lock every muscle in my body. Talons clamp over my shoulders and tighten, locking me in place. Wind gusts and momentum shifts as 10 stops my fall a few feet from the ground, then releases me. His wings beat once, and I barely have time to bend my knees before my feet hit the field. A ripple of painful protest shoots from my toes, up my spine, and bursts in my head like a rung bell as I land 6 feet in front of the target. Holy shit, I'm not dead. Faster. 10 snaps with another beat of his wings. I focus on the projection, lift my right hand, and release a crack of power, then draw my fingers downward, dragging the energy from the sky. Lightning strikes, so bright it robs me of vision, and thunder sounds immediately, echoing off the walls of the box canyon. When the light recedes, a scorch mark flares outward from the base of the projection. Yes. I throw up my arms, and talons wrap around my midsection. Tern secures me in his back right claw and continues to climb. My stomach lurches as I get an up-close view of the hillside, and a few seconds later, we're clear, nothing but air around us. He ascends another 100 feet to give us room, and I welcome the adrenaline flooding my system because we're not done yet. And now? He swings his body to a vertical position and throws me. It's just like first year, except we mean to do it. I rise as he falls, and it's all I can do to not look down. That way lies death. This is all about trust. I rise over his shoulder, and he pumps his wings. My feet meet scale, and I grab onto the base of his nearest spike, careful to stay clear of its sharp point as he surges forward. I trust you can find your seat, he says with a note of pride, leveling out as we fly above the field. I've got it. I navigate my way back to the saddle, then grab hold of both flapping ends of the belt and buckle myself in. We did it. My heart is still galloping when we land, then take our spot in formation. That was unorthodox, Kaori says. Tin rumbles low in his chest. And it worked, I counter, shouting across the field. It did, Sadin replies, a corner of his mouth rising. I fucking love you, how could you not? I don't bother fighting my smile. He scoffs. Kaori looks like he wants to protest, but then he motions the rest of the group forward. Baylor skins his knee on landing. Avalon fractures her collarbone. Sloane completes the entire exercise with a grace that reminds me of Liam, but doesn't even pretend to wield. Lynx comes up with a face full of mud and a broken nose. Arik lands 20 feet from the projection without breaking a sweat, but instead of rushing the target, he wells towards Adon and Kaori and hurls a palm-sized axe. My heart trips as it flies end over end, but Sutton doesn't even flinch as it lands a foot in front of Kaori, the blade embedded in the mud. The projection disappears. I think he won, Rai says. Sutton nods once before Arik backs away, then breaks into a run to Mount Malvik. I definitely say so, I agree. After maneuvers are done for the day, the dragons launch, and I hang back to catch Sutton alone, even after a few reproachful looks from my earmates. Kaori walks up, looking like he wants to say something, but a red swordtail lands farther down the field, catching his attention. He simply tips his chin, and walks toward the dragon, leaving me alone with Zadin on the far end of the field. That was fucking terrifying to watch. Zadin's gaze bores into mine. Magnificent. I feel that way about you every day. I smile, then dig my hand into the pocket of my flight jacket and remove a parchment-wrapped parcel and a letter. I got you something, present is for now, letter is for later. You didn't have to. His brow furrows, but he takes them both and pockets the letter. Open it. My heart flutters. I hope I made the right choice, since it's definitely too soon to bring out anything that resembles a cake. He untucks the folded parchment, then stares at the black metal wrist cuff. It's onyx, I tell him as he studies the clasp and flat, rectangular stone mounted within the band. And that's a piece of the turret on top of Riorson House. His gaze jumps to mine, and his fist closes around the cuff. You mentioned it needed repairs, and I asked Brennan to have that made for you from one of the broken pieces. When things get shitty, I hope you can look down at it and imagine us sitting there together when this is all over. That's the vision I'm going to cling to, you and me, holding hands, looking over the city. I close the distance between us, take the cuff from his hand, and secure it around his wrist, then flick the metal closure. Thank God it fits. I had to guess. He takes my face in his hands and kisses me. It's soft. Tender. Perfect. Thank you, he says. Happy birthday, I whisper against his lips. I love you. He lifts his head, and his hands slip from my cheeks like a caress. But I'm only going to get worse. You really should run. Not done brooding. Message received. Come find me when you're ready to accept the fact that I won't. I back away slowly. That I never will. 47 days. He searches my eyes and lets his breath go. That's how long it's been since I channeled from the alley into Varelli. That's longer than a month he lamented about before we came home. They're not long enough. His eyes spark with determination, and hope flares brightly within my chest. You have a number in mind before you feel in control. His jaw flexes. Control is probably just prolonging the inevitable, but I've got one that might indicate stability, that I feel like sharing. He shakes his head. As much as I hate to break up whatever is happening over here. A voice booms across the area, and we both turn, finding Felix walking toward us with a full pack strapped to his back as Kiori leaves the field. I blink 3 times to make sure I'm not saying things. I thought you said you wouldn't leave Arisha. How do you hate Basjaeth? He scratches the silver cloud of his beard. But not as much as I hate dying. He pulls a tied bundle of missives from the pocket of his flight jacket and hands them to Zadin. Those are yours, Your Grace, the news from Arisha. Zadin takes them. Provincial affairs. Felix nods. And 2 wyvern came through the wards yesterday. My stomach pitches. How far did they get now? Zadin asks, and my head swings in his direction. This isn't the first time. About an hour before they skidded into the side of a mountain. Felix lifts his silver brows. That's about 10 minutes farther than last week. Zadin finishes, and I start to understand the circles beneath his eyes. The wards are weakening. I state the obvious. They're failing, Felix corrects, turning to me with a look that already makes my arms ache. And since I've been informed that you wouldn't let Kai instruct you, I suppose we'd better get back to work. I'll be in Arisha in about a month for rotation. You didn't have to come all the way up here. Guilt gnaws at me. And if I WSSREWED have a month, I would have WIT'd. HENROSISEES. Oh. Chapter 46. 3 weeks later. I can barely lift my arms as our squad walks back from Signet's barring. Gods, I hate when Car rotates into teach. Countless muscles in my body ache, and there's a permanent knot between my shoulder blades thanks to the work Felix has me doing. Every single second that I'm not in class, eating, or working out with Imogen, Felix has me on the mountaintop, wielding. But as my aim improves and my strikes increase, the rest of the world seems to go to shit. Zadin and I talk most nights through the bond, but he still brutally refuses to spend physical time alone with me. The western line falls back, and dark wielders surge toward Drathis at the daily pace that has me holding my breath during every death roll. At this rate, they'll reach the city walls in a matter of weeks. Or they could change tactics and simply fly directly for the city. The entire quadrant is well aware that we're in trouble when Zadin is called to Tyrender, and the pit of worry only grows with every day he's gone. Now that it's been more than 10 days, I have a stack of letters for him to read, and Taryn is impossible to be around. And Andon simply isn't around. Exactly how long am I supposed to give her before I march into the Vale itself and demand she at least talk about what happened? You did well today, Imogen says, breaking through my spiraling thoughts as Ark and Lynx enter the main campus from the infantry quadrant just ahead of us. Ark's obnoxious guards stalk behind us as usual. Though I wondered if Riddock was going to take you down during that last match. But finally, I rise to Imogen's standard. Riddock says, falling behind so we can fit through the door. Quinn laughs. Don't let it go to your head, Imogen lectures over her shoulder. Oh, he will, Riot replies from my right with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. It seems to be her permanent expression, since none of us, including Jessinia, have found anything to help Zadin. I hate that they are burdened with the truth. Between Zadin's status, the western line retreating toward Drathis, and growing resentment between the Eretion riders and Navarians over the debate of whether or not to open our borders, this whole place feels like a bow with its string pulled tight, just waiting for the order to be fired. And read the arrows. Too bad Kai had to teach today, Sawyer says, walking behind us with Riddock. He hasn't used the cane in a couple of weeks now, but no one is pushing him to wield. You keeping Tavis locked up in your bedroom or something, Kurjulo? Riddock teases. Imogen tenses, and her eyes calculate the cost of murder. Not worth it. I shake my head, then glance over my shoulder at Riddock. He's still in Drathis, though. His tone completely shifts. When do you and Quinn head back out? Third years filling Midland purses becoming so common, it's practically a class. Voices rise as we walk closer to the Great Hall. We're with you through the Eretion rotation, Quinn answers. You're stuck with us for weeks, she teases. Imogen's gaze slides my way. No slacking on your training, gym tonight, though, good, I was wondering when I'd get sore again, I retort. We still leaving for Aisha the day after tomorrow? I ask Rai. Movement is at 5 a.m. She nods, then glances over to Sawyer. Make a decision yet, but working on it, he replies and flexes his jaw. All right. Rai looks my way. And I think Iori, Felix, and Panchik are coming with as our leadership, she adds gently. Those three? Not Zadin? My brows jump. Felix is understandable, and Kiori's one of my favorite professors, but I suspect he's chosen to escort our group in hopes of seeing Andarna. And she's not in the mood to be seen. Maybe Zadin will already be there. At least for Eskiel and Ten's sake. I'm sorry, I know you were hoping it would be. Rice starts. He will abide by the decision set forth. The man shouts from the great hall. Arik tilts his head, then pauses just before the door, bringing the squad to an awkward stop. What are you doing? Link starts. Arik throws his arm across Lynx's chest and drags him back, bumping into Sawyer just before the door bursts open and the Duke of Calder flies through. He lands on his ass in the middle of the carpet, tangled in his bejeweled overcoat. Holy shit. My eyes widen. Say it again, Llewellyn demands, marching through the doorway. What is he doing here? Every infantry guard steps off the wall, but Calder waves them away and climbs to his feet, raking a hand over his face and blonde beard. The desire of one province may never outweigh the good of the kingdom. Ah, Llewellyn must be serving as proxy for Zadin Cenarium's seat, but they usually meet in Calder. Are they here for a war council? I don't want to serve a kingdom that leaves civilians to die. Llewellyn snarls. You let them in, and there will be no kingdom to serve. Calder lifts his nose. We have already weakened the outposts by stripping them of all but the necessary alloy, and look what it got us in Suneva. We have sent riders, lost riders. What more would you have us do? Starve when we cannot feed double our current population? You are a pretentious, spoiled child who has never known suffering a day and you're enough. Zadin walks through the door, and my heart stops. His gaze jumps to mine like a compass pulled north. He's here. I drink in the sight of him, then swallow. Hard. The amber in his eyes seems brighter, but not lighter. A new, sharp ache spreads in my chest. Has he channeled from the earth again? Or are we on day 66? The discussion is over, Zadin says, ripping his eyes from mine before passing by Llewellyn on his way toward Calder. You were informed as a courtesy. Tell the Cenarium. Don't tell them. I don't particularly care. You cannot. Calder retreats until his back rattles a shield display on the wall. And yet, I'm going to. Zadin stops a full 2 feet from Calder, but shadows curl at his feet and spread down the hall. Calder notices, then glances at one of the shields like it might actually help him. Do we worry? Raya asks under her breath. I catalogue the anger in Zadin's eyes and shake my head. He's pissed, but he's him. Still, just in case, I watch the shadows, spying the darkest one. I forbid it. Halden strides into the hallway, followed by 2 guards. He's here, too. Oh, this is bad. I don't give a fuck. Zadin pivots so he can see both men. And boom, it's a show, Riddock whispers. My money's on Riorson, Sawyer chimes in. Halden glances our way, his gaze jumping from me to Ark, then stiffens when he sees the rest of the squad. This discussion is better had in private. This discussion is over, Zadin counters. Ooh, he used the wingleader voice, Riddock says under his breath. You will not open your board, Ursel. Halden's face blotches. Tyrander is going to take in civilians. My chest constricts and warms all in the same second. I love you, but I will do as I damn well please with my province. Zadin's eyes narrow dangerously on Halden. Even if I'm about to start another revolution, especially then, dear province. Halden squares his shoulders. It's my kingdom, yes, you're first in line to rule a large amount of territory, Zadin agrees. But I rule mine now, Drathis says weeks before the attack. And Tyrender will open her borders. We will take any and all Poamish civilians willing to climb the Madaro Pass. Would you truly condemn 30,000 people to die? Drathis has weeks. What new intel has come in? Mira. I sway it, and Rhiannon grabs hold of my elbow, steadying me. You're choosing their people over ours. Halden's fists curl. They are not endangering our people, Llewellyn argues. This is not a them or us situation. They are not risking our wards. Nor are they raiding a you don't have to defend my decision. Zadin interrupts, turning his full focus to Halden. We're opening our borders. Do we be quite so sure of yourself when I bring my troops into Tyrender? Halden threatens. He wouldn't fucking dare. Every cadet around me straightens, even Arik. The shadows darken and emotion drains from Zadin's eyes, leaving only cold, cruel calculation as he takes a single step toward Halden. You are a prince, not the prince. Bring your troops into Tyrender, and Arik will suddenly find himself first in line for the throne. Fuck. Guards draw their swords. We get off the ice, I shout down the bond, and scalding power surges within me. Not smart to threaten a prince than calm. Haldan's gaze swings away. What does my little brother have to say about this? Auric corrects him. And I'm on his side. He gestures to Xaden. Arashin, remember, and unless Riosin here is going to sign another provincial commitment, I believe I'm under his chain of command now, as are probably a third of your troops. Haldan's jaw flexes once. Twice. Then he glares at Xaden. You've been warned, and you've been informed. Xaden replies in a tone that makes me fear for Haldan's existence. Haldan pivots on his heel and storms past us, his gods and Calder on his heels. Proud of you. Llewellyn thumps his fist against Xaden's shoulder and heads toward the hall. I'm going to tell the others. We're taking civilians. I slip past Lynx to get to Xaden. Come back to me. His cold eyes glance my way, chilling my blood, and then he does a double take. We are. He nods, his voice softening. He blinks hard twice, like he's at war with himself, and then the shadows dissipate and the ice in his gaze thaws. He's back. Not that it will do them much good. A wyvern made it halfway to Arisha yesterday before falling out of the sky. A dozen more tried it. He pauses. Your rotation should be fine, but we don't have long, a month at most. That's horrifically sooner than Mira estimated. The riot can stay in Arisha. I start. We'll all stay, Uriah agrees. No. Xaden shakes his head. It was one thing to take cadets to Arisha when we were a relatively safe distance from combat, but it's another to keep them there if we become the front lines. The butted I pause as wisps of shadow spread from behind me in an unfamiliar pattern. Marin gasps. What the fuck? Riddock whispers. Xaden glances behind me, and his eyes flare. That's not possible, Imogen says. I turn around, reaching for a dagger, and freeze completely. Lynx stands in the middle of the hallway, shaking from head to foot, staring at the darkness that envelops his hands. It's all right. Rhiannon rushes to Lynx's side. Breathe, you're just manifesting, Xaden says, putting himself in front of Lynx. Don't be scared, they're defending you. Fear, anger, whatever it is, level out your emotions and they'll recede. Manifesting? Shadows? I can't. Lynx shakes his head, and the shadows creep up his arms. You can, Xaden assures him. Close your eyes and think of the place you feel safest. Go ahead. Lynx slams his eyes shut. Good job, now breathe deeply and picture yourself there, calm, happy, safe. Xaden watches as the shadows recede. Lynx's breaths even out and his hands reappear. Get him to car now, Xaden orders Rhiannon, and she nods. The squad ushers Lynx down the hall, but I stay behind, shock gluing my feet to the carpet. I don't understand, you're our generation's shadow wielder. Not anymore, magic knows. Xaden's shoulders dip as he turns slowly to face me, his brow scrunching in apology before he schools his features. He's the balance. A chill runs down my spine. I should go. His voice comes out like it's been scraped over hot coals. Edith asked me to resign my professorship due to my extended absence on provincial matters, and for once, I agree with him, especially after seeing that I shouldn't be here. He doesn't mean to his room. He means leaving. Panic seizes my heartbeat. Stay. I reach for him, but he shakes his head and retreats a step. Please, I whisper, more than aware of the guards stationed down the hallway. Please stay with me, fight for the future that's beyond all this. 66 days, right? You can't leave, not now. Not like this. Not when the hope has drained from his eyes. I'm needed in Llewellyn. Milgren's demanded we double our Palladium output for LI, which is training the miners, and there's unrest after that conscription announcement. There's more to Tyrande than just Arisha. He glances left toward the nearest window. I told you control is just prolonging the inevitable. Maybe stability is a fool's hope. Llewellyn is beyond the wards, unless we've moved 2 cases of daggers that I don't know about. If he leaves the wards in this state of mind, you have an entire assembly to help with that. I move, putting myself in his line of sight. You can't give up. I don't care if Lynx manifested shadows. You have to fight. If you won't do it for yourself, then you do it for me. His gaze snaps to mine. What happens to me if you turn? My hands curl at my sides. What happens to Tan and Esgiel if you give in? Xaden's jaw flexes. Do Venom get once a week visits? I take a step closer and lift my chin. Does their bond survive you turning? Does ours? You and I are tethered for life. Xaden Riorson, am I expected to turn with you? Is that the only way to keep our dragons alive if you give up? 1,000 emotions flit across his face and then they're gone. He's on the ice. My stomach flips. Stay, I demand. Or meet me and Arisha, the man I love stays, he fights, the Riorson. Llewellyn asks from the doorway of the great hall. Losers wants a word regarding mining production, you have to accept what I already have, Tzaden says to me. The man you love no longer fully belongs to himself. He walks past Llewellyn into the great hall, taking my heart with him. I just fought with every weapon in my arsenal, and it wasn't enough. My shoulders slump in defeat as I lean against the wall. I'm not entirely sure what that was about, but I've seen how hard it can be to love someone in power. Llewellyn grimaces sympathetically. Wearing a title like his can sometimes feel like you're a fraying rope, being continuously ripped apart between what you personally want and what your people need, though what about what he needs? I ask. Llewellyn pauses, as though choosing his words carefully. He needs you to keep him from fraying, which can sometimes mean putting what you want firmly aside for the good of the province. It's horribly unfair to ask that of anyone, let alone the first lightning wielder in a century. Llewellyn's voice softens. I have the utmost respect for you, Cadet Sorrengail, but this is a crucial time that will determine the path of the province for the next millennium. Your purpose is as great as is in a wholly separate arena, and if that purpose makes it impossible for you to be what Tyrender needs, a Tyrender, not Tzaden. I'm fighting for both, but he doesn't know that. To his ears, he stumbled into an argument where I just asked Tzaden to stay with me instead of tending to Tyrish business. A guard shifts, reminding us both that we're not alone. They are now one and the same. He says it with such kindness it's hard to be angry. You are both so young, with such formidable signets, and if you choose not to adapt to the changes his title brings you. He stops himself, then sighs. I just hope he too will figure out the balance between it all. Like hell am I giving him up, even though nothing about what he laid out sounds equal or balanced. By balance, you mean Tyrender comes first, Tzaden second, our relationship fights for third, and my personal needs are a matter of convenience. Saying it aloud puts it all in harsh perspective. Something like that. Sadness pulls at the corners of his mouth. Tzaden comes first for me. It comes out so self-sacrificial that I half expect my mother to appear and smack me upside the back of my head. Just so we're clear, but I will never stop being the woman he fell in love with in order to morph into whatever domat you think he requires. We're already balanced because we're both strong for ourselves and each other. He needs me to be me, and I'm telling you I promise to help keep Tyrender safe. But not at his expense. He'll say the same about you. It's what makes your relationship so dangerous. He sighs. Like I said, it's hard to love someone in power, and that goes both ways. He slips back into the hall and shuts the door. But Tzaden isn't in power. He is power. And he's slipping. Let me know if he leaves, I tell Taryn, and then I head to class. Tzaden flies out 2 hours later. A dragon determines its last flight, and its riders. Article 1, Section 2 The Dragon Riders Codex. Chapter 47. You're sure you only want me here the first time you try this? I ask Soya 2 days later as we stand in the middle of the fly field with Ten, Anona, and Slicing at 4:30 am. I'm not exactly the best one to catch you if this goes poorly. He tightens the straps on his pack. No, but you're the only one I want seeing if I fall on my ass, or going for help if you break your leg. A small smile plays across his mouth. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Do you want to talk about this? I gesture to Slicing. Thanks. But I've been talking to Jessenia. I'm ready. I need you for the more practical side of this. He nods towards Slicing, then crouches down, then pulls a lever on the inside of his prosthesis. A flat, 2-inch wide piece of metal with a curved end pops out of the toe of his boot. And it's not my first time. I need a second opinion because it didn't go so well for me yesterday. You made that. It's pretty damn cool. Oh yeah. He stands, then stares at Slicing's left front leg. The red swordtail is smaller than Esgil, but his talons are still enormous given what Sawyer is about to try. His scale pattern in this one row doesn't overlap. He points upward. And in theory, the hook should just catch the top of each scale as I climb, but I can't get there without fall. Slicing lifts his head over us and breathes out a huff of steam that I'm going to have to wipe off my goggles. Oh. It's too early to be sticky. I wasn't talking about you, Sawyer argues. It's not like we haven't discussed the scale pattern, and you don't have to. Slicing steams us again, the heat stinging my face. If he gets it any hotter, he's going to blister my skin. Ten stalks forward and tilts his head at Slicing in a way I never want to see aimed at me, and Andron is quick to follow. Because I don't want you to have to. Sawyer shouts up at Slicing, who narrows his eyes. This would be a really ridiculous way to die. He wouldn't dare, Taryn warns. Just let me try it, Sawyer argues. Slicing bares his teeth. Sawyer bears his right back. I will never understand the relationships other riders have with their dragons, I say down the bond. I barely understand my own, but giving Andon a wide berth seems to be working since she's here. Not that she could stay behind for the length of our rotation, but I'm declaring it a victory. You're not supposed to, Tern remarks. Here we go. Sawyer rolls his shoulders, then runs towards Slice's claw. He makes 2 steps before the tip of his boot catches in the mud, and he falls forward. Chit. I lunge for his pack and grab hold with both hands, yanking Sawyer upright before he yukes a set of flight leathers. My shoulders both pop, but the joints have the decency not to subluxate on me. Thanks, Sawyer mutters, staring at the boot. See, how I do. I crouch to peer at the device. Can you kick the lever open? In theory, he answers. But it's probably a little small for that, and I don't have time to make changes before movement today. Well, let's try it as it is. You can modify in erasure. None of us want you to stay behind. Mud squishes under my boots as I stand. You can run, right? Sawyer nods. I wouldn't try this if I couldn't. My gait is off because I can't quite get the flex right, and I'm just not nimble enough to run the full length of his leg like I used to. We can work with that. I nod. How about you run just like you've meant before, and right when you feel your momentum shift, like you're about to fall back, kick the lever open. It should catch your foot just like you designed it to, and you climb the rest of the way. So he looks down at me. That's how you did the gauntlet, isn't it? I waited until I felt my weight shift backward, then stabbed the dagger into the wood and pulled myself up, but I somehow doubt Sliceegg would be appreciative of that approach. A corner of my mouth lifts. Sliceegg huffs another breath, this time without steam, as if in agreement. I'll give it a shot. Sawyer pops the lever close, then nods to himself. Here we go. He takes off running, and Sliceegg flexes his talons, flattening his claw. Sawyer's long legs eat up the first 6 feet of the climb, and I hold my breath when his progress stalls. He kicks the lever, then clings to Slice's leg about halfway up, his foot scraping the scales for a place to grip for a heart-stopping second before it catches. You've got it. I shout. Climb. His left boot holds steady, working as he'd designed, but his right slips, leaving a streak of mud down Sliceegg's red scales. My chest clenches as he tries again, then again, with the same result. Fuck, he yells, then lays his forehead against Sliceegg's leg. I can flatten the tip of my tail and boost him, and on offers, having crept closer. Now my ribs tighten for a whole different reason. It's the first positive thing she said since our return. That's an honorable offer, I tell her, then repeat it to Sawyer. No, he shouts. Thank you, but no. Sliceegg rumbles low in his chest, and I stand there helplessly, knowing there's nothing I can do. Because it's not the same, Sawyer argues, frustration rumbling through his tone, and I know he isn't talking to me. You're the one who took a risk on me, and I would ask you to dishonor. He falls quiet. Is that how you feel when you dip your shoulder for me? I ask Tern. Dishonored, I am the second largest dragon on the continent and a revered warrior. My tales are legendary, my mate unparalleled, my feats unmatched. It doesn't change my question. I cut him off before he starts to list his accolades. It would take a great deal more than a change of posture to dishonor me, he replies. But you never had to lower yourself before me, did you? Not for Nailin, or we do not speak of the one who came before. Agonizing pain floods the bond, and I immediately regret my choice of words. Andarna lifts her head and narrows her accusing golden eyes at me. I know. I put my hands up in the universal sign of surrender. You know that's not how I feel about it, Sawyer says as his arms start to tremble. We've been over this, any rider would have done the same in my position. He shakes his head and reaches for the next scale, then pulls himself upward, gaining a foot of hard-fought distance. Of course I don't blame you, that's not. His head whips sideways towards Sliceegg's. No, I'm not punishing for Amory's sake. Will you just let me get a word in? From the silence that follows, Sliceegg does not comply. I shift my weight as my pack grows heavier by the minute, and my lower spine stops whining and starts shouting. Because my leg wasn't still is worth your life. Sawyer snaps when he can't reach the joint of the next scale. Of course you're allowed to feel the same. His hand slides back to its previous hold. Oh. Sliceegg huffs, then extends his left leg, sliding his claw through the mud. Slowly, it lowers to a walkable degree of incline. My throat tightens as Sawyer lets go and slowly rises. He extends his arms upward, like a cadet on parapet, then trudges upward step by step as I catch movement in my peripheral vision. Your year mates arrive, Tern says. I keep my eyes locked on Sawyer as he reaches the top of Slice's shoulder and lowers his arms. His next movements look like a routine he's performed thousands of times, and with a few quick steps, he finds the seat. Slice rises to his full height as Sawyer settles in, and I back away for a better view. Looks like you've been up there a time or two, I call to him as he relaxes in the seat. Feels like I never left, he shouts down with a grin. I can ride, you can ride, I agree, my smile instant and wide. Now, does it matter how you got there, or only that he chose you? You know the answer to that already. His smile softens. I do. I nod, then turn to Anarna, narrowing the pathway to just her. Look at me. She spares me a glance. You can grieve. If my words don't work, maybe hers will. Golden eyes lock on mine. You can grieve, I repeat. And when and if you're ready to talk about it, I'll be here. You do not talk about your grief, she counters. Neither does he. Her tail flicks in Tan's direction. She has a point. I'm getting there, they say slowly. And he's not perfect either. Her nostrils flare and her scales shimmer to the purple tone black she usually prefers. I nod and let the subject drop, but it definitely feels like progress. Thank Hammery, Rai whispers as she comes up on my left side, grinning up at Sawyer. Sawyer, look at you. Riddoch runs forward, his arms up in victory. Slicek swings his head and snaps his teeth shut a few feet in front of Riddoch. Look at you from a distance. Riddoch retreats, his arms still held high. When he bumps into Marin, he turns and sweeps her into a hug as she laughs. I couldn't help, Rai says quietly as Sawyer focuses on re-grunting himself with the seat. Did I feel him? No, you were exactly who he needed you to be. I slid my arm through hers. Fuck, this pack is heavy. You're our friend, but you're also our squad leader. He doesn't want to fall in front of you, none of us do. We want to make you proud, and I know you're used to being responsible for us, and you're truly exceptional at your job. Riddoch puts Marin down, then reaches for Kat, who accepts his hug with straight arms and an annoyed eye roll. But Rai glances at me sideways. But you couldn't have made this happen any faster. We walk toward the others. Not you, or me, or Riddoch, or Jessenia. It was always down to the two of them. It was only ever going to be on their timeline. Riddoch spins toward Neve, and the third-year flyer looks at him like he's grown another set of eyeballs as she dodges his embrace and bumps into Brajan. He whirls toward Imogen, who puts up her hand as she walks by with Quinn. Don't even think about it, Ganlin, she warns. You're so warm and fuzzy, Quinn says, slinging her arm around Imogen's shoulders. Only to you. She looks up at Sawyer. Nice to see you where you belong, Henrik. Riddoch spins and throws his arms around Dane, who lifts his brows, then slowly brings his hand up and pats Riddoch's back twice in an awkward exchange. Looking good, Sawyer. Dane calls up, then continues on toward Kath. Good job, Matthias, but I says to Rai as he walks by. Got your cadet back in the seat. I didn't as she starts, and I squeeze her arm with mine. He did it himself, but we're proud of him. Thank you, section leader. What I nod with a smile that looks so close to Zadan's my whole rib cage draws tight. Neither Bot I nor Dane had a chance to take the rune course because of their duty schedules and our failed mission, so we get them both on our rotation. Look at him. Riddoch races our way and smooshes us in a hug. All is right with the world. His arms slacken and he draws back, his gaze soaked in apology. I mean, other than what's going on with Riorson, I know what you meant. I shift my pack and force a smile. And hopefully I'll see him there. Hope stows away like a little windproof passenger as we launch for Arisha and somehow lies through the night when we make camp just inside the Tirish border. I have to admit, it's freeing to fly without worry that we're about to be spotted by a Wyvern patrol or found by Thifani. Only once we're sure the Griffins can still handle the altitude after being gone for months do we start the final leg of the trip, entering the lone protection of the Ereshin wards. Landing in the valley above Arisha that evening feels like coming home, but Zadan isn't here. Or Askiel isn't, which means the same thing. This sucks, I tell Tan with a heavy sigh. He growls in agreement. Anarna snaps at Kaori when he walks a little too close over Panchek's blustering protests, then takes off after a herd of sheep as I dismount from Tan. I'm sorry, the professor says, knitting his dark, slashing brows. I didn't mean you did, I interrupt. And I sympathize with why you've come, but she's not going to let you study her, not even here, if I understand. Kaori nods, then looks around the high-hanging valley with its lush green foliage and snow-tipped peaks. Selfishly, I also wanted to see how this Empyrean functions. I suspect it's why Panchik is tagged along as well. A smile tugs at my mouth. Good luck asking them. You ready? Rhiannon asks as she approaches with footsteps that border on bouncing. Yeah. I flat out grin at my friend's happiness. Let's get done this so you can see your family. I'd prefer we hold formation Danes does as he comes up on my right. Rhiannon and I both level a look on him. Tomorrow morning, he quickly corrects course. Family first, and all. The family first. Rhiannon agrees with a quick smile and he passes by, heading toward the rocky path down to the house. I get that he has to come for rune training, too, but why our squad? Rai whispers. Same reason I'm here. Botai pops up on our left and lifts his face to the sun like he's greeting an old friend. This is the best squad, I forgot how fucking hot this place is, Riddox says, unbuttoning his flight jacket. It's a hatching ground, Rhiannon reminds him with a wide grin. I bet it's almost the same temperature as the Vale with how many dragons are here now that we beat the storm, but I bet it lowers the temperature tomorrow. I flick the buttons open on my jacket, well aware I'll be freezing the second we cross the magical barrier that defines this territory as the hatching grounds. Sure enough, it's glacial by the time we make it down to Riorson House. Gods, just the sight of it makes me miss him. The squad files past the guards and through the front doors, into the massive entryway that looks up 5 full stories set into the mountain like giant steps. It's quiet for this time of day. Or maybe it just seems empty because the halls are no longer bustling with cadets. Kaori turns around with a stunned look of disbelief. Felix pats him on the back, then says something to Rhiannon before leading Kaori away. Eyes on me. Rhiannon's voice echoes, earning everyone's attention. Find your bunks as previously assigned. The night is yours to do what you want, but formation is at 7 tomorrow, so I'd think twice about finding a tavern. We break and climb the first flight of stairs. Let's get out of here as quickly as possible, Rai tells Maren just ahead of me. I can't wait to see my brothers. Maren claps excitedly, like catching on the long silver scar on the back of her hand. Pretty sure there's not a single one of us who has come through the last few years unmarked in some way. Kat, are you coming? I wouldn't mind seeing the little terrors, she says with a nod as we reach the landing. Why? Rai asks over her shoulder. Sure, I answer with a quick nod. I love your family, Swear and I are going too. Riddoch heads up to the 3rd floor. Alright, Rai calls up the stairs as she climbs. Whoever wants to go to my house, we meet in the foyer in 40 minutes, which should give you a chance to bathe and change. My mother will boot you out of her house if you walk in smelling like sulfur, and I'm not even kidding. I pause on the landing, my gaze flickering from the steps ahead to the hallway on my left. Please don't tell me you're lost, Botai says, coming up the steps last. Of course not. I shake my head slowly. It's just that I don't have a room here, and I'm not sure where I should sleep. He scoffs and gestures down the hall. You have a room, it hasn't moved. It's his room, I correct him quietly. And he's all broody, you were home, Vi, act like it. He grins then turns around me, walking backward down the hallway on the right. Sleep in your bed, he'll just brood harder if you don't. I sigh when he disappears into his room, and then turn left and head to mine hours. The handle won't turn, so I flip my wrist and picture the mechanism opening, using lesser magic to unlock it. Walking in is surreal. Magic tingles across my skin when I step through the wards. It looks just like we left in December, except most of our things are now at Bastiaeth. After shutting the door, I swing my pack from my shoulders and set it on the chair Zadan waited in for all those days while I slept after being stabbed over resin. The bedding is the same dark blue, the curtains beside the massive windows are open to the evening light, and every book in his collection is exactly where it belongs on the built-in shelves to my right. There are a few pitiful attempts at tampered runes on the desk, left from my last lesson, along with the forgotten notebook in the top drawer. I check the armor and find one of my sweaters, a uniform for each of us, and the blanket his mother made and tucked up in the right-hand corner. And gods, does it smell like him. My chest threatens to split straight open at the sudden, acute stab of pure longing. I've left my mark here too. The bathing chamber still smells like the soap I use on my hair, and I find the bar right where I left it. I take a few minutes to clean up, then dress in a fresh uniform, half expecting Zadan to walk in any second and ask me about my day. It's almost like this room is removed from time itself, a tiny corner of the world where we simultaneously live together yet don't. The only indication months have passed is the glass box from Zaelno on his nightstand, and the emerald-hilted blade of Arisha resting within. It's missing a single stone near the top, but looks no worse for wear after having been in Avarian possession for 600 years. Someone knocks on the door, and I glance at the clock. Has it already been 40 minutes? I swing open the door and find Brennan on the other side. His eyes are tired, but his smile is bright as he gives me the standard sibling once-over. Can't help it, I do it too, coming away satisfied that he's not wearing any new scars. Pull me in. He holds out his hand. He fought with the wards the last time he was here, of course he did. I grab my brother's hand and pull him through. He immediately yanks me into a hug. I soak up the rare moment of peace until he steps back, having lost his smile sometime in the last 10 seconds. Do you need anything mended? No. I shake my head. Are you sure? Because every time you show up here you're an inch from death. He studies me like I might be lying. I'm sure. Good. He kicks the door closed. Sound shield only works with the door shut, right? I retreat a few steps in apprehension. What's wrong? Brennan's face falls and he stares at the ground. I can't mend him, if I have no idea who you're talking about. I lift my brows in utter confusion. We're all healthy, no one was hurt on the way here. He looks up, and the sorrow in his eyes sends me staggering backward. The sadden, I can't mend him, I tried every day that he was here last week. I struggle to draw adequate breath. You know, I know. He nods once. He must be further along than Jack had been when Nolan started working with him. I'm so sorry. That unit of measurement is unfathomable. Me too. We tried silent offerings in every local temple, pushing magic back into the earth, even sitting with eggs in the hatching ground. We've tried everything either of us could think of. Though the letter he sent from Llewellyn yesterday had a weird, he looks at me like I've grown horns. Are you smiling? Yesterday? I don't even try to fight the hopeful little curve. Brennan nods. He wants to try mending the spot at Bastiath, the good idea. There's nothing small about my grin now. He might be broody, but he hasn't given up. Chapter 48. Thunder rattles my bedroom windows the next night as I pore over the pages of the latest book Ticker sent, letting my hair dry. He hasn't forgotten our deal even now that he's king, and I'm not giving up on Zadin, especially when it's clear he hasn't given up on himself. The answer is out there somewhere, and we'll find it. Having Brennan in the note only bolsters that hope. Maybe he can't mend Zadin, but there's never been a problem my brother couldn't solve. I glance over at the mess of practice runes on my desk and momentarily debate working on the delayed activation rune Triss has spent most of the afternoon drilling into us. His purpose is to take an existing, dormant rune and turn it on by tempering more magic into it. Its actual use? Nothing, since I can't make the damn thing work. Ha, got it right on the first try. Imogen followed quickly after. Kai singed the ends of his spiky black hair. Dane, Bodhi, Rai, Riddock, everyone eventually mastered one except me. Even Auric, who has yet to manifest a signet, managed the intricacy of the lesser magic. Whatever. We're here for 2 weeks. Eventually I'll get it right, and if I don't, then that's why we work in squads. I don't have to be good at everything. I tuck the perpetually slipping strap of my Devrelli silk nightdress back up my shoulder and flip the page in Ticker's book. My brows rise at the next passage I read, and I go over it once more to be sure I've caught onto a pattern. That makes 3. Thunder sounds again, and power rises within me like it's been called by a friend to come play. I watch the rain that seems to be coming in sideways from the east, then grab the conduit off my nightstand and let it flow. Felix graduated the alloy in the center to the same size as does the power the daggers, and I may as well multitask and get his homework done while I read. Dunn knows he's going to expect at least 3 of them to be imbued before hauling me up the mountains tomorrow for yet more practice. He's training me like I'm the only thing standing between the Venin and Arisha, and with the wards declining every day, I can't fault him. With Zadin handling province matters in Llewellyn, I'm the best we've got against the Afeni, at least offensively. Someone knocks at my bedroom door. I close the book and stash it on my nightstand with the conduit, then climb off my bed to answer the door. It's after 10, which means it's either Rai wanting to chat like last night or Brennan looking for a partner to raid the kitchens. Either way, Iscan is practically see-through, so I grab a robe from the armor on my way. Glittering onyx tabs against my shield's a breath away from the threshold, and I abandon the robe's tie to yank open the door. My heartbeat stutters, then flies. Sadden stands in the doorway in flight leathers, soaked to the bone, rain dripping from his hair. War rages in his eyes, like this is both the last and only place he wants to be. Hi. My hand flexes on the door handle. Why didn't he tell me he was here? I asked Tern. You didn't ask to be made aware of his arrival, only his departure. Fucking semantics. Tell me to go, and I will, Sadden says, his voice coming out like it's been scraped over coals. It's only been 73 days to come here. I let the handle go and step back to make space. You must be freezing. 1 second he's standing in the hallway, and the next, his hands are in my hair and his mouth is on mine. Odds, yes. His lips are cold, but his tongue is deliciously warm as it strokes into my mouth. The kiss wakes up every nerve ending in my body and reminds me just how long it's been since Betrayal. Between traveling, our close confines with other riders, and his fear of losing control, it's been too many weeks since I felt his skin against mine. 1 kiss from him is all it takes for power to hum along my skin, for need to override any and all thoughts besides closer and more. It's always closer and more when it comes to him. The door shuts somewhere in the background, and I hear the click of a lock, the thud of his pack hitting the floor, the drag of wet leather as he undoes the clasp of his back scabbard, then slides it over his shoulders, never once breaking the kiss. He takes my mouth just like he did the first time, wholly, completely, like he's given himself permission to be reckless and he's going to make the most of it. He sucks my tongue into his mouth, and I whimper at the frenzy whipping through me, at how much I've missed the physical contact between us. My hands rise to his chest, and the chill of his jacket sends a shiver down my back. How long was he flying in that storm? I push gently. Oh wait. He immediately pauses, lifting his head just enough to look in my eyes. I shouldn't be here, I know, not yet, at least, that isn't what I meant. I slip my fingers between the buttons of his fly jacket and hold onto the fabric like we can solve every problem in the world if he just stays in this room with me. Of course you should be here, I just thought you were in Llewellyn, who I was. His focus drops to my lips and heats so quickly that I almost regret stopping him. Then I launched for Turvain and ended up in our home. The words come slowly, like they're being ripped from him. Or at least it will be after you graduate and we're both assigned here. It's already home. My pulse jumps. I can't remember the last time he talked about the future with anything but dread. He flew 9 hours in the wrong direction, I tease, undoing the top button of his flight jacket, then the next. Well the fuck aware, he whispers with a hint of a smirk. I'd been pissed and skating that mental ice in Llewellyn, but I held my shit together instead of punching the 2 men who raised me after Dad died. He searches my eyes like I might condemn him for the admission, but I simply work my way down his buttons and listen. We were beyond the woods, but I didn't reach for any form of pub because even in that state, I knew it could take me back to day 0, and day 0 doesn't give me you. I clawed my way back to myself and laughed. You kept your control. Pride is a smile tugging at my mouth as I free his last button. He nods. I'm not ignoring my fate. I know there will come a point in time where I'll become more than me. He swallows. But as dangerous as hope is, you're right, I have to fight for this. I think I'm stable for now, and I know it's only day 78. What is this magical number you have? God's help me if we're looking at triple digits. He ducks my hair behind my ears. 76 is twice Barlow's longest stretch without draining after his first significant channeling the cliff incident. I didn't want to get your hopes up, but I figure that making it 76 days will indicate that I can stall the progression. I blink. 3 days? My hopes don't just rise, they soar. I told myself I'd wait until day 76 to show up at your door, but Eskiel changed course once I realized if I could keep control beyond the woods. He leans in, hovering inches above my mouth. Then you can keep control with me? I shamelessly finished the sentence the way I wanted to end. My breath catches when icy cold water drips onto my collarbone, doing nothing to dispel the rising temperature of my body this close to his. Under the right circumstances. He nods, then retreats a step, stripping off his soaked flight jacket, and I follow suit, shrugging out of my robe so the garments hit the floor at the same time. This might be as good as it gets, and I want every single second we eat. He stops mid-sentence as his gaze rakes over the full length of me with blatant, palpable hunger, warming every inch of my skin that it touches. Oh fuck, he groans. What would those circumstances be? My heart starts to race. Whatever he wants, whatever he needs, it's his. I'm his. Are you wearing? He lifts a hand toward me, then pulls it back, clenching his fist. The nightdress you had made for me? Yes. Don't get distracted. What circumstances? I repeat, then drag my tongue over my swollen lower lip. That kiss wasn't nearly enough. I'm starved for him, and if he's ready, I'm happily willing to feast. Not distracted, obsessed. You look. His eyes darken as he studies my curves like he's never seen them. Maybe we should wait until day 76. He retreats and reaches for the door handle. Absolutely not. Open that door, and I'll pin the edge of your pants to the wood and leave you there for the next 3 days. I glance meaningfully at my daggers on the dresser. We can curl up in our bed and just sleep if that's what you want, but please stop running from me. I definitely don't want to sleep. He pushes off the door, and my pulse thrums as he consumes the distance between us. And I'm entirely incapable of running from you. His fingers spear through the hair at the nape of my neck, and he tugs, tilting my face toward his. Even when I'm not entirely me, whatever I am still craves you, needs you, only wants you. That's a feeling I'm more than familiar with. I love you too. I brace my hands on his chest, my fingertips grazing the patches of sewed fabric near his collar as I sedge up onto my toes and kiss him. The need that had simmered comes back in a rush twice as strong, and what starts as soft and sweet turns mind-blowingly hot in a matter of seconds. Our tongues twine, our hands roam, and everything outside this room slips away, overpowered by what really matters, us. He hooks a hand around the back of my thigh, then lifts. The world spins, and I find the wall at my back as he raises his head. If I loved you in the way you deserve to be loved, I'd ignore that you're the only form of peace I've ever known and put 1,000 miles between us because stable still isn't whole. His gaze drops to my mouth. Instead, I'm here plotting, thinking of every possible way to mitigate the threat I pose so I can tear this very translucent silk from your incredible body and bury myself inside you. Yes, please. I push the thought down the bond and wrap my legs around his waist, gasping at the chill that meets my thighs. Violet. His moan fills my mind as he stares at me, flexing his jaw. I decide what I deserve. Right now, my body definitely knows it deserves him. I lock my ankles and accept the cold with a small shiver. I'll have him warm in no time. What risks I'm willing to take now, what circumstances then, that I'm making you cold. His brow furrows a second before he reaches behind his head and tugs his shirt off. Mine. All mine. And yet you somehow think you could possibly hurt me. My arms wind around his neck as the shirt hits the floor, my entire body drawn tight at his bare chest and the scar above his heart. I want to lick every line of his torso. Tell me what you need so I can have you. He palms my waist, then dips his head and sets his mouth to my neck. Fuck, you smell good, it's just soap. Then my mind turns to mush and my head falls back against the stone. Each press of his mouth is a shot of electricity that floods my bloodstream, mixing with my power and pulling between my thighs. It's just you. He kisses up the side of my throat, then down my jawline until his lips hover over mine. I need you to give me the one thing you love breaking. I force my brain to work through the haze of lust he's creating. Control, to control. He nods. But done. I suck on his lower lip and then graze my teeth across it as I let go. You have it already anyway. I'm as malleable as putty the second he puts his hands on me. If you only knew. He shakes his head and slides his fingers up over my ribs to cup my breast. My breath stutters as he drags the silk of my nightdress over my sensitive nipple again and again. My control when it comes to you is an illusion. You are the temple where I worship. I live for the clench of your thighs, your breathy little cries, the feel of you coming around my cock, and above all else, the sound of my favorite 3 words from this mouth. His thumb skims my lids before he cradles the back of my head and looks into my eyes. Keeping my hands off you has been the feat of my life, and you have the power to shred my discipline with a single fucking touch. I melt and arch into his hand. It's a good thing he has me pinned against the wall, because I know my knees would have given out halfway through their confession, let alone what he's doing with his fingers. Don't touch you, got it, do you? Bands of shadow stream over his shoulders to wrap around my wrists, and a heartbeat later, my hands are anchored to the wall above my head. Is this something you can take if I need it? The shadows flow over my palms and through my fingers in a continuous caress that steals my breath. Yes. I swallow hard. It's disturbingly hot, actually. A corner of his mouth rises into a slow smile, and bands of shadow stroke over my legs like hands, pushing my hemline up my thighs. I'll keep that in mind. My back bows as those shadows firm along my inner thigh. He hasn't so much as lifted a finger to wield. He's doing all of this with his mind. The casual display of power is even hotter. What else? Because if you don't actually start touching me soon, I'm going to do it myself and make you watch. We should have done that months ago. His eyes flare, and he rolls my nipple between his thumb and forefinger. That feels so damn good. My hips rock against him. He's hard and right fucking there, just a few layers of fabric away from where I desperately need him. He covers the peak of my breast with his mouth, using the wisp of silk and his teeth to make me whimper. This done, I blatantly beg, my thighs tightening around his waist. All traces of teasing leave his eyes as he lifts his head. Do you have serum in my pack? Do you want it? Now we're making progress. He shakes his head. Esquil would eviscerate me, but I want you to shove it down my throat if you. He winces. Fuck that, how many daggers do you have in here? The 2. No need to ask which daggers he's asking about. Make that 4. He unsheaths one at his thigh and sets it on the bookcase to my right, then uses lesser magic to float his other one to my nightstand. Scared yet? My lips curve at the reminder of his words from months ago. Nope. I brush a kiss across his lips, knowing I won't need to use the weapons. It wouldn't be the first time I raised a blade to you. He stares, utterly bewildered, then flashes a grin. I'm not sure what that says about us. Is it toxic? Maybe. Is it us? Absolutely. That we've debated killing each other multiple times and have always abstained. I kiss him, flicking my tongue over the scene of his lips because he's mine and I can. I'd say that bodes well for our future. If we'd actually tried to draw blood, I'd be worried. He threw daggers at my head. His hands clasp my hips, and his mouth slides down my throat, lingering to suck on the juncture between my neck and shoulder. Gods, that's nice. I draw in a breath as my temperature rises at least a degree. He's going to have me molten before he even starts. I threw daggers next to your head, big difference. Whirling my hips earns me as low groan. If it makes you feel better, if at any time I think you're actually going to kill me, I'll stab you, alright? Just put my conduit in my hand and fucking touch me already. Holy shit, I just said that. And I'm not even faced. No conduit. His hands flex, pulling me against the hard length of him, and he kisses every inch of bare skin he can get his mouth on. I'm going to combust right here, dangerously close to these books, but at least rain still pelts the glass. I mean, it's your house, if you want to set it on. My heart clenches. You want me at full power. I'm not taking chances with you. He loosens the shadows at my wrists, and my hands fall to his shoulders as his mouth whispers along my collarbone in a sweep that sends tingles of pleasure straight down my spine. Would you like to hold the dagger, too, or is within reach acceptable? They don't need it. I am the weapon. I use his very words from the sparring pit and plunge my fingers into his hair, trying desperately to hold one of the most important conversations of my life while he systematically unravels me. I know. He goes to his lips over mine and draws back when I lean in for more. It's the only reason I let myself knock on your door. Want to change your mind? He studies my eyes like there's any chance I'm going to deny what we both desperately need each other. Our door, I correct him. I choose you. I choose whatever risk this brings. I see every part of you, sad in, the good, the bad, the unforgivable. That's what you promised, and that's what I want all of you. I can handle myself, even against you if I have to. His gaze darkens. I don't want to hurt you, but then don't. I skim my fingertips down over his relic, relishing in the feel of him while he'll let me have it. If I slip, he shakes his head. Fuck, Violet. The way he says my name part moan part prayer wrecks me. You won't. Day 73, remember? I run my thumb down his jawline. But we can wait to 76 if it makes you feel better. His jaw ticks against my fingers. No more waiting. All chapter 49, our mouths collide and we ignite. There's no more teasing. No more dart. His tongue sweeps past my lips with arrogant ownership and I moan, sliding my fingers into his head to hold into me. He takes my mouth over and over in deep, drugging kisses that have me arching for more and nipping at his lower lip when he doesn't give it fast enough. Stone grates against my back as he rolls his hips, but all I feel is searing pleasure as he hits the perfect spot. Again, I demand, then whimper into his mouth when he delivers. The fever he's worked me into threatens to devour me, and there are still so many clothes between us. His hand glides under my thigh on the rumpled hem of my gown, and he runs the backs of 2 fingers between my thighs, right over the fabric of my underwear. You're fucking soaked for me, he growls. The tantalizingly light touch rouses a surge of power that only adds to the crackling heat gathering low in my belly. Well, the fuck aware. I smirk, rocking against those fingers, and kiss him like I might lose him if I surrender his tongue. Have you seen you? He huffs a laugh against my lips, and then we're moving. I expect to feel the bed against my back at any second, but he surprises me by unhooking my ankles and setting my feet on the floor in between the high-backed armchair and our bed. Then his mouth is on mine again, stoking the fire that already rages too hot to survive much longer. Clothes fly. I reach for the button at his waistband. He breaks the kiss only long enough to tote my nightdress over my head. I shove at the water-lowered leather of his pants. He strips me out of my underwear. If undressing is a race, I definitely win, but he's startlingly quick with his boots. All it takes is one look to remind me just how much I've won. Mine, I whisper, tracing the carved edges of his abdominals with my fingers. I keep waiting for it to wear off, I mutter as he pumps my lower back and tugs me toward him. What? He asks, sitting in the armchair and lifting me into his lap. My knees bracket his muscled hips, and my heart flutters impossibly fast. The complete awe I feel when I remember that you're mine. I stroke my hands over his shoulders and down his chest. That by some miracle I'm the one who gets to touch you. It hasn't worn off for me yet either. Don't think it will. His gaze drifts over my unbound hair and body with a hunger so sharp it could slice through dragon scale. This is all I thought about last time I was here with Eddie. Oh yes. I start to lower myself, more than ready to feel every inch of him inside me. He hisses through his teeth when the head of his cock slides between my thighs, and I do the same when he rubs against my clit, sending sparks skittering along every cell in my body. Not yet, he says through gritted teeth. My fingers dig into his shoulders. I might actually die if you make me wait. I never said you'd be waiting. He lifts one of my knees to the top of a padded chair arm, then the other, and stares up at me with a wicked smirk as his hands slide to my ass. A grab hold, love. Before I can ask where, shadows tied my hands to the top of the upholstered chair back and hold them there. What are you worshipping? He lifts my ass and brings my hips straight to his mouth. I cry out at the first sweep of his perfect tongue, and it's only his hands and shadows that keep me from collapsing. White hot heat streaks through me like lightning, and power rises to a frequency that vibrates along my skin when he does it again. And again. And again. I'll never get enough of you. Saturn licks and lashes and sucks like he has no other plan for the night, driving me absolutely mindless, holding me in place as my hips rock for more. Zadin, Amun. Pleasure and power spiral, hot and urgent, winding within me so tightly that my muscles lock and my thighs start to shake. Don't stop. He sends me right over the edge. Lightning crashes, illuminating the room, and thunder immediately follows as I break into uncountable fragments, shattered by the waves of bliss that come, and come, and come. Instead of letting up, Saturn slides 2 fingers inside me and moves in time with his tongue, and the orgasm that should wane kicks into a second that's just as bright, if not slightly sharper. You're so slick, I'll be inside you in one thrust, he says as I start to descend, falling limply against the back of the chair, my arms trembling in the aftermath. Stay right there. He kisses my stomach, then slips up from underneath me. I tug at the shadow bonds, but they hold fast. Fuck, I want to touch him, kiss him, devote myself to his body the way he just did mine. But if this is what he needs, you are every fantasy I'll ever have. His lips brush the shell of my ear and I shiver. He draws my right knee down to the seat, and the chair creaks as he sets his left behind me. Give me your mouth. I look back over my shoulder and he curls over me, kissing me hard and deep. He slides the head of his cock into position, then lifts his mouth from mine. Last chance to change your mind. It's never going to happen. I look into his eyes. Fuck me, make love to me, take me, I don't care what you call it as long as you get inside me right now. The need isn't a strong enough word for the way I'm feeling, how desperate I am to hold all of him. You can reach the dagger on the dresser if he starts, and I silence him with a kiss. He groans, then takes my hips in his hands and pulls me downward, into the long, rolling thrust that takes me inch by magnificent inch. Fuck, you feel like home. We both cry out when he pushes all the way in. The pressure, the stretch, the depth he's hitting at this angle are all sublimely perfect. I stop tugging at the shadows at my wrists and grip the back of the chair so I can rock into his next thrust. He starts a deep, pounding rhythm that's as merciless as it is exquisite, and every time he returns is better than the last. Thank gods there's a sand shield on this room, or they'd hear us all the way in the assembly chamber. We can't kiss deeply enough, can't get close enough, and our efforts only serve to beat sweat on our skin. I descend into keening cries as he drives us onward, his breath panting against my lips, one of his hands tangling in my hair while the other pulls me into every snap of his hips. That spiraling tension is deeper this time, tugging at my power, intertwining pleasure and electricity until the air charges around us. The Zadin, I whisper. I need it. Gods, I don't even know. I've got you, he promises, his voice hoarse. My power, my body, my soul, it's all yours. He slips a hand down my stomach and lightly strokes my hypersensitive clit. Take whatever you need. Just him. That's all I need, and I have every possible part of him. I shatter, my head bucking as the release takes me, hurling me from my body into whatever realm exists beyond, then drowning me in cascading avalanches of pleasure. Lightning strikes again, and I catch the scent of smoke before Zadin mutters a kiss and shadows fly. Or shit. Just the desk, it's fine, he swears, and I'm absolutely boneless as he plucks me from the chair and flips me so I'm straddling his lap again. I sink down onto him, watching his eyes slide shut, and I wrap my arms around his neck. My hands are not her hands I'm worried about now. He grits his teeth and reaches to grab hold of the edge of the dresser. That explains the shift in positions. The furniture isn't the only thing he's holding on to either. Sweat coats his brow, his pulse thrums in his throat, and his abs are so rigid against my stomach that he might as well be stone. Let go, I order, rising up on my knees and sinking again, riding him at a faster pace that I know makes him feral. Fuck. He throws his head back, and the muscles of his neck strain. Violet, love, I can't till you can. My hands move to the sides of his neck, and I drop my forehead to his. My body, my soul, my power is all right here. You love me, you will never hurt me. Let go, sudden. I call on just enough power to hummel on my skin, enough to tell him I'm not defenseless in this moment, and then I shamelessly take every ounce of how good this feels and shove it down the bond. Oh shit. His arms tense, and his hips snap once twice, and on the third, shadow fills the room, plunging us into darkness and sending metal clanging to the ground. He drops his head to my shoulder and groans into my neck as he finds his release. I love you. I sag against his chest, happily limp with exhaustion, and the darkness fades, revealing the room and the storm raging outside it once more. The wooder he starts, lifting his hands. I begrudgingly raise my head just so he doesn't worry us into an early grave and peek over the back of the chair. Not a mark in sight. My heart swells. Not even a fingerprint. He tenses beneath me. Not one. I look into his eyes and smile. You stable, though for now, he whispers, but his eyes light up. And I'll take it. He wraps his arms around me and surges to his feet, carrying me along our bed. Are we going somewhere? I hold on even though I know he's more than capable of carrying me. Bathtub, but he says with a devious grin. Then the dratter, then the bed. I completely ignore the homework I have yet to finish. Excellent plan. Chapter 50. Spring green meadow grass bends under my boots as the first drops of rain fall. I shouldn't be here. I know what happens here. And yet, this is where I'm called time and again. This is the price of saving her life. Lightning splinters the sky, illuminating the high walls of Dratus and its spiraling tower in the distance and outlining dozens of wings in the sky. If I move fast enough, I'll get there this time. But my legs won't obey, and I stumble, just like I always do. He steps out of nothingness, straight into my path, and my heart pounds, as though increasing the speed of its beats will cease it from sinking through my chest. I grow weary of waiting. The sage pulls back the hood of his robe, revealing red-rimmed eyes and scarlet veins branching at his temples like roots. I am not yours. I flip my palms, summoning the power that's come to define me, but nothing rises except my own panic. Before I can reach for my blades, I'm yanked into the air. Icy fingers wrap around my neck, too vaporous to fight yet substantial enough to nearly cut the flow of air. Pain sears my throat. Asshole. My magic never works here, but it always does. You are ours. The sage's eyes narrow with malice. You will bring what I want. His grip tightens with every word, allowing only a trickle of air into my lungs or she dies. I'm through waiting, and I will not allow her to win such a prize. I sweep the sky for a familiar set of wings as I hear her scream, but find none as the rain begins in earnest. He's bluffing. I force the word out. Do not have her. He drops his arms, and I fall to my knees on the grass, pulling breath after breath to replace what he'd denied me. But I will, he vows. Because you'll bring her to me. The fuck I will. Anger cuts through the fear, and I slam my left hand to the ground. Rain runs off my flight jacket and courses over the edge of my relic in rivulets as I flex my fingers in the wet grass, splaying my fingers wide. My hand, it doesn't look like mine, there it is. Power courses through the earth beneath me, ready and willing to annihilate their forces if I have the courage to let go of the impossible dreams I've clung to and accept the fate Zainal has dealt me. I only have to reach, and they'll be safe. She'll be safe. No. This is wrong. This is a dream. Only a dream. And yet he holds me here night after night. Fighting through the weight of the nightmare, I wrench my hand from the ground. Awake! I scream, but no sound emerges. This city will fall, yours will be next, the sage promises. Awake! I jerk my head up, only to find the sword of Tyrandor at my throat. The sage draws his arm back and my body jolts and my eyes fly open. There is no field. No sage. No sword. Just gentle raindrops hitting our window, the warmth of the blankets tangled at my leg, and the weight of Sadin's arm draped over my waist. The worst of the storm has passed. Filling my lungs to capacity persuades the pounding in my chest to ease, but the breaths against my ear only come faster, growing more ragged with every second. Zayden? I twist toward him and lift my hand to his face. His skin is damp with sweat, his brow furrowed, and his jaw clenches so hard I hear his teeth grind. I'm not the only one having nightmares tonight. Zayden. I sit up and slide my hand to his bare shoulder, then tap gently. Wake up. He flings himself onto his back, and his head begins to thrash. Zayden. My chest tightens at the visible pain on his face, and I throw myself down the bond. Zayden. His eyes open and he surges upright with a full-body gasp, then plants his hands beside his hips on the mattress. You're alright, I say gently, and his gaze snaps toward mine, wild and haunted. You are having a nightmare. He blinks the sleep out of his eyes, then swings his head in a quick sweep of the space. We're in our room. Oh, we're in our room. I draw my fingers across his shoulders, and the muscles soften. And you're here. His shoulders dip as he looks my way. I'm here. I pick up his left hand and press it against my cheek. You're clammy. His brow knits. Everything all right? Her figure, he immediately asks about me. I had a bad dream too. I shrug. Must be the storm, must be. His gaze flickers past me toward the window. Come here. He pulls me closer, then lays us down to face each other. A second later, he draws the sheet but not the blanket over us and settles his hand on my hip. Tell me about yours. I tuck the sheet under my arm and slide my other hand under my pillow. It's the same one I've had since wrestling, the same one. He brushes my hair back over my shoulder. You told me you had bad dreams, but never said they repeated. I have a recurring nightmare. It's nothing. Thunder booms in the distance, and he stays quiet, waiting for me to continue. It's usually in a field, and there's a battle in the distance. I can hear Anna scream, but I can't get to her. My throat tightens, and I lift my hand to his chest. The sage is there, and he always levitates me like I'm nothing heavier than a pocket watch, and I can't kick, or scream, or move. I'm just stuck there as he threatens me. He tenses. You're sure it's the sage? I nod. He held the sword of Tyrinder to my throat after demanding I bring him something. It's like my subconscious is trying to warn me that they're going to use you against me. Though what else? His heart starts to pound beneath my fingers. I blink, trying to remember. I can't explain how I know, since I've only ever seen it from a distance, but the last couple of times we've been near Drathis. Are you sure? His eyes widen. What did it look like? It's usually pretty dark, but I could make out tall city walls on a raised plateau, and a central, spiraling tower. That's Drathis. His breathing picks up again. What's wrong? I slide my hand to the side of his neck. What else? He palms my hip. He's oddly intense about this, but if it helps him talk through whatever plagued him while he slept, then I'll play along. The night was weird, different. When he dropped me, I had this second where I thought about channeling from the earth, and when I looked down, my gaze slides to his relic. I had a relic on my left wrist, right where yours all start, and my hand didn't look like mine. Now that I'm thinking about it, it looked like yours. Who knows, what was yours about? He stares at me silently, and worry creeps up my spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Because it's my hand. My fingers slip off his neck. I just said that. He sits up and I mirror the motion, holding the sheet to my chest. It's my hand, he repeats. You were in my dream. 'Tis not possible, is it? 2 hours later, I've told him about every dream I can remember with the sage, and Zayden said every single one. There has to be a reasonable explanation. You think we're sharing the same dream? I ask slowly, sitting in the middle of our bed with a blanket wrapped over my shoulders, watching him pace the short length of our bedroom in his sleeping pants. The move reminds me of Esquiel on Hedotis. Is sharing dreams even possible? Some effect of our bond? No, they're my dreams. He rubs the skin beneath his lower lip. I've had them at least once a week since Resin, and more frequently since Basgiath, but I almost never realize they're nightmares when I'm in them. When I do, I wake up feeling like someone was there with me, watching. He looks over at me and pauses his steps. Like tonight, that doesn't make sense. I tug the blanket closer. I've had the dream on nights you weren't with me, nights you were hours away. Maybe it's the bond. He leans back against our dresser. But they're definitely my dreams. You've never been to Drathis, and that scenario, it's exactly what happened on the edge of the river when I fought him at Basgiath. I blink. He never talks about that. The Dark Wielder and Anna Scorch behind the skull pulled the same move. I tilt my head. But that Dark Wielder wasn't him. Do you know what the dream's about, what he wants you to bring to him? Because it's all vague to me, like I'm walking in mid-conversation. My words die as my mind flies through the possibility that he's right, no matter how impossible it is. Because you are. Saturn lifts his brows. And he wants me to deliver you, that they have their own lightning wielder. I argue like I can reason with Saturn's subconscious. But it's my nightmare, and I only have one you, he says. It's getting harder and harder not to go to Drathis just to prove to myself that it's all in my head. His eyes flare, then narrow. But it shouldn't be in yours. Has it ever happened with anyone else? How would I know? I shake my head. I don't think so, but I don't remember all my dreams. Still, there's the nightmare I had in Samar. That one still sticks with me. It's as visceral as a memory. As visceral as these nightmares. How much do you know about the fall of Cliffsbane? He grits the edge of the dresser. You dreamed about Cliffsbane, the one I was in Samara. I nod. In the dream, I was in my room, at least I think it was mine, and the fire was coming, but I wouldn't leave without the portrait of my family, and the family in the portrait. The honey brown eyes. The burn on my hand. And what? He walks toward me slowly, studying me like he doesn't already intimately know every inch of my body. My heart rate picks up, and nausea racks my stomach. I told Kat she had to live because she's a future queen of Tirender, and the way Kat looked at me. I swallowed the bile that rides the fear rising in my throat. It was like I was precious to her. What if I fight the urge to be sick? What if I was Marin? Saturn sits at the foot of the bed, and the muscles of his back ripple as he tenses. You were in Marin's dream. He turns to face me, and something that looks eerily like terror widens his eyes before he can mask it. That's not possible. I wrap my arms around my stomach. Maybe with you because of the bond, but there's no way to trip into someone else's dream. There's if you're a dream worker. He nods thoughtfully, and my heart pounds as I guess what he's about to say. It must be your second signet, the one being bonded to Andonna gives you. It would make sense. They're kinda peaceful, and the ability itself would be passive, even a gift in a culture like that. A what? My back stiffens. There's no such thing as dreamwalking, and the Irids told her that she gave me something more dangerous than lightning. It was one of the reasons they were so angry with her, that there is such a thing. Saturn's voice drops. It's absolutely more dangerous than lightning. It's a form of intensic. He ends on a whisper. I don't read minds, that can't be right. I shake my head. You don't read them, you walk straight into them when unconscious. My jaw slackens, and I reach for Andonna. Is it true? 10 rustles, but stays silent. I did not choose it any more than 10 chose lightning, she says defensively. But you have been known to wander while dreaming. It's harmless, you're mostly drawn to him. The blanket falls from my fingers. And you said nothing? 10 growls. You did not inform her the first time she wielded lightning. Andonna argues. She needed to discover it herself. Oh gods. I start to shake. Shit. Saturn tucks the blanket around me, then pulls me into his lap. It's going to be alright. It doesn't make sense. Signets are based on our unique bond and the power of the dragon. My thoughts tumble over themselves as I babble. And what we need most, so it's logical that you needed to know everyone's intentions when you manifested. You had to keep the marked ones safe, but there's no part of me who wants or needs to know what anyone else is dreaming. The trembling stops as it clicks and I understand. Except when I did, I was cut off from her while she slept all those months. Andonna. He nods. That makes sense. My signet doesn't work on dragons, and I'm guessing yours doesn't either, so you unknowingly developed it on a human. Vonu. I search his face for any sign of anger, but find none. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. He strokes my hair and holds my gaze. You didn't know, didn't do it on purpose, of course not. I would never purposely violate his privacy that way or Marin's. Which is what makes you exceptionally dangerous. His jaw flexes twice. I can only read someone while they are awake, and I'm limited by their ability to shield. No one can shield while they're sleeping. You could potentially walk straight into Milgren's own dreams and he couldn't stop you. Probably wouldn't even know. His face twists for a heartbeat before he quickly masks it. Violet, they'll kill you if they find out. It won't matter that you're the best weapon they have against the venom against me. They'll snap your neck and call it self-defense. Well, that's terrifying. Only if it's true. I slide off his lap and start pulling on my sparring uniform, leaving my armor draped on the back of the chair. It's just dreams, right? If it's dreams, it's like tripping into someone's fears, not their actual thoughts. Except I think you meddle, because I wanted to channel on that field and found myself raising my hand instead. What are you doing? Meddle? I can only think of one way to confirm for sure. And don't worry, I'll be careful. I button my pants, then stare as he rises and pulls a set of dry clothes from his pack. What are you doing? They're going with you, obviously. There's no point arguing, so we both dress. A few minutes and several stairs later, I knock on Marin's door. It takes her a minute to answer, and when she does, her eyes are groggy with sleep. Violet Riorson, she asks with a jaw-cracking yawn. What's going on? I'm sorry to wake you, but I need to ask you something completely weird. I rub the bridge of my nose. There's no other way to say it, and I need you to not ask me why. I tread carefully, Sadden warns. All right. Marin folds her arms over her robe. Did you happen to have a portrait of your family? I ask. I still do, Marin answers, her forehead puckering. Is something wrong with my brothers? I just saw them a few hours ago. No. I shake my head vehemently. Nothing like that. Maybe we're wrong, and this is just some weird effect from the bond. If Marin still has the portrait, then it couldn't have caught fire. Then Zadden can't be right, I didn't walk into her dream. Here, I'll show it to you, Marin offers, then disappears into her room. She's back within a few seconds and holds out the portrait. Recognition hits with all the subtlety of a dagger. I've seen it before. The soft smiles, the honey brown eyes. Gods, no wonder the boys looked familiar to me. I was just in too much pain to register why the first time. It's beautiful. I force myself to swallow. Thanks. She draws back her hand. I keep it with me wherever we go. You're not worried about losing it. That used to be my worst nightmare, actually, she says, staring down at the miniature. Until I lived through losing them. Worst nightmare. It takes every ounce of self-control. I have to keep my expression flat. I can understand that all too well. Thank you for sharing that with me, Silver One. 10 bellows. Sadden's head tilts and Marin stiffens. I'm right here. A horde approaches from the east. T shouts. Bells peal, the loudest of them straight overhead. We're under attack. Chapter 51. How many? I asked 10 as we race down the steps. Doors open on every floor we pass, and people pour out of their rooms, most still tugging on their uniforms. Only a small percentage are in black. A few dozen, hard to tell with the weather. 20 minutes out, maybe less. I'm on my way to you. Hand on it, I start as Zadden makes it into our bedroom first. Do not tell me to stay put, she shouts. I can scorch the dark wielders. I'll take yelling at me over silence any day. God, the war's done. I dot around Zadden as he shoves his arms into his flight jacket, then grab my own out of the armor. Fuck, I'm in sparring gear and lack armor, but it will have to do. At least my boots are on. Within minutes, we're both armed and running down the hall into a growing crowd. How many on patrol? Zadden shouts to Brennan when we make it to the foyer. 6, Brennan answers, buttoning his flight jacket. The horde outflew the 2 on the drawer route, and the other 4 are 20 minutes due west. Well, that's the wrong fucking direction for what we need. If they outflew 2 dragons, they have to be Greenfire Wyvern, I say it, looking up as a conglomeration of riders, infantry, and my own squad mates races in our direction with thundering bootsteps. Noted, riders in residence. Zadden asks, his gaze sweeping over the staircases as I weave my hair into a simple 3-strand braid to keep it out of my way. 15 retired, 10 active with you, 11, Brennan replies. Taking over all outposts and Tyrant from Navarian riders left us undermanned. Surrey? Zadden scans the foyer. Interven. Brennan flinches. And Ulysses then Llewellyn, Zadden finishes. So neither of the generals of my army are present. Correct, Brennan confirms. His army. My fingers stole in my hair as it hits me. Zadden isn't the ranking officer here, but he's in command. The weight of that responsibility would buckle my knees, but he simply nods at my brother's catastrophic news. That's irksome. Zadden looks up the stairs. All right, we work with what we have. Felix, keep the first year safe and your eye on that one. His finger swings toward Uruk. Infantry, get to your post and take out any wyvern we drive to the ground. Riders, run faster. He pivots toward Brennan, and the others scurry to follow orders. Thoughts, the words are still up here, or we would feel it. Brennan tilts his head. I tie off the end of my braid. Considering the stunts in the backyard, that's not saying much, Zadden replies. They haven't spotted any venom among the patrol flight, Brennan adds as Rye reaches my side, Imogen close on her heels. But it's fucking huge, so they must be expecting to breach the city walls. Their course was noted as due west. Auric pauses on the landing above, his brow furrowing before Felix practically shoves him down the hall. If I'm them, I'm flying in small batch waves to test the barrier of the words, Brennan continues. My recommendation is to station the officers 2 to 5 miles east, put the squad of Fulder riders at the city gates, and assign the cadets to the wardstone as a last defense. Holy shit, does this feel familiar, and I wasn't exactly thrilled with how the last time played out. Saddens Joe takes on his gaze, darts back and forth for a second as he thinks. I'll join the officers, he tells Brennan, and my heart jolts. The older riders might be skilled, but half don't fly them your best weapon, I interject. If you won't put me on the first line, then station me at the gates. Absolutely not. Brennan snaps, leveling a horrified look at me. She's right. Sadden grimaces, then schools his features. Split the retired riders, half to the wardstone, half throughout the city in case civilians need to flee for the caves. Here on the wall, Cadet Sorrengail, send all of us, Ray adds. It's not like second and third years haven't seen combat. If it's fight and die or don't fight and die, we'd rather fight. Sadden nods. Only those who are willing, Dane answers from the step beside Bodhi. Every second and third year crowded near them nods. Fine, Ito's, your wing, your command, Sadden says, and Brennan takes off to relay orders. Wind gusts through the front door as people rush out to take their positions. Third years, you're with me at the east gate to the city. Second years, you're with Matthias at the north. Work in pairs, Dane orders. I'm here, 10 announces. The enemy is 10 minutes out. Holy shit. That's the closest any wyvern has come to a Risha. I'm coming with you. Bodhi jumps the last 2 steps, landing beside Sadden. You're staying with the first years, Sadden immediately counters. What? My eyebrows fly upward. The fuck I am. The absolute wrath on Bodhi's face has me retreating a step. I would be at your side, you would be as deep within this house as possible. Sadden gets right up in his face. Because I'm not a weapon like you are? Bodhi argues. Kira and I are just as deadly in the air, because you're first in line. Sadden clasps the back of his cousin's neck. Neither of us have an heir. We're all there is, Bodhi. I don't have time to argue, and you will do as ordered. Our family just got Tyrande back, and we will not lose her because of your ego, understood? Bodhi's eyes narrow. We'll lose her because of yours, understood? He pivots and disappears into the crowd. That didn't go well, I mutter. Fuck, Sadden says under his breath, then turns to me and leans into my space. I love you more than the city, do not die defending it. He crushes his mouth to mine and kisses me quick and fierce. Tyrande. Sadden. Our relationship. May. It's hard to love someone in power. I pulled back. As motivational speeches go, that was not your best. My gaze sweeps over his face, memorizing every line. I love you, stay out of the clouds, off the ice, and come back to me whole. He nods, his eyes flashing as he catches my meaning, and then he's gone. There's no time to contemplate if that was our last kiss. Do not worry for him, Tyrande orders. He wins no matter how this battle goes, don't be an ass. I follow Rye and Kat toward the front door. Sorrengail. Auric shouts, and I look back over my shoulder to see him sprinting down the steps. Wait, they don't have a lot of time here, I reply, letting the other second years pass. You have to protect Dun's temple. Auric runs across the foyer, followed by 2 exasperated guards. I have an entire city to protect, the temple is outside the walls. He glances toward the open door. If that's where our orders, they know. He shakes his head, then seems to fight for words. You have to protect the temple. Is he fucking kidding me right now? Did you make some alliance I'm not aware of? I ask, backing away. Singling out Sihnal's temple in the spirit of alliance is something I could understand, but so help me Malik, if another Navarian aristocrat has been making deals behind my back, I am going to lose my shit. It's not he starts as a group of soldiers races past. Violet. Rhiannon yells. We have to fly, they're coming. I call back over my shoulder before addressing Auric. Dun's temple attendants are skilled in protecting themselves, it's how you save Tyrande. Auric's voice drops to a whisper. By favoring Dun. I shake my head. The time to weigh in on strategy was about 5 minutes ago. Go be with your year mates. I leave without waiting for his response, and join my year mates filing through the doorway. Orders? Sawyer asks, cracking his knuckles. Fly us at the base. Rye blinks, then looks over us quickly as we walk into the blustery vestiges of the dying storm. The rain has eased, but what it lacks in intensity, it makes up for with ice-cold chill. The courtyard is teeming with dragons and griffons. They wait on the walls, on the ground, and in the street beyond the gate. Now, fly us on top of the wall for easier maneuverability, Rhiannon orders with a nod. We're splitting strengths, so Sorrengail and I will hover at 100 feet. Everything above that is ours. Henrik and Gammon will cover from the Grand Tour sector, she shouts over the wind. Most of us have family here, so fight like it. We all nod in agreement, then split them out. I pull my flight goggles down and find Terran front and center. You couldn't wait off to the side like the others, no. He dips his shoulder, and I mount quickly, my boots keeping their grip despite his rain slick scales. You must get faster at reacting to attacks like these. I can't tell leadership to make decisions faster. I settle into the wet saddle, then buckle the water-leaden strap with quickly cramping hands. Then perhaps we need to make our own decisions. 10 grumbles, then launches without preamble or warning. I'm thrown back in the seat as he catapults upward at the vertical trajectory, so close to Riosen House that I cringe, expecting to hear claw collide with stone. I am not an amateur, 10 reminds me as we crest the top of the house, then bank hard right to join the others as they take to the skies. His little maneuver may have pushed my heart through my spine, but it gave Voyage, Aetrom, and Slyzik time and space to launch northward out of the courtyard. I ignore the instinct begging me to look east to catch another glimpse of Sadin, or even Eskia's wings. My focus is needed here and now. Sadin is more than capable of taking care of himself as long as he doesn't channel magic that isn't his. The city rushes underneath us as we soar toward the north gate. Infantry races through the mage light illuminated streets to their positions. Civilians scurry from house to house. Temple attendants dart into their sanctuaries except those who serve signal. They are on the front steps of their shrine, drinking as we pass over. Only when I verify that Rhiannon's family has light shining through their windows do I scan the cloudy skies ahead of the northern wall. Have to love fighting in the dark, I mutter, dragging my sleeve over my flight goggles to clear them. I've heard you have quite the solution to that, 10 counters. Good point. I retrieve the conduit from my left pocket, fasten the strap at my wrist, and palm the glass orb. Then I crack open my archives door. Terran's power rushes in, heating my skin and my rain-chilled hands. Energy hums in my veins, condenses in my chest, and when it crackles into the conduit, I lift my right hand to the sky and wield, splaying my fingers wide as I push the power upward and it erupts through me. Lightning streaks through the cloud overhead, branching out in dozens of directions and illuminating the field for the length of 2 heartbeats. Pairs of grey-winged wyvern fly toward us on dozens of different flight paths from dozens of different altitudes, disappearing into the darkness as the light collapses and thunder booms. Brennan was right about the wyvern flying in small batches to test the wards. He just failed to anticipate that they'd do so in such a wide arc, and it's going to cost us. They aren't information like Bastoeth, I note to 10 as we reach the northern gate and climb to hold a hover with Voyage. Steam rises from my skin, but I keep my archives door open, allowing the power to gather within me so I don't have to reach for it next time. Either they've traded the security of formation and hope smaller pairings will get through, 10 uses, or they know you're here and formations make a bigger target that would require one of the dark wielders to have escaped Bastoeth. I glance downward and see Slyzik and Aetrom land at the gates, a row of griffins manning the walls above them. It would, 10 agrees, then rumbles low in his chest. The officers have made contact. Tadin. Worry fights like hell to worm its way into my chest. You'll tell me if something, you'd know, 10 replies, then snakes his head right toward Voyage. Your squad leader requests Sly. I know Rye isn't talking about the glow from the orb, so I twist my hand upward and wield again. Heat whips through me and lightning strikes overhead, spreading through the cloud. I hold my fingers in the split position and push another wave of energy outward, prolonging the strike in a way I've never managed before. Rain sizzles when it hits my cheeks, and I quickly count 4 pairs of wyvern flying in our direction unimpeded. My fingertips burn, and I drop my hand, effectively cutting the strike. Thunder roars louder than any dragon I've come across. Impressive, 10 says. Impressive but foolish. I wince, then hold the conduit over my right hand. 2 blisters bubble the skin on the outside of my forefinger. What are our orders? The squad leader, he growls, incorrectly instructs to stick close to the walls, but it's the wrong call. Your power should not be wielded in such proximity to civilians. Not until I'm a hell of a lot better at controlling it, I agree. Relay that, she hesitates. 10's head swivels toward Voyage. We cannot afford to do so. Look. The last thing I want to do is go against Rye or leave my squad, and now I'm the one hesitating because 10 is right. Evo. I breathe in deeply. Tell them to stay back as ordered, but you and I have to go, agreed. He launches forward. A wind wielder has been assigned to bring moonlight. Now, ready yourself. We have 2 minutes until they're on us. My heart begins to pound. Did the officer's line fall? They circumnavigated it. His head tilts again. We're taking the pair on the high left. Voyage has joined us. Let's go. Fighting in pairs makes sense, but Rye has never left the squad. 10 beats his wings in 3 consecutive hard pumps and we surge forward, gaining altitude immediately with Voyage close behind. It's too dark ahead, I can't see, I warn Terran. There's a stark line of black to my left I know belongs to the mountains, but the farther we fly from the city lights, the fewer shapes I can spot in the sky ahead of us. Everything blurs in the dark, and miles away toward the east, flames erupt in streams of orange and green. We are the dark, drop the conduit, he orders. I won't be able. My chest clenches as magic ripples. We've passed the protections of the wards. Drop it. I release my fingers, and the orb falls to the end of its chain, the light dying as the glass thumps the back of my arm. There's nothing left to do but make myself the smallest burden possible, so I grip the pommels and lie as flat as I can while smothering 10's power. Tell me you made it to the wardstone, I call back to Andana. It is well protected, she promises, and her words lift the hair at the back of my neck. Are you at? I start. Prepare. 10 orders. We hit a fucking wall. At least that's how it feels as I hurtle forward, my momentum giving 0 cares that 10 has all but stopped in the sky. Claw and teeth collide with scale as I'm whipped backward, my weight driving into the seat. Gravity pulls from the left, and air rushes from the ground as my stomach rises. All I can do is hold tight and trust Terran. A shriek threatens to pierce my eardrums before it ends abruptly, only to be followed by the wet sound of flesh tearing, then a series of snaps. 10 levels out, and 2 wind beats later, I hear a thud beneath us. It's been ages since I've honored the color of my scale in such a manner, 10 declares with a pitch of pride. You blended in with the night. Anarn scoffs. Hardly an accomplishment. You sound closer than you should be. Why won't she ever stay where she's supposed to? Terran rumbles low in his chest, and fire streaks ahead of us. Voyage's flame outlines the shape of the wyvern's partner a second before she surges for its grey throat. The green daggatail's body swings forward as her teeth sink into the wyvern's neck. The creature screams, and its wings beat frantically as it tries to escape. Hold tight. Terran increases his speed, and I do exactly as he orders, bracing for another impact. My body is going to hate me tomorrow if we survive the night. Claws cleared just enough for the moon to shine as 10 flies straight at the flailing wyvern. 10 tucks his left wing as we skim by Voyage's claws, passing so close that my eyes lock with Rice for a scant second. Then I whip my head forward, and Terran barrels into the wyvern's barbed tail, opening his jaws and taking hold with his teeth. Then he rolls. Holy fucking nausea. I pitch forward with Terran and the sky turns into ground. The saddle strap digs into my thighs as we flip, and small pinpricks of light blur beneath me above me I can't even tell. They disappear before I can process the pull of gravity. Bone snaps as the sky appears again, and 10 lets go. The wyvern falls smashing into the ground a few seconds later. We broke its neck, he announces, flaring his wings to halt our momentum. My head swims, and my stomach threatens to release its contents. Let's never do that again. I check to make sure Rye's alright, and she lifts a hand in acknowledgement. It was an effective maneuver, Terran argues. The opposite force twisted the creature's spine and I get how it worked, never again. The moonlight makes it possible to scan the field fully, and my heart drops at the sight of piled wings near the north gate. I can't differentiate among them in the dark, but I can make out the gaping hole in the top of the wall. Your mates have brought down 2 pairs themselves, but the bodies have caused destruction, Dan says in explanation. The wards have not been reached by wyvern. They'll continue to send waves to test the boundaries. His head whips back and forth between the horde holding off to the east and is engaged in combat before them. That'n. My feelings get the best of me, and I reach down the bunt. Instead of warm, shimmering shadow, I'm met with a wall of onyx ice so cold it burns to the touch. I inhale sharply and throw up a shield. Is Eskiel all that she coops? Terran interrupts, his head snapping left. Look below. The muscles along my stomach tense. 4 wyverns skim the ground at dizzying speed, keeping low as if trying to get by undetected. I swing my gaze, projecting their flight path, and find Andana waiting in front of a lone structure in a field beyond the walls, flicking her tail. Terror steals the breath from my lungs. Terran tucks his wings, and we dive. Wind tears at my hair, and I fight gravity to palm the conduit. Then I forget the fall and focus only on the wyvern, power rushing back to my surface. I gather it, condense it, burn with it, then summon more and more until I am light and heat and energy itself. Not too much? Tern warns as I lift my right hand against the wind. But how can it be too much when I am the very thing I wield? I keep my eyes on the wyvern as we approach the inevitable point of intersection and spool power like thread as the ground flies up to meet us. We can stay ahead of them if we get there fast enough. I just need 5 seconds. We have 50 feet of altitude on them and the same in distance. 5. Tern snaps his wings to slow our fall. 4. The bones in my spine grind at the abrupt change in momentum, but he's brought us close enough to see the tips of their clawed wings. And they're only getting closer. 3. My body burns as I twist in the saddle and wield, releasing the coil of energy with a flare of my hand in one heartbeat, then dragging it downward with 2 scalded fingertips in the next. 2. Tern beats his wings, lifting us as lightning rends the sky and maybe time. Everything seems to move slower as I force my fingers apart, splitting the bolt in 2. Heat devours my breath, and pain becomes my entire existence as I direct the scorching blasts into the wyvern's flight path. 1. The strike hits the lead pair, and they burst into flames, missing 10 by a matter of feet as they fall out of formation in streaks of fire, revealing the remaining 2. And 1 carries a silver-haired rider. 2. Thunder shakes the ally in the conduit, and my hand falls as Tern drops onto the nearest wyvern. The creature screeches, and the world spins in a flurry of black and grey wings. Tern bellows, and his pain replaces mine. Chapter 52 Tern. I scream, and my mouth floods with the bitterness of newfound terror. No? Anarna yells. We skid to a halt in the prairie grass, and I lift my head just in time to see Voyage fly after Theophanie's wyvern, who's taken to the sky. Done no. As strong as Rai is, even the 2 of us together aren't a match for a Maven. And we aren't together. Antarna, tell Voyage not to chase. Bone crunches beneath Tern, and I draw a breath of pure fire. Are you alright? I ask him, fumbling the buckle at my waist so I can see how badly he's hurt. He sears my lungs, and I reach for power in preparation to fight Theophanie. There's no way she's going to leave this field without getting what she came for, which I suspect is me. She'll be back. Cut it off! Tern demands, and something else snaps beneath him. You'll burn out, but Theophanie ice pierces through my shields like they aren't even there. Violet. Not ice. Thaden. I'm fine, stay in control and don't get distracted, Theophanie is here. I slam the archive's door shut in my mind and breathe in the cold night air, extinguishing the flames licking me inside of my lungs. It was too much, too fast, but I'm not burned out, just a little singed. Get Tern back to the woods as soon as you can. The ice slides away. On it, that wasn't fine, Tern snarls and walks off the corpse of the wyvern, favouring his left hind leg. Says the one who's wounded. I counter as Voyage flies back toward us. How serious is it? Thunder booms to the east, and it's not mine. Oh shit, the storm. That's how they got this far undetected. Its wind spur broke off in my leg. I will live, it does not. He swivels his head toward Andarnet and stalks her way, limping slightly. Your inability to follow simple orders will get her killed, and I will not lose her as I did the one who came before. I'm fine. My temperature lowers with every breath, and high, intricately carved marble pillars come into view. I didn't burn out. I wasn't even as close as I was the day it. The words die as Tern stops, then lowers his head, clearing my field of vision. Andana stands in front of the steps of Dun's temple, flanked by a half-dozen sword-brandishing attendants who look between us as if they are not sure who to be more wary of, the reckless dragon beside them, the massive one in front of them, or the snarling green dagger tail arriving to my left. What could you possibly be doing here? I shout at Anonar, finally ripping my buckle free. I have to get that wing spur out of Tern's leg before Theophanie returns. The prince said to protect Dun's temple, she argues, flicking her tail and knocking over a vat of burning coals that hiss as they hit the wet marble. The embers narrowly miss the 20-foot-tall statue of the goddess, which looks almost exactly like the one in Umbriel. Auric said that to me, I counter, moving to Tern's shoulder, but he doesn't lower it. Not you, and I denied his suggestion. How are you angry? Princes do not make suggestions, and I am an extension of you. Anna marches forward, lowering her head in threat. Am I not everything you wanted me to be? Am I not as fierce and courageous as he is? Is this not what I am supposed to do? Sharpen my claws on the scales of the enemy? The wind picks up and something in my chest cracks. Your tantrum is ill-timed, golden one, 10 girls. Do not call me a child. Andarna's scales shimmer but remain black. Do not act like one, he snarls. What was that all about? Rhiannon shouts from Voyage's back. We could have caught them. And died. That was Theophany, I called back. And? Rye throws her arms up. And I couldn't fly with you, Terence wounded, I reply. Does she have a death wish? Let me down so I can get that thing out of your leg, or I'll just jump. Ten dips his shoulder with a grumble, and I dismount a few feet in front of Anarna. I don't need you to be anything but who you are. I yank my flight goggles to the top of my head and look straight into her golden eyes. Clearly we need to have a conversation when we're not in the middle of a battlefield. You always say that you chose me, but I stood in front of you on the threshing field, and I would do it again. She huffs a breath, and we head for Ten's hind leg, keeping one eye on the sky. I will never understand what goes on in an adolescent brain. My stomach lurches as the wound comes into view. Holy shit, the wound spur's easily half my size and embedded in his thigh. There's no way he can launch with it in, and even out, the wound might cause too much pain. Moonlight catches on his blood as it drips down his scales. How in Dun's name am I supposed to get that thing out? I'm so sorry. It looks worse than it is, merely the tip is embedded. How much pain are you in, no mentally or physically? He growls. Your sarcasm is ill-timed. I reach to the full extent of my height but can't come close to the wing spur. Where is he hurt? Rhiannon asks, jogging over. Mercifully, she looks unharmed. There. I point up at his thigh and she gasps. You should get back to the others, we're vulnerable out here, but I'm not leaving, you don't always have to do everything on your own. She backs up a handful of steps and lifts her arms. Sometimes, I counter. She shakes her head. We can handle this, are you really at a start? My eyebrows rising as she tenses. A moment later, Terran roars and I flinch. The wing spur appears in front of Rhiannon. My mouth drops as she shoves it away, and the piece of claw topples to the ground. How did you just do that? I practice. Rhiannon grins and drags the back of her hand across her forehead, wiping away a sheen of sweat. Though it's the biggest thing I've ever retrieved. Thank you. I grab her into a quick hug, then look up at Ten's wound. I can't see much in the dark, we need to get you back to the valley. His head swivels toward us, and Ferge turns too. It is too late for that, we have minutes. Wind beats fill the air, and I spot 3 wyvern on approach, a blur of more in the distance. Rhiannon and I lock eyes for one telling second, and then we both run. She sprints toward Ferge, and I bolt underneath Terran, racing toward his foreleg. Fly back now. I order and earn her. They'd be defenseless, she argues, and my heart drops when I emerge under Terran's chest. Dozens of white-haired temple attendants and their high priestess wait at the top of the steps behind Anarna, their attention focused on the night sky. Get inside, I shout. Some shelter is better than no shelter, right? So we can burn inside, the high priestess asks, her voice eerily calm as the wing beats grow louder. Shit. There's no time to argue, and I can't abandon them. Anon is right, if we take to the skies, we leave them defenseless, and Terran is already wounded. But I don't need to be mounted to wield. Tell Ferge to go, I say it on the bond, then run up the rain-slick marble steps for a higher vantage point, palming the conduit. I'd ask you to go with her, but I know better, and yet you still mentioned it. Ten slowly turns to face the incoming wyvern with Anderner, and lifts his tail high. Be warned, should Theophany appear, I will choose your life over the attendants. Should Theophany appear, we're all fucked. If any venom report to the others that they've gotten this close to Orish's gates without being halted by wards, they'll skip over the undrained territory of Krovla and come for our hatching ground. We can't afford to let a single wyvern escape. Will you at least consider taking cover? I ask the high priestess when I reach the landing. We will not. Her gaze assesses me in 2 seconds, then lingers on the silver half of my braid. Do you use lye and the juice of the mimosa flower on her hair as we do? My eyebrows hit my hairline. Does she realize how much danger we're in? Now can't be the right time to have this conversation. It just grows like this, does it? Her tattooed forehead crinkles. You have journeyed far to come to our aid. The priestess draws the short sword sheathed at her hip. Either Dun protects us, or we meet Malek as her worthy servants. The Dun isn't going to appear and take up arms, I argue, even though I know it's pointless, then turn to stand at her side. Ten has prowled to the left, giving me a clear view of the 3 approaching wyvern, while Ferge stands ready to fly to the right of the steps. Of course not. The priestess coughs, and the wind picks up. She sent you. Well, she's never been revered for her judgment. I add temple attendance to the growing list of thought processes I'll never comprehend, and open my archive stored just enough to test. Power fills my veins like hot water poured over a sunburn, and I breathe in slowly, accepting the pain and setting my new baseline. Why hasn't Ferch launched? The squad leader will not leave you, Andarna replies. Damn it. I lift my right hand. Let's not do that, a familiar voice says from my left. My head snaps in that direction, and dread anchors my feet to the temple floor. I unsheath both my daggers. The Aphane. Terran's head swivels, his growl rattling what's left of the spilled coals, and attendants gasp all around us. Launch before she drains you, I beg Terran and Andarna, but true to their nature, they stay put. Lift a blade or a hand to wield, and I'll kill you all. Come with me, and I'll let the rest live, the Aphane says from the base of the steps, her dark purple tunic contrasting the pallor of her skin. The red veins beside her eyes pulse in time with the heartbeat as she offers a weary smile that's all the more unsettling for its exhausted satisfaction. She cocks her head to the side. Let's not fight, Violet. Doesn't all this violence tire you? Come with me, I'll give you what you want most. You have no idea what I want most. My stomach curdles, and the High Priestess sidesteps me. Heretic, you are not welcome here, she shouts, her voice breaking with the rasp. Heretic. My gaze dots between the two women as my mind races in time with my heartbeat. The faded forehead tattoo. The Aphane was a priestess of Dun. Her silver hair matches the attendant's and Umbriel matches mine in my thoughts stall as the white-haired priestess raises her sword toward the Aphane with a trembling arm. Oh shit. Power floods my body in a scalding rush of fire. There are too many people around for me to miss, and if she drains this close, perhaps I am not welcome, the Aphane muses, her feet planted in the grass, but there. Two more Vanin, men wearing red robes, walk through the grass behind her, and Andarna leaps over Turn's tail, blasting a stream of fire the Aphane's way. The scents of ash and sulphur fill the air, but when Andarna lands at the base of the steps to my right, the Aphane still stands untouched. Why? Andarna shrieks. Marvelous, the Aphane says with a smile. Did that make you feel better? The Aphane's gaze rises to the sky behind me, and she backs away, her eyes widening. Leave them and go. She shuts to the approaching dark wielders and breaks into a run toward them. Ah. All three grasp hands, and the one in the center takes a single step and vanishes. Just like Garrick. Incoming. Turn roars and my focus swings east. There's no time to ponder what her Malik's name just frightened the Aphane so badly that she fled. The four wyverns still on approach descend in a wing formation, one taking point with the others closely following, and they're headed straight for us. I lift my right hand again. Gathering more energy feels like I'm picking up the glowing coals Andarna scattered with my bare hands, but they'll be here in less than 30 seconds. Any time now, Silver One, Andarna prompts, moving back to Tan's side and stalking forward as Fedge crouches, ready to take the fight to the sky. If darkness has thrown off my depth perception, if they're flying faster than I estimate, we're all about to be cooked. I target the lead wyvern and send up a prayer to Dun. Then I wield, releasing a blast of energy and flicking my finger downward. No holding on this time. I learned my lesson. Magic washes over me, prickling my skin in a familiar wave, and lightning strikes the first wyvern. It drops from the sky in a ball of fire, but we can't celebrate with three still, what the fuck? They're no longer flying toward us, they're falling. My heart beats wildly as they plummet like projectiles. The ground shudders as the one on the right hits about 60 feet ahead, its momentum driving it into the dirt. Prepare. Ten shouts, leaping at the one on the left. Pen shoots down the bond as he knocks it off course, and dirt flies to the left of the temple when it lands, leaving one that rivals Fedge's size still falling. It slams against the ground 20 feet in front of Andarna, then skids toward us with all the grace of a battering ram. And it's not stopping. Gert. Pen orders, and fear clenches my chest as Andarna holds her position. It's too big for you, I shout. Fedge takes a single step and swings her head like a mason to Andarna's side, heaving her out of the wyvern's path just before it careens across the very ground she'd been standing on. The wyvern barrels toward us, eyes sightless, teeth exposed. Move her. I grab the High Priestess's elbow and pull, dragging her out of the way as the carcass crashes toward the marble stairs. Screams erupt as attendants scatter, and the wyvern's shoulders take out the bottom portion of the steps at the same moment its head crashes into the intricately carved central pillar. Oh shit. The column explodes on impact, and chunks of marble fly. Throwing up my hands, I push with all the lesser magic I'm capable of, but there's no stopping the claw-sized pieces of rock hurtling in every direction, including hers. But then they do just that stop. The one a few feet from my face hangs in midair, its flame-inspired etched edges suspended by a single black band of shadow. That in. Relief weakens my knees, and the remnant of the destroyed pillar slowly lowers to the ground, settling with a thunk. All around us, attendants scurry out of the way as the other pieces descend gently. My head swings right, past the remaining pillars and the High Priestess, following the retreating shadows to their wielder. Sudden climbs the only intact section of steps 2 at a time, lowering his right hand while blood drips from the sword in his left. There's no trace of red in his eyes, just determination and quickly fading fear as he glances down my frame, looking for injuries. I do the same to him, and my heart jolts at the blood streaking the side of his face. It isn't mine, he says a second before he pulls me against his chest. I drop my forehead, breathing deeply to steady my heartbeat, and he presses a hard kiss to the top of my head. And it is always you. There's no benefit to arguing given the circumstances. How did you get here so quickly? You let this happen to him. Esquil snaps. I step out of Sudden's arms and find Esquil's narrowed eyes and sharp teeth unsettlingly close. I'm sorry, she bears no responsibility, Ten argues. Esquil's head whips in his direction, and a thick wall of shields immediately blocks our connection. You fight. She refused to hold her position once she felt the wound, Sudden replies, surveying the temple. And I'm glad, or it looks like we'd both be dead. We were almost here when the wards went up. The wards. My eyebrows rise. That explains the ripple of magic, the wyvern falling from the sky, the Aphane sphere. But how? The sound of a slide whistle screeches through my head, and both Sudden and I pivot, putting our backs to the temple. To the left of the wyvern's body, behind Ten and Esquil, darkness transforms. Scales the color of night ripple into a shade that's not quite black or purple, forming a dragon whose horns carry the same swirling pattern as antlers. It seemed necessary to fire your wardstone, Leithan says. My stomach bottoms out. The Irids have come. Chapter 53. The Irids fired the wardstone as the 7th breed, then Orisha is safe. Most of Tyrande is. It's too surreal, too easy. Emotions beyond names hit me from every side, but fear replaces them all when Phage swings her body to confront the Irid, lowering her head and baring her teeth. Nuff. Anona bounds from Tern's side, leaping over the wyvern to put herself in front of Phage. He's of my line. The green dagger tail retreats a single step, but leaves her head near the ground as Rhiannon dismounts, jumping straight to the platform of the temple. Sudden tenses at the sight of the Irid, even though there's no sign of red in his eyes. You handle that, and I will see what needs to be done here. Considering what happened the last time he met with an Irid, I nod. Give him my gratitude, Sudden says quietly as Rai races our way. I will, I promise, locking eyes with Rai. She bobs her head in acknowledgement, and then we walk down the stairs. No weapons, I tell Rai as we walk between Ten and Esquil. They are pacifists, who got it, she notes, keeping pace at my side. So he shouldn't burn us to death, right? I refused to tell Phage that she was right. She'll never let me live it down, even if I'm dead, and I really want to know what just happened with those dark wielders. I'll fill you in, I reply as we approach Leithan and Anona. Just be prepared for... Rai gasps and covers her ears. That, I finish with a wince. Leithan glances at Rai, then turns his back to the corpse of the wyvern with a look of what can only be called disdain. Anona moves to my left when we reach them, flooding the bond with a mix of apprehension and excitement. I would expect a warmer greeting from a green. Leithan lectures Rai, then turns his golden gaze on me. Thank you, I blurt awkwardly, craning my neck to look at him. You've saved everyone in this province. I did not do it for you, he says, peering down at Anona. Harsh, Rai whispers. I give my thanks, Anona replies, her head high. Your human is as dangerous as we feared. He studies her with a tilted head, and my stomach sinks. Whatever he's seen has only confirmed the reasons they denied Anona in the first place. She defends her people, Anona retorts, her claws flexing in the rain-soaked grass. At least the weather has eased to a drizzle. And ours, as do you. Leithan's voice softens. I've been watching you since my arrival. And no one knew. Ten bristles, and my throat grows tight. And what have you seen? Anona's tail flicks over her head. What judgment have you passed? Her caustic tone certainly isn't going to help, and neither is the growl rumbling in Esquil's throat. The Irid narrows his eyes. Your behavior is abhorrent and your actions misguided as she's a credit to our riot, Esquil hisses. As we hoped she would be. He swivels his head toward Esquil, and Ten angles into a striking position. Yet in none of the ways we value. Rai steps closer to my side. None of which is her fault, I interject, and he looks my way. You set her up for what you consider failure when you left her here to be raised in the ways of the Empyrean. You really want to yell at the massive unknown dragon. Rai whispers. I do, I answer, looking straight at him. There is nothing wrong with her. We can never thank you enough for what you've done tonight in firing our words, but if you've only come to point out all the ways you believe her to be lacking, you'll find Fergus' greeting warmer than mine. He tilts his head, then dismisses me, swinging his gaze to Andarna. Your motives are honourable, he says. That was what I was going to say before I was interrupted by the blue. Esgiel, Andarna corrects him, her tone a nice edge softer than before. Esgiel, he repeats, then focuses on Andarna. We are separated by many generations but share the same bloodline. Unlike the others you encountered who are of a more distant line, we are of the same den, or would have been had you been raised among us. He's her family. My heart clenches. Your human may stay, he replies to Andarna. The rest may not participate in our conversation. My eyebrows rise. I will not leave them unprotected. Then's claws flex next to Rai. The fact you think they need protection is why my words are only for them. Lathan keeps his focus on Andarna. I will only offer once. Andarna tenses, then whips her head toward Tern and Esgiel. I must hear him. Esgiel startles, and Rai's hands jump to cover her ears. Tern snarls, and I reach down the bond, but there's a stronger shield than his blocking us. Lathan. It's oddly similar to the effects of the serum they dosed us with during RSE. Every part of me revels at the disconnect, but I owe it to Andarna to stay with her. We will begin once they depart, Lathan promises. He's cut us off from you, I say to Rai, then look up at Tern. I'll be all right. Esgiel bares her teeth, then pivots abruptly and turns toward the temple, towards Zadin. You're sure? Rai asks, worry knitting her brow. I'm sure. I swallow the growing boulder in my throat. I won't be the reason she can't hear him out. Rai looks like she's going to argue for a second, then nods. We won't be far. She follows Esgiel, and Tern growls in warning at Lathan before pivoting. Andarna's tail curves over my head. It did not sit well with me that you were judged by the shortcomings of others, Lathan states, dipping his head to Andarna's eye level. Even the dark wielder you seem fond of. Hope flickers in my chest, burning away the expected insults, and Andarna's scales ripple in shades of black. You should be given the chance to learn our ways, he continues. To choose our ways, you will stay and teach me, she asks. You will come home with me, he answers, holding her gaze. It may take a few years, but the others will accept my decision. By then you will have learned enough to know your truth. Years. My stomach launches straight into my throat. We cannot leave for years. Sorrow drenches Andarna's words. You can, he rebuts. By myself? She freezes. Oh gods. My spine stiffens, and a terror I've never encountered before locks my muscles. He means to separate us. I have saved the human you care for by firing the protections in place, he states, like he's checking off boxes that might impede her departure. She would be safe from all but her own kind under the wing of your mentor. I cannot leave her. Andarna's head draws back. My heart thunders a dangerously quick beat. He must. This was not meant for you, nor any of our line. Look at what happened tonight. Had I not interfered, you would no longer exist. His scales flicker, taking on a pearlescent sheen. There's nothing here for you but war and suffering. And me. And Tern. And Esgiel. It takes all my self-control not to scream it, not to ruin this moment for Andarna. I am bonded. Andarna's tail lures curving around me. Our lives, our minds, the very energy that forms us is intertwined. Right. That. Exactly. I find myself nodding. So end it. He angles his head, and the scales above his eyes furrow into a single line. Bonds are merely magical ties. You are eared. You are magic. Bend it, shape it, break it as you see fit. Wait. What? I cannot. Andarna's tail winds closer. Air becomes scarce, and my head starts to swim. And yet you already did. He glances down at me. Who bonded you first? This can't be real. Maybe I'm dreaming. We're in Zadin's dream. Though we've definitely stumbled into nightmare territory. They chose me the same day. He sighs in annoyance, and steam gusts over me. Who spoke to you first? My eyes shift, and I throw my thoughts back to threshing. Step aside, Silver One. Tern's voice rumbles through my memory. Tern, I whisper, turning my face toward Andarna. I take in everything about her, from the pattern of her scales, the slope of her nose, the angle of her eyes, up to the swirls on her horns that match his. You didn't speak to me until you gave me your name on the flight field. She blinks. See? Lathan shifts his focus to Andarna. Humans should only be capable of bonding a single dragon, and yet you forged a second connection where there shouldn't be one. Only an Eru can do that. Your instincts are excellent, but you need instruction. Break the connection and come with me. My heart thunders like hoofbeats in my ears. But Violet. And Ernest's tone shifts from denial to Emery, help me. Is that worry? I blanch as it hits me. She wants to go. Of course she does. He's her family, the only dragon of her kind willing to accept her. I'm the one holding her back. Her other bond will sustain her life. Lathan states like that's all there is between Andorna and me. Should you choose to return, you can always reforge the bond. When she doesn't respond, he lowers his head to my eye level. She is emotionally ensnared because of her age. What would you have her do? Andorna ducks her head. Warmth drains from my face, but I keep my eyes on her, memorizing every detail like it might be the last time I see her. The possibility is unfathomable. I developed my signet out of sheer need for her, and yet it feels like we're hurtling towards some kind of precipice. I love you and I want you to feel complete, I tell her, and she slowly meets my gaze. I want you happy and safe and thriving. I want you to live. My voice breaks. Even if it's not with me. Admirable, Lathan says. I understand your choice. Yearning floods the bond, so deep it aches within my own chest, and the pain of it sucks the breath from my lungs. I force my head to nod, feeling everything she can't say. I do not know how she starts. A shrieking whistle sounds in my head, and then only silence remains. I reach for the bond and find only a wall, then nothing. Andorna whips her head toward Lathan. He launches without warning, springing high above me. His wings snap open, and wind blasts my face as he gains altitude. His scales flicker, turning the color of the cloudy night sky, and he begins to disappear. Andorna roars up at him, and then her gaze swings wildly, focusing behind me, then to the right, then landing on me for the length of a heartbeat. Her eyes flare like she wants to say something, and I throw myself at the wall where our bond should be. But it's gone. A breath later, so is she. All that's left is a gust of wind as her scales blend into the sky. A roar vibrates my very bones, and my ears ring as the edges of my vision darken. My heart stutters, and my lungs cease their struggle. There's no air and no reason to seek it. I was infinite yet moored, and now I'm hollow and adrift in waters too vast to comprehend. My knees buckle, then collide with the ground. Violet, someone shouts, and racing bootsteps register a second before she crouches in front of me, her brown eyes searching mine for answers I don't have. Are you alright? I'm nothing. The sky darkens, and the ground trembles. I look up into the black void, and my vision narrows in an ever-shrinking circle. Not the sky. Oh, when? Stern, demanding golden eyes appear. You will breathe? His deep, gravelly voice fills my head, and unyielding strength barrels down the pathway that connects us. 10. He exists, therefore I must, because we are bound. Never alone. Always connected. I gasp and air rushes in. My heart pounds in an erratic, painful beat, but the edges of my vision clear. She left us, she left us, she left us. It's all I can think. We remain, 10 orders, as if I have a choice not to. What happened? Someone hits his knees beside me, and my gaze swings, meeting reflect Onyx. Not someone saddened. Violet? Worry and fear slide down the bond that tethers us, and the connection anchors my heartbeat. I exist for 10, but I live for Zadin. I don't know, Rhiannon answers, and I find her watching me with heart-rending worry that I instantly want to soothe. Were I still here? So are Mira and Brennan and Riddock and Sawyer and Dane and Jessenia and Imogen and Ark. Everyone is here but her. How could she do this? Escale snaps, fury sharpening the words to daggers. She's gone, I whisper to Rye, then crumple under the weight of the unbearable truth. Zadin catches me, tugging my shoulder against his chest, and his brow furrows as our gazes collide. Andorna is gone. Chapter 54. Andorna is gone. I don't leave our room for the next 3 days. I barely leave our bed. Andorna is gone. But I'm never alone. Brennan reads in a chair by my bedside in the mornings while I drift in and out of sleep. My squadmates take over in the afternoon, but their voices barely cut through the fog of exhaustion. They are an endless stream of company that doesn't know what to say, which is fine by me, since I don't have it in me to answer. Zadin holds me at night, wrapping his arms and his mind around me. Andorna is gone. 10 leaves our bond wide open, giving me unfettered access to him in a way I've never had. He's always been with me, but now I'm with him too. I hear his side of the conversation when he tells the elders about Andorna's departure. I hear him bickering with Eskiel over what he calls her excessive hovering, and I'm privy to the lecture he gives Saturn about making sure I eat. That's not all I hear. For the first 2 days, every time the door opens, there's an air of celebration, sounds of happy verses and laughter that fade the second someone walks in. Of course they're happy. Arish is safe. The very thing we were desperate for a few months ago has been accomplished. I don't blame them for celebrating, I just can't join them. That would require feeling something, anything. I sleep, but I don't dream. And Arner is gone. The atmosphere shifts on the 3rd day, but I don't ask about the tension in my squadmate's silence. Not because I don't care, but because it takes all my energy to perform what should be the natural act of breathing. She'll come back, right? She has to. She isn't dead. Lethan will ensure she makes it across the sea. And if she returns to find me like this, huddled in on myself, I won't be worthy of her relic. If this is an emotional gauntlet, I'm failing, but there's no rope to grab to prevent my fall this time. On the 4th morning, I wake when the mattress dips behind me. I did not fly through the night to watch you sleep, wake up. Her voice jars me like nothing else can. I roll over and find Mira staring at me from Saddin's side of the bed, her legs stretched out on top of the blankets, her stockinged feet crossed at the ankles. Dark circles linger under her eyes as she studies mine, but I don't spot any new wounds, thankfully. I don't want to. Lack of use makes my voice scratchy. Yeah. She studies my eyes with a creased brow and smooths my hair back from my forehead. But you have to. You can cry, or scream, or even break shit if you want, but you cannot live in this bed. I was whole and now I'm not. My eyes sting, but I don't cry. That stopped days ago. She's really gone. I'm so sorry. Sympathy fills Mira's expression. But not sorry enough to lose you to your grief. You just have to stop by getting up. She wrinkles her nose. Then you can graduate to bathing. Someone knocks, and my focus jumps to the closed bedroom door. How did you get in here, anyway? The Riorson let me in. Her hand slides from my head as the door opens. Of course he did. She's awake, Mira calls over her shoulder. Saddin looks in, worry etching lines across his forehead until he spots me. Look who's up. A corner of his mouth rises. Unwillingly, I admit. His eyes flare, and I realize it's the first time I've spoken to him in days too. Shit. I need to pull myself together. How did you replace the power you lost? Mira asks quickly. I wrench my gaze back to hers. I didn't. What are you talking about? If she's awake, then let me in, Brennan argues from the hallway behind Saddin. They're my sisters. I can kill him if you prefer, Saddin offers, raising a scarred brow. And give him another opportunity to fake his own death. Mira scoffs. He can come in. Pushing with both hands, I force myself to sit up. I've been in Saddin's sparring shirt and a rolled up pair of his sleeping pants for so long, they are practically embedded in my skin. Saddin pulls Brennan through the doorway, and my brother immediately frowns at Mira. What are you doing? Brennan questions as he shuts the door behind him. Saddin leans back against the bookshelves and stares at me like I might flee at any second or worse disappear back under the covers. Hi, hey hi. I don't have it in me to smile, but I drank in the sight of him. Mira's eyes narrow at Brennan in warning. He sent me a missive saying our sister was a breath away from catatonic, so now I'm here. What does it look like I'm doing? I wanted you to get her out of bed. Brennan gestures at me. Not crawl into it with her. I've been here less than half an hour and she's already speaking, so I think my methodology is pretty sound. She levels him with a look that reminds me of Mom. What exactly have you been doing? Mom would definitely be horrified by my inability to function. Sitting in a chair, he points beside the bed, figuring out how to house and feed the thousands of people currently climbing in Medarrow Pass, while overseeing a massive increase in forge output, in addition to spending my evenings mending every wounded rider capable of flying here from the front. You don't have to tell me about the front. Mira taps her chest. Raising the walls must have pissed them off, because they are kicking our ass out there and all we can do is fall back. I can see Drathis from the line. He really opened the border. My eyes widen on Saddin as my siblings continue to argue in the background. He nods once. It's what my father would have wanted. But Fan didn't actually do it. Saddin did. And I've been too lost in my misery to even know, let alone support him in an act of blatant treason. My face falls. Whatever you're thinking, stop, Saddin says, tilting his head. I've left you to deal with it alone. Llewellyn would be heinously disappointed in me. I'm heinously disappointed in myself. You've been breathing, and that's enough for me. The relief in his eyes is palpable, and that somehow makes me feel worse. I'm supposed to be stronger than this. What else have I missed? She lost a dragon, Mir shouts. Not a boyfriend. It's not a breakup. Her gaze swings to Zadin. No offense. The emptiness threatens to overwhelm me again, but Taryn inundates the bond with a deluge of defiance and indignation. Focus on him if you have to. I still have both of them, Taryn and Zadin. None taken. Zadin folds his arms but doesn't look away. We're past the breakup stage. The point is, Mira lectures Brennan, the deficit of power has to be staggering, let alone the emotional impact of severing a bond. Stop talking about me like I'm not here, I whisper. I didn't imply she has to bounce back like a toy, Brennan retorts. Stop. My shout brings the room to a standstill. I have to get out of this bed, if only to escape from their arguing. Brennan's entire body sags. Thank the gods, you speak. I told you she speaks. Mira throws up her hands. No wonder Dad spent so much time in the archives, I mutter, then peel back the covers. Step 1, get out of bed. Step 2, bathe off 4 days of misery. And now you're telling jokes? Brennan's mouth drops. She likes me more than you. Mira brushes a piece of grass off her uniform. Nothing about this is funny. My feet hit the floor. You two have got to stop fighting, work it out, because other than Mira, we're all that's left. I slowly stand. Zadin moves to push off the bookshelves, and I shake my head at him. I need a moment. I make my way to the bathing chamber, reminding myself to breathe. The argument ends as I shut the door, then disappears when I start the bath after relieving myself. Moment over. Zadin walks through the door in a matter of seconds and quickly shuts it behind him, cutting off Brennan's and Mira's raised voices. Are they still arguing? I sit on the edge of the tub and reach in to test the water. They are siblings, he answers, rolling up his uniform sleeves as he comes my way. Let me do that. He dips his hand in the bath, then adjusts the lever that brings water in from the aqueduct system. Can I help you? I nod. He strips me out of my clothes and I get into the tub. Warm water rushes over me as I lean back, and I start pulling apart the strands of my braid. Kneeling beside me, he lathers soap on a small cloth and begins to wash me, starting at my feet. You have other things you should be doing, I say softly, watching his eyes as his hands move with a gentleness that would shock everyone but me. Everything else will wait. He moves to my knee. But it can't. Not if he's opened the border against the decree of the scenarium, though I love him all the more for saying so. It doesn't matter how impossible everything feels, the world is still spinning beyond these doors. And I have to catch up to it. I'm a master of pain, and Anana's loss is the deepest I've ever had to mask in order to survive. But I don't have to pretend with Zadin. I've missed 3 days of rune instruction, I whisper, when I'm nearly clean. Best to start small when it comes to what's lacking in my life. Plus, it's one of the only areas in my life where I've never allowed him to assist. Hate to break it to you, love, but 3 days was never going to help you in that subject. His lips twitch, and he moves the cloth down my arm. Will you help me? The words are easier than I thought they'd be. His gaze snaps to mine. Ask me nicely. The corners of my mouth quirk as I remember the last time he made the same demand and ended up kissing me against the foundation wall. Will you please help me? Always. He finishes with my hand. May I wash your hair, please? I duck my head under the water as Zadin moves behind me. Then I rise and search for the right words. The simple pleasure of his hands working soap through my hair gives me a flicker of hope that I might just be able to feel something positive again. I think I know why writers die when their dragons do. His fingers pause before he continues. Why, it's not just the deficit of power, I muse, cupping the bathwater with my hand, then letting it flow out between my fingers. In that moment, I didn't know who I was, where I belonged, or why I should bother breathing. If Tan hadn't grounded me, I think I would have willingly floated away. I still can't comprehend the enormity of her absence. I don't know if I ever will. I can't see past it. You don't have to yet. He moves to my side and sits on the edge of the tub. Yes, I do. I'm pretty sure I just heard my siblings say the Western Line is crumbling and you have thousands of people fleeing into your province. I tilt my head. Is there more? Yes, he answers without hesitation. But no writer has survived where you just did it except Jack Barlow, I interrupt. Glad to see your sense of humor is intact. He lifts his scarred brow. No one expects you to be anywhere close to fully functional, I do. Keeping busy will prevent me from falling back into that bed. I lean into town and try to ignore the gaping void where Anarna should be. Then here's the question. He grips the side of the tub and searches my eyes. Do you need me to take care of you or kick your ass? I'm fully capable of and willing to do both. I know it. My lips press into a tight line. I want him to take care of me, but I need him to kick my ass, and need beats one every time. I sink under the water and work the soap from my hair, lingering in the absolute silence a moment longer than necessary to rinse. When I emerge, Saturn is leaning forward like he was 1 second shy of coming in after me. My body remembers to breathe on its own. Can you grab me a uniform from the armoire? I need to get dressed. He nods, then presses a kiss to my wet forehead. Be right back. By the time he returns, I'm drying my hair and body while the water drains. Reluctance mars his face as he hands over my things. I'm going back out there to make sure they don't kill each other. Who's Niara? My eyebrows shoot up. My grandmother. She's apparently a sore subject. He grimaces and heads into the bedroom. I get dressed quickly, leaving my hair wet and unbound as I burst through the bathing chamber door into our bedroom. Mira and Brennan look one step away from drawing weapons and are utterly oblivious to my arrival. Shadows curl at Saturn's feet as he leans on the edge of our desk, arms folded, eyes narrowed on my siblings. She hated our mother. Brennan shakes his head. I can't believe you would go there. The Violet has Dad's books. Do you have Arisha? Mira hisses. I went to the only other living member of our family because all I have are a few of Mom's journals, and there are months missing. Brennan, he recognized the bracelet as belonging to your grandmother, and it went downhill from there. Saturn fills me in. So Mom didn't journal for a couple of months, so what? He shrugs. Did you ask Violet if she has the months I'm missing in the middle of the book? She counters. And there from the summer Mom and Dad left us with Grandma Niara, Mom purposely didn't write anything. Wait. I've read that journal too. That doesn't mean. Brennan stuts. I was 8, Mira interrupts. And it was just you and me. Remember, Violet was too little to stay. When they returned, Grandma stopped speaking to them, to want me to figure out if Alan lifts a brow and glances in my direction. No. I shoot him a warning look. That doesn't mean they hauled her to Dunsemple and dedicated her. Brennan shakes his head with disgust. That's been illegal since the 200s. Dedicated. Gravity pitches and my balance shifts, like the stone beneath my feet has suddenly become sand. It is good we did not complete your dedication. The Unbrish High Priestess's words ring through my head, as does the memory of her silver hair, just like Theophanie's, just like mine. Violet? A band of shadow wraps around my hips, steadying me for the heartbeat it takes Saturn to reach me and replace it with his arm. Then they went to poor meal to do it. Mira shouts. You will believe me, Brennan, because it happened. It's why she refused to speak to either of them. The priestess started the process, then told Mom and Dad that they only accepted children whose futures are certain, and Violet still had past to choose from it. Since when do you believe in drug-induced hallucinations spit out by oracles? Brennan throws up his hands, revealing the rune-shaped scar on his palm. Were the renting of our grandmother? Tell me, did you choose this path yourself? That's what the priestess asked me. And one of those paths. Mira runs him right over, shaking her head. They refused to take her, and I've been requesting temple records for months, but of course none of them would list a child, let alone a Sorrengail. My mind races, putting together pieces of a picture that I have no desire to see but am somehow a part of. Brennan glances my way and blanches. Mira, the priestess, spoke all cryptically, but basically said if Violet chose her future bully, she could still earn their mentorship, but she turned and Mira continues. Mira! Brennan gestures toward me. Her startled gaze whips in my direction, and she flinches. Violet, she whispers, shaking her head. I didn't mean for you to. I'm sorry. The turn what? I demand. There's only one turn that comes to mind. She looks at Saturn. Do you want to give us a second to stay? I lean into him as my thoughts spin. No, he answers Mira. Turn Vanin? I guess. Mira passes her lips into a tight line. You wouldn't find any records at our temples, I say slowly, heaviness settling in my chest. Because they never tried to dedicate you, Brennan assures me, glaring at our sister. They did. I nod sluggishly. It just wasn't here. They must have taken me to Unreal. It explains why you think my hair grew in like this, and the wild things that priestess said to me before she sliced my arm open. No. Brennan puts his hands on his hips. Dad thought you were perfect, and he said that parents used to dedicate their infants to a particular deity's service when they thought the touch of a god would help their child. He quickly shuts his mouth. My stomach hollows. They tried to fix me by giving me to Dan, and no chance. Mom was never temple-minded, Brennan argues. And you've never needed fixing. I'm not sure I'll ever forgive him for what he's done to her. Oh gods. They'd never seen dragons until our squad arrived. Mom didn't take me. My eyes staying at the unexpected betrayal. Dad did. A horrified laugh bubbles up through my throat. It's why he told you that little piece of history, Brennan, in case you needed to put it together. It's why he sent me there with those books. I look to Mira. I don't think any of us actually knew our parents. I blink. Is that why you've been so distant lately? Why you constantly look at me like I'm going to grow a set of horns? Because you think I'm going to turn at any second? No. Yes, maybe. I don't know. She moves toward me, but Brennan blocks her path. What did she say? Brennan asks Mira. What were the priestess's exact words? Mira twists the bracelet, then looks me straight in the eye. She said the heart that beat for you or within you would do the wrong thing for the right reason, reach for unspeakable power, and turn dark. My lips part. Within her or for her? Brennan asks. Isn't it the same thing? Mira challenges. Violet's at risk of turning, and with power like hers stop, Zadin says, and my head snaps in his direction. It's not Violet, it's me, and no. I shout down the bond, fear grasping me so tight my head lightens. My heart beats for her, he tells Mira without so much as flinching. I reached for unspeakable power, I turned, and the dark wielder she warned your father about. Not Violet, stop treating her like she's a liability, I'm already the problem. Oh fuck. Mira's eyes sharpen on him, then me. He's not serious. He is, I confess, my voice barely a whisper. He's the reason we survived Basgiath since December. Her eyes bulge as she unsheathes the alley-hilted dagger at her thigh. Meth? I move in front of Zadin. He's stable. He's venom. Mira lifts her blade. I don't take kindly to blades being lifted toward Violet. Zadin sweeps me to his side. Like I'm the dangerous one. She flips the dagger in readiness to throw, and power rushes into me. Brennan, are you it? Don't, my brother says softly. Mira pauses and turns at the tone of his voice, understanding creeping over her face. You knew? Mira's gaze jumps from Brennan to Zadin to me, hurt and shock mixing in a lethal combination. He'll kill you, she says to me finally. It's what they do, he won't. I pour every ounce of my certainty, my trust into the words. I won't, Zadin Vaz. And yes, I'm stable, but all we can do is slow the progression. Mira's breathing stills and her eyes harden on mine. You kept this from me. You kept things from me too. My fingernails bite into my palms. Things about myself that I deserve to know. She doesn't intend to tell anyone about me, Zadin says. He cut through her shields. You taught her well. She glares over at our brother and sheathes her blade as she walks away. Good luck keeping her alive. The door slams on her way out. Chapter 55. 2 days pass without Mira telling anyone, and I start to believe that Zadin was right and she won't, even if she isn't speaking to me. Navar is one step away from declaring war on Tienda for defying the Sanarium. Haldan has troops stationed along the Koda border, just waiting for his father to give his order, which prompted Zadin to cut off shipments of Palladium until King Tori confirms their alliance stands without the provincial commitment and the Arashan riot is safe at Basgiath, all but stalling the War College's forge. The only positive is that I find myself back with my squad during the day and in Zadin's bed at night. Turns out Pantek doesn't actually care where anyone sleeps. Quinn spends every night with her girlfriend, too, since Jax happens to be stationed here. The best part of Professor Triss's all-day runes class is being outdoors in the valley. The gaping hole in my chest feels a little smaller when I'm closer to Tern. The shitty part? I'm worse than ever at runes. There are more than a dozen discarded practice discs on the ground in front of me as I sit cross-legged in the circle our squad has formed, and those are only my mistakes since lunch. A few months ago, I had barely gotten by using the more delicate threads of magic from Mandana's power, but Tern's is unruly and hard to separate. No wonder my signet is pretty much all or nothing. Tern doesn't do anything in half measures, and neither does his power. Was that Tane I saw launching before the break? Rai asks, setting a messy yet no doubt effective unlocking rune in front of her as Professor Triss walks the opposite side of the circle, inspecting Neve's and Brajan's work. I nod and press my lopsided trapezoid with its 4 unequally spaced knots and overlying oval which I've managed to make look like an egg into the practice disc, tempering the rune. The wood hisses, and the shape appears burned into the disc. They only give me 72 hours of leave, which, from the sound of it, is more than they could afford. My forehead puckers as I study the rune. Every day, the line retreats closer to Drathis, and the atmosphere around here feels like the ever-4 thunderstorm charged with inevitable violence. I'm sorry you two didn't have more time. Rai offers me what I'm starting to call the careful smile. It's half sympathy, half encouragement, and 100% please don't go catatonic again. It's become the trademark expression of our squad since I showed up for class the day before yesterday. At least you got to see your sister, Kat says from the east end of our circle beside Marin, shaping a yet-to-be-seen rune in the air with both hands. I haven't been with Sirena in months. She doesn't bother with the careful smile, and I weirdly appreciate it. I'm sorry. I genuinely mean it. Cordon is all but blockaded. The only way in without crossing Venom territory is by sea. I'd say it's alright, but we both know it isn't. She sets a perfectly shaped unlocking rune down in front of her. And neither is whatever you just attempted, because that isn't going to unlock anything. Be nice. Marin throws a sideways glance at Kat. Good, then I excel in other areas. I flash a fuck off smile. Rudok snorts to rise left, and before I can tell him I didn't mean it that way, Sawyer jabs him in the ribs. Professor Triss moves down the line to the first years, and I prepare myself for the inevitable sigh of disappointment she'll give once she gets to me. She's been in a foul mood since spending most of yesterday afternoon with Mirror, going over which runes did and didn't work on our failed quest. So far the only consensus is that certain materials can carry magic beyond the continent and others can't. It's better than the last one. Ryan nods at my rune and brightens the careful smile. It's not. My heart leaps as an outline of wings casts a shadow on the south side of the valley, then plummets when an orange clubtail lands to the west, near where Tern lies sunning his scales. At some point I'll stop looking for her, right? Perhaps, Tern answers. So comforting. Here, let me help you. Quinn scoots over at my right. I've tried, she doesn't want help, Imogen remarks, finishing another perfect rune. Maybe she doesn't want help from you, Quinn says, her tone overly sweet. True. Odd, considering I'm one of the best out here, Imogen replies with just as much sugar. She, Kat, Quinn, and Sloane are our strongest, with Baylor and Marin coming in a close second. Bodhi's right up there with Kat, but he's missed afternoons the last 2 days, not that I'm one to judge. And I have to admit, it's fun to see an area where Dane doesn't head the class either. Which might be the issue. Quinn swings her gaze to mine. It's hard to take advice from someone who's been doing them for so long that they come as second nature, that is, I agree. Marked ones have been studying for years. By the time they reach the quadrant, they already know the patterns, they just need the magic. I'd love your thoughts. Quinn tucks her blonde curls behind her ears, then reaches for my disc. I don't remember you struggling this badly before. What's different? I've always used Anon as power, I admit softly. The tens is too strong to break pliable threads from. Sounds right. It's not like Melgrin is running around tempering runes with Kudiv's power. She sets the disc down. Maybe you need to manhandle it, really snap the angles instead of bending. Don't coax it into the shape you want. Try a more assertive approach. Aggressive, even. Get rough when you break the edges, pull hard when tying the knots. She mimics the motions. Harder, rougher, I can do that. I nod, then reach into my archives and yank a strand of Terran's power loose. I'm sure you can, considering who you're sleeping with, Rudok teases. I roll my eyes and do as Quinn suggested, forcing the power into shape and tying the knots with a pull that's almost brutal. When I temper the rune into the disc, it's not perfect, but it's not the worst either. Thank you, then no problem. She grins, then slides back toward Imogen. They're going to be hopelessly lost when we leave them in July. They're going to be. Imogen scoffs. When Professor Tristan makes her way to our side of the circle, she gives Imogen a nod of approval, then Quinn, and then pauses over my disc. It will do in a pinch. It's the highest praise she's given me this trip. An hour later, Felix walks up from across the field, his flight jacket draped over his arm. My stomach sinks. Using strands of Terran's power is one thing, but wielding feels like another. Let's go, he says to me, motioning down the field. To Trissa, I'll have her for the rest of the afternoon. Oh joy. I rise to my feet and brush the grass off the backs of my legs. Felix, do you think now is the time to push her? Trissa asks, addressing the very question everyone is thinking but no one has dared to ask. I think now is better than a battlefield, he counters, already walking away. Come on, Sorrengail, he adds. You may have lost your little Erid, but you still have Tern. I'll hold onto your discs, reassures me. Thank you. I grab my flight jacket and pack, then catch up with Felix. I didn't lose her, she left. Not sure why, but the wording makes a difference. All the more reason to practice. He strides toward his red swordtail. If the Erids aren't coming to save us, then you'd better be ready. All it takes is another Jack Barlow and they won't just be approaching Drathis, we'll have Venin at our front door. Right. The wards protect us, but they're not infallible. And I have to stop looking for miracles. Leithan fired the war stone. All I can control now is me. I'm not going to coddle you like others when war knocks at our doorstep. None of this training matters if you can't follow orders, he lectures. Your inability to do so during the attack nearly cost civilians their lives when those wyvern bodies came crashing through the walls. His brow furrows in disappointment. Your squad leader has already been spoken to. You were correct to engage farther from the battlements, but should have immediately returned to your post and intercepted those wyvern instead of gambling your lives at the temple. There were civilians at risk. My spine stiffens. He pauses. Did you ever consider that they wouldn't have been? Were you not there? I blink as my throat constricts. Because she's hunting me. He nods, then continues toward our dragons, leaving me scurrying after him. Your squad needs to learn some boundaries. You are not just any cadet, and they have to realize they cannot go chasing after you when you make mistakes. Be the terror over the Isles. Between you taking unnecessary risks and Riorson leaving his post for you, we would have lost, had the Erid not fired the Worston. Guilt twists in my stomach. I understand. You good? Anything new to report from your skirmish beyond the walls? Felix asks. I split a bolt into 2 branches. I lift my chin, and Terran stands ahead of us. The wound on his thigh is scabbed and is healing at a rate I envy. I nod into a cloud from the sky. His silver brows rise. But did you hit your target? I nod. Both of them, good. A satisfied smile curves his mouth. Now show me. By the time I make it back to Riorson House that evening, my arms feel like dead weight. I've sweat through every piece of my uniform, and my right hand is covered in blisters. But I can wield. And I do so the next day, and the day after that. He goes straight from bedbound to burnout. Brennan mutters after he finishes mending my arm muscles for the 3rd time in 3 days. Can you pick a nice middle ground? His voice echoes in the empty assembly chamber. Almost every officer from Arisha has been stationed on the outposts, including the assembly members. If Brennan wasn't needed to run the place when Zadin isn't here, he'd be gone, too. Apparently not. I lift my hand from the end of the long trestle table and flex my fingers. Thank you. I should let the healers tend to you and see how quickly you run out to do it again. He rubs the bridge of his nose and sits back in his chair. You could. I tug the sleeve of my uniform down. But I'd just be out there again tomorrow. I've already taken too much time off. The Ifani isn't going to give up just because the erection wards are in place. If I could stand to see you in pain, I'd give it some serious thought. He drops his hand. What are you going to do when you're back at Bastriath? I can't just fly 18 hours every time you overdo it. I have almost a week left to figure that out. My forehead scrunches. Do you think we'll go if Tori hasn't confirmed he won't burn the place down like he did 6 years ago? There's a growing part of me that wouldn't mind staying. I love sleeping next to Zadin at night and waking up to the feel of his mouth on my skin in the morning. I love how uncomplicated we are here, and really love that General Itos isn't looking around every corner, looking for a reason to make us miserable. But mostly, I love that Zadin seems more like himself in the last few days. He's still icy in moments, but he also carries an air of peace and purpose, and for the first time, I don't just dream about our future here. I can see it. Keeping a squad of Bastriath's cadets would complicate. Brennan starts to answer. You're an asshole. Wildeye strides into the room, tearing at the buttons of his flight jacket. That's not new information, Zadin retorts at his heels, ripping the flight goggles off his head and pinning his cousin with a stare I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. His hair is windblown, and his swords are strapped to his back, but I don't see any blood, not that he's turned fully in my direction at the opposite side of the room. And the answer is no, stop asking. Brennan lifts his brows at me, and I shrug. Fuck if I know what they're arguing about. You need every rider you can get, Bodhi argues. I could be manning an outpost at now. Zadin's jaw ticks. Or patrolling Drathus, which we both know is about to fall. Bodhi's hands curl into fists. Absolutely not. Shadows gather around Zadin's boots. You can't just take cure and leave school because you decide you're fully educated. You have to graduate. Wait. Bodhi wants to drop out? Says who? Bodhi challenges. Besides the Empyrean and every regulation recorded, the shadows spread. Make. Bodhi shakes his head. If it's that fucking important I finish, you wouldn't be pulling me out of class every day. Because I need you to know how to take over. Zadin snaps. Because I'm now first in line? There's more than a little sarcasm in Bodhi's response. Yes. The shadows flee, racing for the walls. Zadin? My stomach clenches. He glances my way, then takes a deep breath and relaxes his shoulders. The answer is no, Bodhi. I'm not your backup plan. Bodhi retreats 2 steps, then looks down the table at Brennan and me before glaring at Saturn. You're the Duke, I'm the Rider. That's how it was always meant to be until our parents got themselves executed. I will stand by your side and be your right fucking hand for the rest of our lives. But if you want a member of our family to hold that seat he points to the throne, you'd better hold your own shit together. He walks out of the room without another word. But he'd meant for me to hear every single one he said. A neck unfolds behind my ribs. That's why Zadin is so peaceful, so driven here. He's putting the pieces in place, training his replacement. He's accepted a different future than the one I envision as I walk these halls and continue following every possible path to a cure. Zadin strides the length of the table and Brennan pushes back, his chair squeaky against the floor of the dais. There's a stack of things requiring your signature on the desk in the study, Brennan says, intercepting Zadin. And these came for you. He retrieves 2 missives from his front pocket and hands them over. Oh, and I'd love to know why the King of Diverelli referred to my sister as your consort in his last offer. I'd say it's a long story, but it's really not. A corner of Zadin's mouth rises, and he takes the missives. Gods, I love that arrogant, wicked, sexy little smirk. How in this world does he think I'm supposed to live without seeing it every day? Right. Brennan shakes his head and leaves the hall. How was your day, love? Zadin asks, breaking the wax seals on both parchments. Is that what you're doing? I ask, leaning forward on the table. Preparing for your own demise, mine was interesting. He ignores my question and reads over the first letter, then frowns at the second. Flew out to the cliffs to check on the evacuation, which is going slower than we estimated. His eyes meet mine as he shoves the letters into his pocket and walks up the steps. And now, Milgren warns me not to fly into battle or we'll lose. Just a few days late with that warning, but the High Priestess of Dun's Temple has written to say that Dun holds you and Rhiannon in her regard, and that she is in my debt and owes me whatever favor I see fit. He pushes Brennan's chair aside, then leans on the edge of the table, facing me. So how was your day? He wants to exchange pleasantries. Fine. I read a book on the emergence of Fennin, almost managed to split a bolt in 3, but my accuracy was questionable. 2 seems pretty solid, and I managed runes that both harden surfaces. I arch a brow and soften them. Are you preparing for your own demise? Yes. He slides his hands into his pockets. But I'm not embracing a fall, if that's what you're thinking. I won't give up a single day I have with you, not without a fight. Days. Not weeks or months or even years. I'm hit with the sudden urge to never sleep again, to use every minute I have with him. Do you want to go sit on the roof? I had something else in mind. He glances toward the throne. Yes, please. I flick my wrist and shut the door using lesser magic, then lock it. The smile instantly becomes a core memory. Chapter 56. I stand in the field in front of Drathis, surrounded by the peaks of snowed-up mountains, and even though I shouldn't, I take the first step toward the city. I'm too far. I'll never reach Taryn, and he's my only chance of finding her. Battle erupts in the sky over its spiral tower, and the outlines of wings pop through the ominous clouds hovering over the canyons to the south before descending into darkness once more. The storm gives me the one thing I can never really afford: hope. The rain might make flying a pain in the ass, but it will give her the edge she needs. Fire erupts along the high walls, and flames of blue and green rise, climbing the guard towers like ivy. Shit. I have to get there now. I can put it out. Shadow beats flame every time. My footsteps falter, and I pause. Shredder? I don't wield shadows. Zadin does. My body fights to lurch forward, to run toward the city, but I shouldn't continue across this field. It only ever ends one way, with the sage yanking me into the air. This is Zadin's dream. Awareness prickles the back of my neck. I'm in Zadin's dream. The realization does something that feels like a snap across the back of my skull. Suddenly, I'm no longer a part of him as he takes off running ahead of me, dressed for battle. Zadin! I shout before he can make it a half-dozen steps. He stops, then slowly turns to face me in the grass-covered field. His eyes widen when he spots me, then narrow as he glances left, then right. You shouldn't be here. That's an understatement. I take in our surroundings with a quick glance. The field is barren, but if this dream is anything like his others, it won't be for long. You aren't safe. He shakes his head and stalks toward me. I can't keep you safe. This isn't real. I take his ice-cold hand in mine, then startle. I can feel that. Why can't you escape this place? What keeps you here? I do, the sage answers from behind Zadin. Zadin whips around, reaching over his shoulder for a blade that disappears, and I move to his side. The sage pulls back the hood of his maroon robe, revealing the freakily young face that haunts my Zadin's dreams, and smiles, cracking the skin of his chapped lips. The veins along his temples pulse crimson as he folds his gnarled hands like this has the possibility of being a civil encounter. "It's so nice of you to join us, Lightning Wielder." He tilts his head. "Or should I call you Dreamwalker?" My lips part. Zadin's nightmares are eerily on point. "We should go," I whisper. He can't. The sage's smile widens, and he lifts his bony hand. Zadin rises and claws at his throat. "Wake up," I shout at Zadin. "I told you he can't, and here I'd hoped you'd be a quick learner. How disappointing." The sage lectures, then slits his eyes like a snake towards Zadin. "You lost something I wanted, but you will bring her," he demands. "Never." Zadin forces through his throat, and his feet kick for the ground. "Don't worry," the sage says with a twisted smile. "I'll be a more merciful teacher than Theophany." Fear races down my spine, and I reach for power stop. This is a dream. It isn't real. He isn't losing air. He's breathing just fine in our bed. I have to wake up, but that only ever happens once the sage strikes. His sword coming down on me, pain. I need pain. I reach for my thigh but only find a smooth layer of leather. I am done waiting, the sage snarls. "Done playing this little game. You may have raised your wards, but they won't save you. We have the advantage, and if you will not deliver her, then she will come herself." He closes his fist, and Zadin wheezes. "It's simple, Dreamwalker, you come or she dies." "She who?" "This is a dream," I remind myself, and if it were mine, I'd be armed. I slide my hand down my hip and find the hilt of a dagger. Before I can second guess my plan, I wrench it free. The sage's eyes widen on the polished, wooden handle, but I'm already swinging it toward my arm. The blade sinks into my skin. I jolt upright in bed and gasp for breath, blinking furiously to clear the haze of the nightmare as dawn breaks outside our bedroom window. Zadin. His spine is arched beside me, his head thrown back in pain as he strains for the very air at his breathing. "Wake up." I put both my hands on his chest and shove with my body and mind. "Zadin, wake up." His eyes flash open, and he falls flat against the mattress as his heart pants beneath my fingers. It was just a dream. I shift my weight to kneel beside him, then push his hair off his clammy forehead. "We're in Arisha, in your room. It's just you and me." He blinks at me a few times, then blows out a small breath. "That sounds like a much better dream." His hand splays over my hip and his heart rate slows as he looks up at me. "You were there, yeah." I nod, tracing the scar above his heart. "I saw you pull the dagger. I knew you were there. That's never happened before." He sits up, bringing our faces closer. How do I explain it? You know, it's not the first time I've recognized it as a dream, but it is the first time I knew it was your dream that it wasn't mine. The second I realized it, I became myself, separate from you. My brow knits. "I just don't know how, but it sounds like you figured it out pretty quickly." He searches my face. "I shouldn't have been able to do it." My voice fades to a whisper. Andarna's gone. His thumb strokes the top of my hip. "Maybe the power's gone, but the ability still remains. Return." I reach down the bond. "I have encountered this as many times as you have." His reply is gruff with sleep. Not helpful. Before I can sink any deeper into my thoughts, someone pounds on our door. It's too early for anything positive. "That can't be good," agreed. Zadin throws back the blankets and heads for the door in nothing but his sleeping pants, and I scramble for the armor. "Garrick, you look like shit." What could Garrick possibly be doing here at this hour? I grab my robe, then tug it over my cotton nightdress before hurrying to Zadin's side. He wasn't kidding. Garrick looks like shit. Blood drips from his hairline, and his left eye is rapidly swelling shut from what appears to be a fresh hit. Instead of his swords, he carries a massive shield on his back, the size and weight of which would absolutely crush me. We were on patrol when she found us. Garrick's gaze flickers my way, and the instant pity that fills his open eyes sours my stomach. I wasn't strong enough, or quick enough. She ripped us straight out of the sky like a pair of pigeons in a windstorm. Who? Zadin asks, steadying his friend's arms when he wavers. "Their lightning wielder." Garrick answers. "She let me go to deliver a message." Theophany. "To me?" Zadin asks, his brow furrowing. "For both of you." Garrick retreats a step, then swings off his shield. "They've reached the walls of Drathis," she said. "If that isn't threat enough, you have 5 hours to bring Bodhi and Violet or she dies." He glances at me. "You come or she dies." Isn't that what the sage said? But why Bodhi? And who could she possibly know? I shake my head, and my stomach lurches. There's no possible way the Eards would let her put hands on Andorna, if Andorna is even still on the continent. Who? Saturn starts, then falls silent and stares at Garrick's shield. Fuck. I drop my gaze to the shield, too, and my heart drops out of my chest. It isn't a shield, it's a green scale that matches the exact shade of my armor. Not Andorna Tain. The Fae his mirror. Chapter 57. We fly for Drathis. They'll attack as soon as they get what they want. Then leave Sorrengail to die. They who says she's even still alive, their voices of arguing. Armed riders blur as I stand between Satin and Brennan near the center of the dais, staring at the updated map on the assembly chamber wall. There are thousands coming up the pass out of the city. If Drathis falls, they are all dead. We have a 6th Dragon Riot stationed there at 10 now that the line has fallen back. Don't forget the Nightwing Drift, against hundreds of Wyvern, and at least a dozen Dark Wielders. Whoever goes isn't coming back from that. Then you send us. But we're not sending cadets into combat. It was our dragons who woke us. End of debate. We're going. I barely hear any of it. Only one thought matters. The Fanny is done waiting for me, and she is Mira. She is my sister. And our last words were in anger. Fear threatens to worm its way past the rage boiling in my blood, and I fight to deny it entry. Mira doesn't have time for my fear. It's a 4-hour flight to Drathis, and if we don't leave in the next half hour, we'll be too late not just for Mira but for the thousands of civilians as well. How did this happen? A harsh red line on the map spans from what had been the eastern front directly to Drathis. They've surged in the last 24 hours, ignoring everything else along their path, concentrating on this one target when easier. Comparable cities remain untouched. Not all signets are equal. I know she's a Maven, but is she more powerful than you? Brennan folds his arms at my right as the others continue to argue. Yes, I answer. There's no point lying. We'll be walking into a trap. His gaze locks on the flag representing Drathis. Flying, and who said you were coming? I counter. The space between the flag and the cliffs of Trelas seems impossibly small for so many people to flee, and the climb is hellacious. They won't all make it. She's my sister too, Brennan states. He has a point. Saturn stands silently in front of the throne, his arms crossed as he studies the field to the north of Drathis, where Theophany has demanded we meet. We don't have enough riders to retrieve Mira, defend Drathis, and protect the pass, no. Brennan sighs and examines the map more closely. We'll have to prioritize an objective, maybe two. Saturn nods. We can't just leave people to die, I protest. The arguments between cadets and officers grow louder, and the pit in my stomach deepens. I should be with my squad, but I'll be damned if I stand patiently and wait for others to decide my sister's fate. What would you do if they were your citizens on the other side of the border? Kat yells across the room from where our squad stands in loose formation. Or are you thinking like true Navarians now that you're tucked in safe behind your wards? The smart-ass captain snaps something back at Kat that I can't hear over the din, and Sloane charges. I nearly jump over the table, but Dane gets there first, hooking his arm around her waist and holding her back as she swings. The second he sets her on her feet, those fists are aimed in his direction, and I wince as he lets two make contact before trapping her wrists and leaning in low. Whatever he says must register, because she gives a curt nod, then retorts with a glare and walks back into formation, where I rise waiting with what looks like a scathing lecture. Dane lifts his brows at me and I grimace an apology before he moves to Bodhi's side. How long are you going to let them fight? Brennan asks, glancing at Saturn. Until my tactician gives me a plan that doesn't make me choose between objectives, Saturn answers. The volume of their delivery doesn't make their points any less valid. I can't guarantee 2, let alone 3. Brennan's mouth purses. Live up to your reputation and try, Saturn orders. Brennan curses, then looks over the room. I need Tavis and Kaori, he shouts. Both men quickly separate from the crowd and make their way up Brennan's side of the dais. Have you been to Drathis? He asks Kaori. Once. The professor nods. Can you give me a roughly scaled projection of the territory? Kaori lifts his hands, and a 3-dimensional projection of Drathis and its surrounding areas appears over the table. The room falls quiet as Brennan leans forward, bracing his palms on the table to study the image as Garrick points out where our current defenses stand. The gash on his head and black eye are both gone thanks to Brennan. The city sits at the southwestern edge of an intermountain plateau that spans a couple dozen miles. It's surrounded by peaks on every side and accessible only through a winding series of valleys, the western river that flows south to the Arctal Ocean, or air which Theophany commands due to her signet. And if Garrick's reports are accurate, the eastern field is this too. Whatever calculations you make, just know that I'll be going with Violet, Sadden says. I figure, Brennan answers. My chest tightens with enough pressure to crush a dragon. You'll be risking your life. It's risk the second you cross the wards, and we both know you're going after Mira. I'd rather be at your side than hunting you down after you sneak out. His jaw flexes. Theophany doesn't want to kill me, or she already would have. I memorized the topography of the fields, feeding the information to Terran. Between the jagged peaks, lines of forest, and the row of vertical rock formations along the western edge, is basically nature's own fighting pit. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Sadden replies as Felix and Professor Trissa walk in. There are worse things than dying. There's now a good time to point out that Tyrande can't afford to lose her duke on what amounts to a death wish. Felix asks, heading to the front of the dais with Professor Trissa. I have no intention of dying, Sadden replies. Panchik has already launched to request reinforcements, to which we know Melgren won't send. Apparently that late warning was actually an early warning for this, Trissa counters, keeping her voice level and glancing at me. Then Brennan. I'm sorry for the loss of your sister, but Melgren has already proclaimed this battle a defeat, and he's never been wrong. A lump the size of my conduit forms in my throat. I'm not giving up on Mira, on any of them. If choice determines our future, Melgren's only seen the outcome of one path. I glance at Sadden, which couldn't have had 3 rebellion relics. The cadets belong in formation, not battle planning. Trissa snaps at me. My spine stiffens, and my hands grip the edge of the table. She stands at my side. Sadden's voice drops into that lethally calming leader tone, and he places his warm hand over mine. Remember that. The compliment and the pressure of it aren't lost on me. Starting to understand the consort missive, Brennan mutters under his breath, then looks at the model from a different angle. We lose if we only take the officers, the absolutely new cadets. Felix shakes his head. Not after what happened last time. We're still repairing the walls from when those 2 went rogue. He looks my way. Sadden glances toward my squad, his gaze lingering on Imogen, then Sloane, then Bodai. Make a different choice, get a different outcome, Garrick suggests. They'll have to live with themselves, so let them make their choice too. Gods know we did. Only volunteers. First years stay behind the wards, Sadden orders. Put us where you need us, Bodai calls out, then glances at Dane. With the permission of our wing leader, of course. They give in. Dane agrees. Wright takes count of every hand in the air, which is all of them. Second squad stands ready. This cannot be happening, Trissa argues. It is. Sadden's tone doesn't invite interpretation. The assembly wanted me in that chair, and now you'll deal with my decisions well in it. You are not ready. Felix shoots the insult my way. Even if Drathis and fleeing civilians went under direct threat, she's my sister. I'm going to do everything I can to rescue her. I lift my chin. Our sister, Brennan corrects, studying me with the tilted head. Which means that Dark Wielder knows way more about us than we do her. Sadden looks toward the back of my squad's formation, where Bodai stands with Dane. Garrick, tell me exactly what her demand was. Why does she want Bodai? I don't know. Garrick scratches the stubble along his chin. She said to bring Violet and your brother, and they'll let Drathis stand. Stand or lie? Anka was standing when they left it, too. Sadden tenses. She said brother? Derek nods. Everyone knows you were raised together. This is certainly the fastest way to wipe out Tyrander's ruling line, Trissa notes. Right. 2 furs appear between Sadden's brows, and his mouth tenses. What are you thinking? I ask. Venom don't care about succession. You have another who calls you by the name. Esquiel chimes in, her words sharper than her teeth. Another? I frown. The only other person who would have qualified for that title was Liam. Wait. The very first time I met her, she didn't kill me, but she didn't achieve her rescue objective, either. My stomach hollows. She wants Jack, that's my guess. His gaze darts to Kaori, who's solely focused on his projection, then jumps to Garrick. You up for a little walk? He asks quietly. Eric glances at Kaori, then nods. Use me, I whisper to Brennan so Sadden won't hear. Once I rescue Mira, I'll station myself between the pass and Drathis. I can wield in both directions. If Wyvern get past me, that's it. Brennan's eyes slide shut. Everyone but the 7 of us out. Now, he orders, his voice booming through the room. Stay in the hallway for quick recall. We don't have time for this, Felix argues as the crowd moves into the hallway. You're the variable I'm missing, and worse, you make Riorson one too. Brennan swings his gaze to mine as the assembly chamber empties. I draw back. I'm sorry, to tread carefully, Seven warns. That right there, for starters. Brennan stares at me while pointing at Sadden, and I don't think he's just talking about this discussion. He gestures to the model. Violet, pick one objective to win. The people will die if we only choose one. My heart starts to pound. Yes. He nods. Welcome to leadership. Why me? I stare at the model. Mira has to come first, but the thought of leaving civilians to be desiccated, our own riders and flyers to die with their bonded ones. It's too much to fathom. Losing Liam was battle. Mom was her own sacrifice. Trager was luck. Being responsible for the deaths of thousands. Because I don't think you can, Brennan answers gently. Thief any knows you'll try to save everyone like you did in Resin, or at Dun's Temple, or Bastiath before Mom. He swallows. That's why we'll fail, because you will choose everyone over yourself, and he will choose you over everyone. My stomach hollows. You're not playing fair, Zadin replies, his voice sliding lower. In all the years we've known each other, fair isn't a term I've ever heard you argue. Brennan holds up a single finger. Prove me wrong so we can go get our sister, Violet. The only way we're walking out of the trap this dark weirdo designed for you is if you don't fall for it. One objective, one path. He lifts his brows, and the words hit me square in the stomach. 10 would select one in a heartbeat. Androna would choose them all. But she's gone. What's the objective with the biggest impact? Settings out in the site Drathis will only hold as long as we can defend it. The same goes for the pass. And if I rescue Mira, there's every chance Theophany will if this isn't about Mira. She's hunting me. Theophany. I take a steadying breath. I guess I would kill Theophany. I'm impressed. That was not on my list. The table creaks as Brennan sits on its edge. And if Cadet Sorrengail is abducted while securing her objective? Shadows spread at Sadin's feet. But I will make an excellent duke. At least one of you can be taught. Brennan rubs the scar on his palm. Do you trust your squad leader to hold a position this time? He asks me. With my life, I answer instantly. All right. Brennan nods. I have one idea. He looks at us all in turn. I'll unlock the armory, Trissa. We need you to open up that little cache you keep of runes and mirrors at Arrowhead. Zadin, we need you to trust Violet not to get herself killed. He doesn't wait for Zadin's response before staring me down. And above all else, we need you to understand that you cannot save everyone and you cannot stray from your orders. I'll do whatever it takes to save Mira. Fine. T Chapter 58. Terran can fly to the nearest edge of the cliffs of Drala in 2 hours, but it does us no good to leave Esgiel, Cure, and Mark behind, so by the time we reach the 10,000-foot drop, we're cutting it close to Theophany's deadline. Gods, if we miss it, if we're too late and she kills Mira, my throat threatens to close. We'll make it, Tem promises as we descend the cliffs in a steep dive between the falls and the crowded Madaro Pass. It had been a treacherous, deadly climb in autumn, and we were cadets. I can't begin to imagine how civilians, how children are making the ascent. Do you agree that it's a trap? The words spill out before I can stop them. Of course, he replies. But you already know that, otherwise, we would have discussed it over the last 3.5 hours. It wedges itself between my ribs as we plunge into a thick layer of fluffy white clouds. Do not dishonor me with such emotions, he lectures. And how does Esgiel feel about me endangering Zadin? I scan the clouds as best I can for the outline of Wyvern, but the cover is thick and we're moving too fast to be thorough. Had she not agreed, she would still be in a reshare, and your Dark One would be walking. Excellent point. Theophany took Mira because of me, and the reason she's going through this. You're a lightning wielder, and while your life may not matter more than other riders, your signet does. You are the weapon and will have to learn to accept the sacrifice of others in your name if you want to win this war. Nausea churns in my stomach. And you think I should have accepted Mira's death as a sacrifice? We burst through the clouds, and the field comes into startling view. If I did, I would still be in a reshirt and you would be walking. My heart sinks as I survey the landscape. The eastern fields approaching Drathis are covered in hordes of grey wyvern, setting siege against a line of dragons and griffins perched between the guard stands along the city walls. They are numerous in a ratio I don't even want to calculate. For the first time, I'm relieved that Andana chose to go. Brennan is brilliant, but this feels unwinnable. Our estimates were off, that appears so. But none of them launch to attack as we descend, nor do they impede the thick line of evacuees streaming from the city's western gate. Morvic has been spotted along the cliff S. Tane warns as he flares his wings, throwing our momentum. Fucking Auric. If he gets himself killed, he was seen flying south, away from conflict. He spits every word in disgust. What in Amory's name could he be doing? It's not like Auric to run away, then nor Malvik. 10 levels out as we approach the northern field, where at last I spot a horde of a dozen wyvern waiting in a circle around Tain. I force myself to breathe. It's unnatural to hold a dragon a captive. The wyvern are perched on heavy chains that loop around Tain's tail, bind his legs and his snout, and pin his wings to his thrashing body. Each line of metal is coated in his blood, and several of his scales litter the ground. Theophany stands in front of them, silver hair shining, holding one blade to Mira's throat and another against her ribs. My grip tightens on the pommels, and I can't tell if it's tense rage or my own stampeding through my veins, but it tramples every last ounce of my fear, my doubt, and my guilt until I am nothing but wrath. How fucking dare she? She dies for this, Tain demands, his impact rustling the green meadow grass as we land 20 feet in front of Theophany, who welcomes us with a smile. She hasn't drained the field yet, but she has beaten the shit out of my sister. The right side of Mira's face is purple and swollen, her throat carries a necklace of bruises, and blood drips from her left hand, but her leathers hide its origin. Theophany's scarlet long-sleeved tunic and pants aren't helping with contrast, either. Agreed, can you carry Tain if he can't fly? I unbuckle from my saddle as the others land on the other side of Tain. Not without sinking my claws into him. He growls low in his throat. Spend no more time on the ground than necessary, I'll stick to the plan. Leaving my bag strapped behind Tain, I adjust the leather caps, quiver, and holstered crossbow at my back, check to make sure my conduit is tucked safely in my pocket, then dismount. All Theophany has to do is set her hand to the ground, and we're all dead. I'm here, just like he wanted. I hold out my arms, and power rises within me, heating my flight-chilled skin. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Brennan approach from the left, while Zadin and Bodhi walking at my right. So you are. The wind whips Theophany's long, silver braid as her smile cracks her chapped lips, and my gaze catches on the pulsing veins at her temples and faded remnants of the tattoo on her forehead. And yet, you seem to have lost your eard. How inconvenient. No, Mira gobbles, and Theophany tightens her gnarled grip on the blade, pressing it harder against Mira's throat. Another ounce of pressure and her skin was split. SHHH, speak again, and I'll spill your dragon's blood all over this field, Theophany says into Mira's ear as the others reach me. My sister stills as the men reach my sides. Let them go. I will slaughter the Dark Wielder where she stands. Energy hums in my veins, ready for the first opportunity to strike. Stay calm, Zadin says, shadows curling over the toes of his boots and drifting south as we start to walk closer. Stay in control. He glances toward the doomed city. Keeping the promise I made to Brennan means not looking, so I don't. That's usually my line. I keep my eyes off Mira, focusing solely on the Dark Wielder. Not yet, and 4-on-1 hardly seems fair. Theophany glances at Brennan, then Bodhi. I didn't ask for either of you to attend. If I thought you requested brothers, next time be more specific about who's invited, I suggest. And yet you didn't bring the brother he wanted. Theophany sighs. Berwin will be disappointed. A thin line of blood appears along the edge of her knife. He's on the way, I say quickly. Berwin. Zadin tenses, and his focus swings south toward the city again. That's where he needs to be in position to save as many people as possible, but he's made it clear he doesn't want to leave me. Yes, hence the term brother. Theophany glances my way. I won't make the mistakes with you Berwin made with Jack. He spills his sage secrets too easily. I'm not turning. My hands curl into fists. You are, she states like it's certain. In just a few minutes, in fact, I'm intrigued to see what the actual catalyst will be. Her eyes light up. Saving your sister? Defending your lover? The trite yet always popular revenge? I'm betting on a combination of all three. Her head tilts, and she rests her cheek against the top of Mira's head. Speaking of which, time is up. My heart lurches, and a gust of wind blows from the north. He's here. Gareth shouts. I glance left and find Crad standing where there had only been empty space moments before, his focal clutching a familiar ruined armor. They made it, but the knife still at Mira's throat makes it hard to feel any sort of relief. Show him to me, Theophany orders. Zadin rolls his neck, and the shadows around his feet drift past Bodhi's. Garrick dismounts, then walks to the Ribestad chest with slower steps than usual and pulls the key from his pocket. It only takes a few seconds for him to open the chest doors. There he is. Theophany smiles, but I don't risk taking my eyes off her to examine how Jack is doing, especially not when Mira looks like she might pass out at any second. Just one little matter of business to attend to, and then we'll begin. He's emaciated and wan, Taryn tells me. Suspended in air as the chest intends, and he appears sedated. I can show you through my eyes if you prefer. The description is perfect, thank you. I lift my chin. Both Jack and I are here. Our end of the deal is fulfilled, so let Mira and Tane go. Brennan's hands flex at his sides. That wasn't the deal. The Ifani tisks. I said we'd let Draitha stand, not that your sister would live. Her mouth curves in a sadistic smile. First thing to learn about us is that we're careful with our words, and the second, we also lie. She draws the blade across Mira's neck and slits her throat. Chapter 59, Mira. I scream louder than a dragon's roar as crimson blood streams from the laceration in my sister's throat. Everything seems to happen at once, like a group of musicians cued for a performance. Time to play, Violet. The Ifani hurls the dagger at Jack. A sea of grey wings rises in the south, and my boots pound across the field. Saturn projects a stream of shadow toward the Ifani, but the bands fly southward. What the fuck? No time to think. I'm already running at the dark wielder, ally hilted dagger drawn, when the closest wyvern launches and plucks the Ifani from the ground as it flies overhead. Mira collapses to her knees in the grass, grabbing for the fatal cut with both hands, and suddenly nothing else matters. Not revenge. Not Draithus. My sister only has seconds. Malek, please no. It's all right. My voice breaks, and I discard my dagger and hit the ground, catching her as she falls. Blood streams through my fingers as I press my hand against the pulsing wound at her throat. Pressure. She needs pressure. Not Mira. I yell at whatever deity will listen and press harder, like I can force the blood back into her body. My breath comes in stuttered gasps, terror cutting off the flow of oxygen. Mira stares up at me, her brown eyes wide with shock, and I force a smile so she doesn't meet Malek in fear. You're going to be alright. I nod, my head jerking as my eyes blow. Move. Brennan hits his knees, and I barely have time to yank my hand away before his is there. You will live, do you hear me? He slams his eyes shut and sweat immediately beads on his forehead as he leans over Mira. Is it even possible? Brennan's powerful, but I can't think of a single rider who's been saved on the battlefield with an injury this extensive. She goes limp and my heart ceases, but she's still breathing despite the blood coursing down the sides of her neck. Shapes blur and snarls sound from every direction. I look up, and the dragons leap over us, claws filling the sky before they land on the circle of wyvern. 4 of the grey creatures launch at the onslaught, shrieking their way into the sky. The daggers of Vesquiel's tail swing just a few feet above us, and I throw my body over Mira and Brennan as the navy blue blades cut so close I can feel air rush against my skin. Seddon casts a wall of shadow, blocking us from the fray, and to the right, I see Garrick pull the Venon's dagger from the door of the Rebstead chest as Budhai forces the other one shut. Screeches fill the air and my muscles lock as I look back over my shoulder at the impenetrable darkness. 10. I can't see him. They die, he says, fury saturating the bond. I take that as the only good sign on this field and sit back on my heels, giving Brennan room to breathe. Come on, Brennan mutters, his brow furrowed in concentration just like Dad's used to, but he swings slightly and losing colour in his face. It has to work. It just has to. Blood trickles down the column of Mira's neck, crossing her scars, her eyes flutter shut. You can't have her, I whisper up to Malek, and I swear the clouds darken slightly in acknowledgement, or maybe mocking, as 2 reds approach from the south at tremendous speed. Wait. Why are they flying away from the city? I strain to identify the dragons. Thwart. The tear pattern in her right wing is unmistakable, but that would mean, oh gods, Sloane is here. Liam, I'm so sorry. My throat tries to close as I throw my head back and search the sky for grey, but there's only Thwart and I blink. That's Kath on her tail. Sweat drips down Brennan's neck at the same alarmingly fast pace as blood from Mira's wound, and his breathing becomes laboured. There's too much damage, he whispers. There isn't, I argue, glancing between Mira's slackened face and the strain on my brothers. Brennan, you can mend anything, remember? Mob roars. Your brother nears the limit of his power, Tern warns. And I can't give him mine. My heart races. Get the chest out of here, Seddon shouts to Garrick. If she wanted him dead, he obviously knows things they don't want us to, they cried. Garrick yells, and the brown scorpion tail bounces over the shadows to Garrick's side. A second later, they disappear, along with the trunk. I feel a rush of air as they go, and glance toward the sky as the 2 reds approach. How much are we trusting Eidos these days? Bodhi says as he runs toward us. Not enough for what he just saw, Saturn answers, his shadows blocking what looks to be the tip of a wyvern's tail from hitting me. Wind from wing beats blows back Brennan's hair, and the Reds land so close their heads hover over us as they skid to a halt, their talons dragging up clumps of grass. Violet, I'm sorry, Brennan whispers. Don't say that. I shake my head. The blood flow is slowing, it's working. Though it hasn't stopped. What the fuck are you doing here? Saturn calls up at Dane as he dismounts, but my focus firmly locks over Brennan's shoulder. Following her ass, Dane replies, then winces at the crunch of bone coming from behind the wall of shadows Saturn holds in place with both hands. She's under my command, and Kath alerted me the second they crossed the woods against orders. He aims that last part in Sloane's direction. Sloane. A shout of hope pierces the terror wrapped around my heart. She races away, reaching into her flight jacket and retrieving a cylindrical parcel the length of her hand. Auric told me you'd need this. She stumbles as she catches sight of Mira. I don't give a shit why she's here. Only that she is. My eyes prickle. Please. Sloane's fearful gaze snaps to mine. Mira. Dane runs, then drops to a knee beside me. Oh shit, though please, I blatantly shamelessly beg Sloane. Brennan needs more power, and we're going to lose her. She takes one tentative step, then another as Brennan trembles, his hands on Mira's neck. I don't know how, when you're Emmy. She stops herself. Transferring is different than imbuing, I know that much. Whatever you're going to do, you'd better do it fast, Bodhi warns, drawing a sword and standing guard, his eyes on the sky. Try, Dane urges, shoving the sleeve of his uniform up his forearm. It's dangerous to use your own power if you haven't trained, so take mine. I'm the only one here who doesn't have to wield today. Just try. A wyvern snarls behind me, and a distinctive snap follows. Sloane lowers herself between Dane and Brennan as Mira's blood soaks into my leathers. One hand on my wrist, Dane says gently, like he's talking to a skittish horse. She stares at the grey handprint that scars his forearm. I don't want to do that, become that. You won't. He lifts his brows. You can hate me later, but trust me now or she dies. Sloane wraps her fingers around Dane's wrist. Her eyes flare and she swallows. Someone like you shouldn't have this much power. The good thing for Mira I do, put the other hand anywhere his skin is exposed, he orders. Sloane drops her little package and lifts her hand to the back of Brennan's neck. I brush Mira's hair off her forehead, leaving a bloody smear behind. She's so damn pale. I should have told her about Saturn. She should have told me about my dedication. We've wasted so much time keeping things from each other, when Dad warned me to only trust her. If I had, would this still have happened? Do not blame yourself for wounds you do not inflict, 10 lectures. Eyes here, Dane says, and Sloane looks his way. Pull from the excess you feel in me, and push to the deficit in him. You're not a weapon of destruction, you're not Fenin, you're the artery power chooses to flow through your life. Her brow knits, and Dane flinches. I'm going to hurt you, the gods, don't I know it? He nods. But you're not going to kill me, no matter how badly you want to. Now do it. Her mouth tightens, and Dane grits his teeth. Precious, long seconds pass before Brennan breathes deeply and color flushes his cheeks. I glance back to Mira, expecting the worst, but her chest still rises and falls. Blood ceases to drip, color returning to her cheeks. Brennan? I whisper, too scared to even hope. It's messy, but she's alive. My brother sits back, his frame drooping as he drags the back of his arm over his sweaty brow. Thank you, Mary. She lets go of both men, then lifts her gaze to mine. She'll be all right, thanks to you, I say to Sloane. She blows out a swift sigh of relief as Brennan reaches for the water skin clipped at his hip. He quickly uncorks the top, then pours the water over Mira's neck. A thick, angry pink scar straddles her throat. I push her hair off her forehead again and give myself exactly 3 seconds to feel everything. My chest threatens to explode. 1. She's alive. 2. I won't have to navigate a world where she doesn't exist. 3. Brennan is a fucking miracle worker. We have to get Mira out of here, I say to my brother as the snarls and sounds of tearing flesh diminish behind me. A shape comes flying overhead but is yanked back by a rope of shadow. Pretty sure it was a talon. Agreed. Brennan looks toward Drathis, where an attrite battle has begun. Dragons and griffins hover above the city walls as enormous crossbolts fire into the cloud of approaching wyvern. You alright, Etos? Dane twists his hand around his wrist. I'm good. My stomach clenches. The hardest part of this will be trusting everyone to do their jobs, and the city isn't mine to hold. I glance at Sadden, then Dane. You both have to go, they'll be out of crossbolts soon. Dane rises to stand and offers his hand to Sloane. Fuck off, Edos. She rocks forward and up to her feet. He pauses like he's counting to 3. Get back across the woods, Mary, and stay there. She turns on her heel and stalks toward Thwart, lifting a middle finger. Bodhi snorts. Fucking first years, Dane mutters as she mounts. Riorson, I'll meet you down there. He heads toward Catsfall Lake. Dane! I shout, and he looks back over his shoulder. Thank you. Don't thank me, just tell me later how the fuck Garrick and Crud disappeared into thin air. He takes off at a run, and within a matter of seconds, both Thwart and Cat fly in separate directions. Bodhi helps Brennan to his feet. I don't want to leave you. Sadden drops a wall of shadow. I glance over my shoulder and find dead wyvern scattered in the field, and Eskiel, Terran, and Mob examining the chains strapped around 10. I know, but you have to, or I'll carry her. Brennan bends and scoops Mirror's unconscious body off my lap. You're alright? I locate my ally hilted dagger in the grass and put it back in place as I rise, then grab the package Sloane left behind, too. It's addressed to Arik and bears the unbroken seal of Dun. Why in all that's holy would he send Sloane into a war zone to give me his own mail? I'm going to throttle him as soon as I figure out what the fuck he's currently doing. Mary gave me a little more than she needed to, I'm fine. He adjusts Mira in his arms. I know you were supposed to stay, but take Mira, Bodhi says. We'll figure out how to free Tane so she can follow, agreed. Brennan's mouth tenses, and he looks at me. I have more than a dozen runes I can leave with thanks, but I'll pass. I interrupt. Better I stick to what I'm good at. He nods. Stick to the plan, Violet, no matter what goes wrong, we're counting on you. His gaze jumps to Zadin. That applies to you too. He doesn't waste time waiting for a reply, just heads toward Marb. I slip Arik's package into my flight jacket pocket and watch as Brennan walks away. Wait. There's no mark at the back of his neck like he carries on his palm. There hadn't been one on Dane's wrist either. He'd better go, but I urge Zadin. We've got Wyvern trying to round the north side of the city, and the pass is just beyond. Whole battle just a few miles away. Remember, I'm going. Sadden grabs Brennan's discarded water skin, then pours its remaining contents over my right hand, washing away the majority of Mira's blood. The water runs off my fingers, slowly fading from crimson to pale pink before he drops the skin. Concentrate. He cradles my cheek, and our eyes lock. Use only turns power. Do not turn, do not die. Accomplish your mission, and I will find you after. He kisses me breathless, and for just that second, time doesn't matter. My heart races, and I wrap my arms around his neck, pouring everything I feel for him into my response. It's chaotic and desperate and over far too soon. Come back to me, I demand as he moves away. Only ever you. He holds my gaze for another few steps, then turns to Bodhi. Stay with her, but remember your promise. Bodhi nods. I don't want your fucking province, it noted. Sadden clasps Bodhi's shoulder, then breaks into a run for Eskiel. Her golden eyes swivel toward mine. Get off the ground and stay with him, she orders, and we both know she doesn't mean Bodhi. Same goes to you. I lift my chin. They're airborne within seconds, flying south toward the city. I look away before fear has a chance to grab hold. He's the most powerful rider on the field, and she's merciless. Their survival isn't a question. Bodhi and I will give them enough time to save the city. And now that the Duke of Angst is gone, Bodhi says, his voice rising, we have a problem. Of course we do. Chapter 60, What's the issue? I walk back to the carnage surrounding our dragons. He does not wake, Terran announces, and Kier lowers his green snout to Tain's. Oh shit. Thir comes racing back. We have to get him off this field before Theophany returns. Bodhi studies the clouds. Can Garrick get Tain up the cliffs? I ask. Under normal circumstances, yes. Bodhi winces. But he's already exhausted from walking all over the continent in the last few hours. There's no chance. The plan is going to shit fast. And we're miles away from everyone except the lethal dark wielder who wants to kill us. But there's another option. My head swings to Terran. You're the only one strong enough to get him out of here. You can carry him if you use the chains. I will not leave you on this field that he growls. If I leave, everything falls apart. Dragonkind protects its own, even above a bonded rider, I remind him. His eyes narrow, and steam billows from his nostrils. Do not lecture me on the laws of my kind or you will learn how comfortable I am breaking them. Cure quickly removes himself. Please, I beg Tarn. If not for Tane's own sake, then for Mira's. I've already lost Andorna. I can't lose my sister too. Do not ask me to find this strength, for I will fail you. I will fail us both. A snarl rips from his throat and metal clans as he positions himself over Tane, gripping the four ends of chain wrapped around his torso in his claws. You will not move from this field, he orders. Thank you. Wind gusts across the side of my face as his wings beat harder than I've ever seen, and Tane's limp body slowly rises from the field. His shadow engulfs me as he flies overhead, carrying Tane toward the safety of the cliffs. Bold strategy, Bodhi notes, watching them depart. Sending our biggest dragon away is definitely not going to bite us in the ass. He'll be back. I look up to the sky and slowly rotate to better survey the space, but there's no sign of Theophany or the wyvern she prefers. My heart starts to pound. I'm not fond of being the prey. Breathing out slowly, I deny the impulse to check the city skyline for Zadin. This doesn't work if I can't focus here, now. I force myself to cut off all thoughts of the others and step into the headspace where I am no longer a sister, a friend, or a lover. I exist only as a rider, a weapon. You want to wait to start hunting our silver-haired friend? Bodhi says as Cure stalks toward us, wyvern blood dripping from the tip of his swordtail. We don't have to hunt. I strap my conduit to my wrists, then reach over my shoulder and flip the cap open on my quiver. As long as I am here, she'll come. And I'll get a chance to kill her before she attacks anyone else I love. Waiting feels anticlimactic. He puts his back to mine. Always does. Simultaneously torturous too, like the moment in flight when Tane's muscles shift beneath me and I know I'm about to lose my stomach in a dive, or those long minutes on the ridgeline above Basjaith, waiting for the horde to arrive. You think this will work? There has to. Magic requires balance, right? It's the oldest rule there is. Theophany walks out from behind the carcass of a wyvern. But once a century or so we get a chance to skew the scales in our favor, and I will prove myself to him this time. We whip toward her, shoulder to shoulder, and I reach for Tane's power, but barely a trickle answers the call. Shit. Tane's out of range. It's not going to be a quick jaunt to haul Tane many miles to the wards and up 10,000 feet, either. But Mira's safe, and that's what matters. Bodhi and I can keep ourselves alive. Where the fuck did she come from? Bodhi whispers, drawing his sword. She's fast, I reply just as softly, remembering how she disappeared from the brig at Basjaith. There are only a few of us who are faster, Theophany replies, walking along the carcass of the wyvern, grazing the ridges at its back as she saunters toward us. Older too. My lips part. She heard us from 20 feet away. Pity you had to kill them. She clicks her tongue. They take forever to generate. Are you ready to tip the balance, Violet? Having two lightning wielders on any side wouldn't just tip a balance, it would destroy it. The same as shadows. Cure lowers his head and grills at Bodhi's right. I'm ready to kill you. I reach for a dagger out of reflex and throw so hard my shoulder pops but thankfully doesn't subluxate. Theophany waves her knob fingers, and the blade falls aside before it reaches the halfway mark. Disappointing. Have you learned nothing since the last time you tried that? No need to be embarrassed, though. We'll work on it. I'll be happy to mentor you. My eyes flare. Was this the path the priestess foresaw for me? Not their mentorship, but Theophany's. Fuck, Bodhi mutters. That's another problem. Probably makes the arrows at my back useless too. Or some. I'll have to get up close and personal to kill her. Odd choice of companion, seeing that you reek of his kin. The veins beside her eyes pulse and she appraises Bodhi, her pace completely unhurried as she strolls toward the head of the dead wyvern. Tell me, do you not grow tired of being a less powerful version of your cousin? I'm not the one out here trying to prove myself, Bodhi counters, his head tilting in the same way Zadin's does when sizing up an opponent. No sword. No staff. She's unarmed with the exception of a row of blades at her hip. I search her stride for weakness and find none. She's faster, too, which means I'll get one shot. Witty. Her smile cracks another line in her lips. You're almost done waiting, he'll be gone soon, the crown will be yours. Come on, get closer. We don't have a crown. Bodhi switches his sword to his left hand, freeing his right. You don't know me well enough to try and fuck with my head. I'm doing exactly what I've always wanted to, protecting my cousin, my province, and her. She pauses just in front of the wyvern's bloody snout and cuts her gaze to mine. A weapon like you will only submit to someone stronger, so come, let's get this fuss over with so you can begin your real journey. He's waiting. Glee lights her smile. Baron? I guess. As if I would answer to that fool, I think not. She glances skyward. Pity you send your dragon away, but don't worry, there's plenty of pout beneath your feet. Now, show me what my patience has bought. She lifts her arms as the breeze picks up, sweeping off the cliffs at our back. No more stalling, then. Here we go. As long as Bodhi counters his signet, we can enter before 10 even gets back. Bodhi raises his right hand and turns it as though clasping a doorknob none of us can see. The sky darkens and wind gusts, and though no lightning strikes, the temperature and humidity rise in a way I've only ever felt around one other person. The Euphany smile sharpens. Gravity shifts and my perception of everything changes. It's working. A smile tugs at Bodhi's mouth. It's not, I whisper, all the hope leaving my body like water out of a bathtub drain. You can't counter her, you have to go, now. I palm the next blade. Maybe I can throw it, but I'm not going down defenseless either. I can hold out until 10 returns. There's no lightning, Bodhi argues, his knuckles whitening on the pommel of his sword. I was wrong, she's not a lightning wielder. It had struck in both battles, and I'd conflated its presence with hers when it was simply a byproduct of her true signet. She hadn't controlled the lightning during their assault on Juniper. She'd controlled the very thing causing it. Of course I'm not. The Euphany flicks a finger, and the clouds above us begin to rotate. There's only one exception to the rule, Violet Sorrengail. Imagine my surprise when it turned out to be you. If it was going to be one of her daughters, I'd have bet on your sister. Hammery, help us. Bodhi's hand slowly lowers, and his gaze jumps skyward. She isn't the dark wielder version of you, then no. I shake my head as the next gust of wind nearly pitches me forward. I've prepared for the wrong fight. I know the feel of lightning trudging, recognize the crackle in the air just before it strikes. I understand the limits, the boundaries of wielding it. Each strike requires its own burst of energy, and once it's over, it's done. But what the Euphany's doing will take on a life of its own and carry forward long after she's given it her power. This is so much worse than battling myself. She's their answer to my mother. Saying it out loud snaps the shock from my system, and my mind begins to race. Only Ames's exhaustion or physical illness weaken Mom. Not even the strongest wind wielder could diminish Mom's storms. She was the answer to me. The Euphany hisses, and the clouds start to swirl. The tornado. My chest clenches. My mother had never accomplished that particular feat. No wonder I hadn't recognized the Euphany for what she is. I'd never met a more powerful storm wielder than Mom. Until now. You have to get out of here. I shove at Bodhi's arm. Go before you can't launch in the wind. My signet is always the balance, Bodhi argues, lifting his hand as the wind rises to a constant roar at our backs. I can stop her, you can't. I push again, and this time he stumbles sideways. Your signet must only work on our magic, not theirs. No go, you promised Saturn, so come with me, he shouts. Somehow, the Euphany knows you'll try to save everyone. Brennan's words fill my head. I can't. If I go, she'll follow, and we'll lose. If I stay, I can be the distraction the others need. Then I'll fight beside her. Bodhi starts, but Cure wraps 2 talons around his midsection and launches before he can finish. His green wings beat in giant sweeps as he carries a loudly protesting Bodhi from the field, heading south. No doubt he'll clear the wind before ascending the cliffs. Tyrander's succession is safe, but there's no time to feel even an ounce of relief. A howling gust of wind forces me forward, and I fall to my hands and knees in the grass, narrowly missing the conduit that dangles from my wrist. Something groans behind me, and I look over my shoulder just in time to watch a tree taller than 10 lean in my direction from the edge of the field, pausing at an obscene angle before it's completely uprooted. Oh shit. I push to my feet and throw my body weight to the left, racing to get clear. The wind takes me down again in less than 10 steps, and my stomach lurches as the tree plummets toward me. My feet slip over a group of loose rocks, but my boots hold my ankles in place as I scramble for another few feet of distance. The tree crashes, hitting the ground with the force of a dragon. Heart pounding, I stare at the branch lying less than an arm's reach away. Channel, and we'll walk away together, she promises, her voice rising over the wind even though the tree has hidden her from me. Come to think of it, the tree has also hidden me, at least until she shifts position. I need to work fast. The wind is too strong to make a straight shot possible. It will fly right past her without some weight to it. I grab a dagger, lift my flight jacket, and slice a strip of cloth from the bottom of my uniform. The wind fights to rip the fabric away, so I stick it between my teeth and bite down, then sheath the blade. Faster. I need to move faster. Reaching over my shoulder, I grip the Meosite tipped arrow shaft as tightly as possible, then pull it free from the stabilizing quiver and drag it in front of me. The wind dies slightly as I tie the arrow to a conduit-sized rock from the field. Reach for the power and wield. Theophany steps into view 20 feet ahead of me. I rise up on my knees and throw the rock as hard as I can with the wind. The gale carries it, but Theophany knocks it off course 3/4 of the way there. Have you still learned nothing? It lands a couple of feet to her right, and explodes. Dirt, grass, and rock fly, and the impact flings Theophany half a wing length through the air. The wind dies before she smacks into the ground. Thank gods the storm isn't strong enough to hold without her yet. I surge to my feet and charge, drawing my last ally-hilted dagger. I can't risk losing it in a throw. Grass clings to her braid as she shuts herself upright, and her eyes struggle to focus as I flip the dagger parallel with my wrist and hurl myself at her. My knees hit the ground a second before I swing. She catches my forearm and squeezes with a strength that threatens to crush the bone. Enough. A debilitating wave of pain crashes over me, but I hold onto the dagger like my friends' lives depend on it, then pull a black-handled knife from my left and stab down, embedding the blade in her thigh. Her lips crack as she screams, but instead of releasing my forearm or removing the knife from her thigh, she grasps my throat and drives me backward, slamming my spine against the ground. My eyes widen and I wait for the explosives in my quiver to kill us both, but the cushion somehow sustains the impact. Foolish woman. She rams her knee into my stomach and forces the air right out of me. I struggle for the next breath, but it comes, and she pins my other hand to the ground with a speed I could never beat. Your mother knew at your age that she was no match for me. That's why she hid behind those wards. Perhaps you should have followed her example. The Ephany's jagged nails dig into my skin, and the veins beside her eyes bulge as she looks south. A few seem to have gotten by. Whatever will you do? I follow her line of sight, and every muscle in my body locks to keep from thrashing. A horde of wyvern has cut north, bypassing the city and flying straight into the valley that leads to the Medarrow Pass. I should be there, but then I couldn't keep her here. Don't be with them. I look away and find Theophany staring at me, her eerie red eyes so close she consumes my vision. The horde is hungry. How many innocents climb the pass? 1,000? 2. You can still save them. Reach for it. Take the power at your fingertips. She flips my hand so my palm presses into the grass, and I consciously keep my senses closed. So stubborn, it must be killing you. Realizing you don't have every answer, aren't the solution to every problem. You're just another lightning wielder, mortally incapable of being everywhere at once. The metal eases from my throat. Go ahead, it will be entertaining to watch you try. I glance south just long enough to witness the horde disappearing into the valley. You're right, I can't be everywhere. Ephany's eyes widen as I arch my neck against the blade. I don't have to be. When push comes to shove, I'm not the best of us. She is. Chapter 61. Erhin and Mujin. Clin. Violet. My heart pounds. I don't know how to protect the pass when we're down 3 of our most powerful, battle-hardened squad mates, but failure isn't an option. Thanks, Inal, the inferno wind stopped. For a moment, I thought we'd all be blown to cordon. I inspect what I can of the Medarrow Pass from its entrance and sigh with more than a little relief that none of the civilians fell in the squall. The cliff blocked the wind for them as it did us. Voyage steps away from the safety of the base and pivots sharply to face the winding valley that leads to Drathis. Tell the others to form a line. If we can fly now, so can they. A horde of grey had just rounded the last curve of the valley when a windstorm hit, driving the wyvern to land. According to Calf, every dragon was forced to hunker down in Drathis too. A dun, Fedge responds, and rain splashes at the base of her neck. Grey. Rain is the last thing anyone on this damned cliff needs. I remind myself of what Regan always says, Zenil gives what he sees fit. No use thanking the god for one blessing and cursing him in the next breath. I'd like to see her say it under these circumstances, but she'd probably pull it off. She's always been the more graceful twin. Tara, on the other hand, would tell me to make my own luck. I check right, making sure the others weren't harmed in the freak windstorm. Marin and Cap fall into line, and neither they nor their griffons look worse for wear. Beyond them, Sly wings his tail, keeping his wings tough for proximity, and Sawyer nods my way. Then I look left and find Neef and Bridgen both in position, with Aetrum shifting his weight impatiently. Widdock stares at the northern peak, not the path through the valley just south of it, like he could see straight through the thing if he tried hard enough. Part of me screams that we should be on the other side of that peak, but we have our orders. And half a squad. I clear my throat and my feelings. This isn't a squad battle. I make a mistake here and innocent people die. We lucked out when the wyvern that crashed through the holes I left in our defences only took out the wall and not my parents' house. No matter how much Violet means to me, she's one life. We're God in thousands who are fleeing as my family had, and we owe them the same protection. Gamlin, I shout across the griffons. I need your focus here. He looks like he might give me the finger for a second, but nods. Acknowledging your fear for the lightning wielder does not compromise you. The urge calls me out just like always. Ignoring it does accept the emotion and move on. My grip tightens on the raised ridges of green scales that form the pommel. Of course I'm worried about Violet. She's out there in the one condition I never want any of us alone. Tane flew into the cloud cover moments before the windstorm hit, carrying Tane in chains and escorted by mob, and the last status report from Kath had both Riosen and Durn spotted near the city walls. At least I haven't seen any lightning. But we have a job too. A dozen wyvern, maybe more, rise along the valley floor a few hundred yards out. My heart begins pounding. I ask Vert how many Bela can see. Screams sound in a chorus from the evacuees, both those waiting to climb and the ones already on the cliff. Rain. Wyvern. Panicked civilians. The situation has real shitshow potential. Gods, the first use better be pulling the civilians to safety at the top of the pass as instructed. Braycastle and Mary are already on my lecture list. Fuck knows what either of those two were thinking. Undisciplined. I need to rein everyone in with a quickness. Beta sees 17. Verge responds a second later. 17. Against 3 dragons and 4 griffons. Shit. That's a little menacing, I admit to Ferge. Then let us be menaces, Ferge snarls, her head weaving in anticipation. Ready to relay your orders. My orders. No pressure. We need to intercept. Right, launch in a thorn formation, I tell her. I learned my lesson in Arisha, we have to engage far from the cliff. Drift, guard the evacuees under Brajan's command. Ferge takes 3 steps, and I tighten my thighs to hold my seat as she launches into the cloud-soaked sky. Curler's disgruntled with the decision. What else is new? I debate the choice for all the time it takes to blink. Tell Kira they have better maneuverability against the cliff than we do in a full arsenal of runes. We can't stop 17 wyvern with 3 dragons, they need to be ready. Just once, I'd like to give an order that Kat doesn't feel the need to fight. I settle my flight goggles over my eyes as we fly headfirst toward the wyvern, Fedge, Atrom, and Slice, forming 3 points of a triangle. We need to engage as far from the cliff as possible. Plenty of room to move forward, not a lot of room to retreat against sheer rock. The enemy are roughly arranged in 3 columns, 2 deep. Continue thorning. Wait. No, vertical, switch to vertical formation. It will give us the best shot at taking down as many as possible. Second guessing your choices makes me do the same regarding threshing, Fedge leches, climbing in altitude as we approach the steep walls of the valley. Very funny. I wish I could see directly beneath us. They are in position. Fedge answers my unspoken question, but I have a feeling Atrom is going to deviate as soon as he gets the chance. Check in with Sliceegg. We've got less than 30 seconds, and this will only be a second encounter after nearly losing Sire past Jaith. He's insulted you, asked, Fedge responds. Naturally. I lock the toes of my boots between her scales and make ready for impact once I can see the shape of their teeth. Top center first, I thought we'd go bottom left, she replies with mock innocence. No time for your sarcasm. A target screeches, then climbs out of formation. Fedge breaks away to pursue, and my whole body clenches as a stream of blue fire erupts in our direction. Hold! Fedge shouts, and I do exactly as she orders, locking my muscles as she rolls right. My body weight shifts, and I push with my right leg to balance out as she pulls a new vertical climb. You're going to do the thing, aren't you? I hold onto the pommel like a lifeline as our momentum stalls at the zenith she's chosen. Maybe. She pitches back left, falling into a dive so steep my stomach tries to dig its way out through my feet. You have to warn me. I shift my grip and push at the pommel, ready myself for what inevitably comes next as we barrel toward the wyvern from above. Why, you were prepared. She soft snaps her wings, slowing our descent a second before we make impact just enough that I won't go hurtling over her head. The collision shakes my grip, and the rain isn't helping. Fedge digs her claws into the wyvern's back and clamps her jaw at the base of its skull, where the neck is thinner, weaker. Its scream rattles my eardrums. Then we fall, despite the frantic beat of Fedge's wings. Fear rears its ugly head, and I try to swallow it. She has the advantage of being clear of the wyvern's claws and teeth, but agility has always been her biggest asset, not strength. Her claws shred through the leathery grey wings, then she breaks their bones as the mountain rises to my right, getting close to the ground. I warn her. Your situational awareness never fails to leave me awestruck. She heaves her weight forward, then wrenches the wyvern's head back, snapping its neck as a blur of grey flickers through my line of sight. In that case, would you like to know about the one above us? I ask. She releases the wyvern into the mountainside below, and both our heads snap upward. Atrom flies by in pursuit, and a curl of green fire rushes up his tail. I cease breathing until the brown outruns the flame, saving Riddoch from a painful death, and then I face the source. Hold, Ferge once a second before we collide with the greenfire wyvern. She snaps for its neck, taking a bloody chunk away as it dives, spraying blood over the mountainside. She sinks her claws into another and dissects its throat. Where's the rest of the squad? I search with a quick swing of my head and find Atrom flying vertically alongside the other wyvern above us. My mouth drops as he rolls, putting his spine and Riddoch against the creature. What in Malek's name is he doing? I shout as Riddoch claps the pommel with one hand and extends the other toward Grayscales. Is he trying to get himself crushed? He can't be, seriously he is. The wyvern shrieks, and a paler shade of grey spreads along its scales, emanating from Riddoch's hand. The beast tenses, then ceases to beat its wings and falls directly toward us. Veg surges forward, banking left to avoid the ridgeline, and I turn in the seat to watch the wyvern impact the rocky terrain. Holy shit, I think it cracked in half. Did you see that? I ask as we round the corner of the mountain, finding Sawyer finishing a kill hundreds of feet below us. We need to regroup. If it's this hectic back here, how outnumbered are they beyond the valley in Drathis? I glance up at the sky and, in a moment of weakness, scan for any sign of Terran. How long can Vi be out there by herself? Focus. Verge's head swivels toward the pass, and I put my head where it belongs. Shit. 7 of the wyvern got through. Cat is one by the throat, Kira's talons tearing into the spaces between scales as it lies immobilized beneath her, while Marn takes aim at another with her crossbow. A second later, its wing is on fire. Impressive ruin. Ragin and Neve each chase their own up the cliffside, leaving 4 to pick off screaming civilians one by one. Regroup, I order, determined to save as many as possible. Shield formation, are you sure? Veg asks in that sweetly mocking way of hers. We're down 3, but the strength of the squad is in the whole, not the individual. We will hold this pass, even in this god's-forsaken rain. Positive, let's go. Chapter 62. Violet rain splatters against my forehead as Theophanie's dagger scrapes the skin of my throat, but I hold fast and keep my eyes on her. My mind flits through every possible way to get out of this hold alive, and I settle on the simplest, but it's a risk. My friends will continue to fight long after I meet Malek, and I'll meet him with my soul intact. Do your worst. The red in her eyes pulses as surprise ripples across her face, and she lifts the blade just enough to give me the inches I need. This is going to hurt. I slam my forehead straight into her nose. Bone crunches as her head snaps back, her body rolling with it. The second her weight shifts, I yank my right knee to my chest and kick up as hard as I possibly can, catching her in the pit of her arm and breaking her grip on my wrists. Shit, she shrieks, then uses her speed to appear 25 feet to my left, clutching her nose. That's never going to straighten out. I ruck to my feet. You think I won't do it, take your life? She studies me with the malice she previously lacked and draws a green-tipped dagger from her belt. My stomach turns. Being inflicted with that particular poison once in my life was quite enough. I think you exposed your desperation with your uncensory comment. I keep my eyes on her as I grab my rune dagger from the rain-slick grass. You need me, that another will come along, she warns. You are not special, but I'm the only lightning wielder. You have to prove yourself now. Pretty sure I've pressed her to the limits of her patience and shit is about to get real. Gripping the conduit out of habit, I reach for Tarn. The growing drip of power and parchment thimbone tell me he's getting closer, but still out of range. Wish meant a lot more when you had your Arid. She crouches, then runs her hand over the meadowgrass. A single tap of her finger turns the spot grey. Oh shit. If I overplayed my hand, all she has to do is lower hers and I'm dust. Panic wins its way around my heart and digs her nails in, but I shove the insidious bitch straight out before she can get a good grip. Violence? Dadan asks. Exhaustion and urgency mix with a little pain slide down the bond. He's in combat. I'm alright, focus on you. I chance taking my eyes off Theophany for a heartbeat and glance toward what I can see of the city through the thickening storm. Dragons, wyvern, and griffins fill the sky above the spiral tower, but I don't let my gaze linger long enough to search for blue in that sea of chaos. Xaden is the strongest of them. He'll be alright. I have to keep my Fergus and Theophany here to give them a shot at saving Draethys. They just need time. I turn my back on the city and face Theophany as rain begins to fall in earnest, pelting the ground with heavy drops. "Oh, you worry for the Shadow Wielder," Theophany says with a cruel smile and continues to skim her hand across the tits of the grass. "Do you not want to have forever with him? I already do." I scan our surroundings for any advantage and find none. Not in the way you want. She tilts her head. "We're excellent actors, but our kind doesn't feel what you call love." That gets all my attention. "You were lying." "I would know." "Oh, there it is." A cruel smile tilts her mouth. "Battles are lost by our weakest warriors, and that's what he makes you weak. Now that I know where you're vulnerable, we can begin. Fuck you." I've proved to Dun's favored Isle that I'm anything but the weakest, while she no longer carries Dun's favor. Lesson 1. To survive in our world, you must protect the magic that sustains you. Do you know how to keep from being drained by this method? She splays her palm on the ground, and the earth slowly desiccates. Grass turns grey and crumbles. Ground shrivels and cracks, swallowing the rain. The infection oozes outward from her hand, slowly devouring inches, then feet. I retreat a single step, then realize how wrong that instinct is. She can turn up the speed at any second. She's just playing with me. It's simple, actually. Occupying ground that has already had its magic repurposed creates a barrier. She lifts her silver brows. The easiest solution is to drain it yourself. If you do so before I get there, you'll live. You'll keep your love, at least what it masquerades as, in your power, and even your dragon if you wish, and if I don't. The desiccation spreads and wing beats fill the air, but Tarn's still out of reach, so I'm guessing I'm about to meet more of a wyvern. "You die." She leans onto her hand, and the ground withers at 4 times the speed, the magic draining in a circle of grey that approaches like a tidal wave. I can wait for another lightning wielder, but you're too dangerous to be left alive, so choose quickly. Look. I have seconds already had its magic repurposed. I need a barrier. I break right, then sprint like hell, dropping the conduit. It smacks my forearm with every stride as I unsheath another dagger from my thigh, and my foot slips on the rain-slick grass, just enough to throw off my base. My left knee screams, and I block out the pain, keeping one eye on the spreading circle of death that races toward my feet and the other on the nearest wyvern carcass. 10 more feet. I can make it. I have to make it. I'm not dying on this field. My heart pounds and my lungs burn as I leap those last 3 feet, soaring toward a wall of grey. I slam into the flesh area between the wyvern's talons and stab my right dagger deep, then immediately pull up and thrust the left as high as I can. My feet kick for purchase on its slick, leathery skin, but I manage to get a foothold and use the daggers to climb. I scramble to the top of its claw, then race up its scaly leg, over its ankle, and find the shredded meat of its thigh. The wave of desiccation ripples underneath me, then passes right by on the other side of the wyvern's carcass, and I lift my hands to my chest to feel the drum of my heartbeat. If I was dead, I'd know it, right? I definitely wouldn't still hear wing beats. My, aren't you clever? Theophany focuses on something behind me. Noth. A curve of talons appears in the corner of my eye, and I throw out my arms. A claw closes around me, then jerks my body into the sky. 10, and not quite. The aim bombards navy blue scales. "There, scale, you are an inconvenience for which there is no adequate measurement," she snarls, flying west as the clouds churn above us, darkening with abysmal quickness. "But you have done an excellent job keeping them unoccupied. West is the wrong direction when Xaden is south. You can't leave him," I shout, "which is why I'm leaving you." She swings her foreleg forward, then releases her grip. "She's all yours." I careen into the storm with as much grace as a flailing drunkard held hostage by physics, and I lock my jaw, swallowing the scream that rises in my throat. Fear grips my lungs, and power rushes through my veins in response, coursing with 100 times the force of adrenaline. That's 10. The fear that summoned my power evaporates into the storm, and I throw my arms outward. A gargantuan void of black cuts through the rain ahead of me as my trajectory shifts and gravity takes hold, pulling me back to the ground. A little help here? I begin to fall faster than the rain around me. I told you to stay on the field. 2 talons hook over my shoulders, and every bone in my body grates on the others as I am jerked upward. But in this case, I'm relieved you did not listen. Esgeo made that choice, but me too. I'd be dead if she hadn't. 10. They quickly recovering under Brennan's care at the top of the pass. Tern swings me up toward his snout, then tosses me onto his back. I land at the base of his neck and skid. My left knee buckles, but I hold my arms out for balance and rapidly navigate the spikes of his back against the will of the wind and rain. Mirror. I settle into the saddle and breathe a little easier once I'm buckled in and my goggles are in place. This is how we're meant to face combat. Together. She lives, he replies as we descend. We're approaching the field. The clouds above us start to rotate counterclockwise. Fantastic. Watch the weather. Theophanie's a storm wielder. She'll try to force you out of the sky. I grasp the conduit in my left hand and throw open my archives door, changing the stream of power to a deluge as the field comes into view. She may try, he growls. Field bears the circle where she drained the magic from the earth, but she's nowhere in sight. She's gone. She recognized her loss of advantage. Look south, Tern announces, and my head swivels. I can't see that. My vision shifts just like it did after threshing, and the battlefield comes into startling clarity. But it's not Undern's eyes I'm looking through, it's Tern's. Power. Whatever hordes have waited to launch have taken to the sky a mile from the city gates, leaving behind a line of a dozen nur, 11 venin carrying wyvern on the ground behind them. I can't make out the dark wielder's features, but it isn't hard to spot Theophanie's silver hair or the enormous wyvern she rides. My heart lurches. The one in the center looks bigger than Kodok. Because it is, Tern relishes. It would be my finest kill to date. I blink, and my vision returns to my own. The last thing I want is to put Tern anywhere near that enormous wyvern, but there's no way the city can withstand the coming assault. If Kaori and the others fail their orders, none of us will survive without falling back and abandoning the civilians. Our orders are to occupy or kill Theophanie. I draw and hold more power, heating my skin to a noticeable burn. The fact that there are more than 100 wyvern between us and her that also happen to threaten the city at agreed, Ten interrupts and banks right, soaring toward Drathis. Why would riders develop farsight if you can see that clearly anyway? I ask. The privilege of our sight is afforded to few, he comments. Her figure. Rain sizzles as it hits my face, and I spot Glen and Kath high above a line of griffins on the northern wall while Q flies lower in formation, all picking off wyvern trying to dart by the city on their way to the valley beyond. Riot and the rest of the squad will stop them before they get to the pass. Wait, Cure. Isn't what I supposed to be? We all make our own decisions. Sadden's going to be pissed. I scan the horizon for him. The officers have a dozen dragons in the sky, but there's only one blue above the southern end of the city, and it's not Esgil. Where are they? She is withdrawn from me, he admits with a mental growl. A string of curse words flows through my head as we approach the city, and I gather more power, letting it scald and smolder deep within me. Probably doesn't want you worried, which has the opposite effect, he retorts as the horde passes a line of stat wyvern caucuses to the east. They'll be at the gates in less than a minute, and there are too many to target. At least I don't have to aim. Pull the riot back to the airspace above the city. I drop the conduit, letting it fall against my forearm, and lift both hands to the rain as energy sears my lungs, building to a burn I can't contain for much longer. Done. He banks slightly left so our course is set for the horde and not the city, and the multitude of colour in the sky shifts, concentrating above Drathis. I'd bet my life that not a single dragon in the sky questioned Ten's immediate authority over the airspace. Gar's teachings might actually come in handy. I focus on the horde, then splay my hands wide and release the built-up energy. Power-ups with a white-hot snap, jolting my spine as I drag my hands downward, and I let go as lightning cleaves the sky in too many columns to count. 10 bolts, Tern announces with a swell of pride as thunder reverberates through my body, and wyvern fall. 7 struck. Determination expands my chest. Yeah, I can do this. I lift both hands, draw power voraciously, then wield again just like before. Columns of lightning crash, though not as powerful as the first strike, and I take out 5 wyvern, according to Tern. 4, he announces after the next strike. Again and again, I draw energy recklessly, counting on volume, not accuracy. Everything in my body burns like I've been tied to a pyre, but I push onward. 6, 3, 8. Tern keeps count with each wield. We have time for one more as we near the northeast edge of the walls, and I draw intense scorching power like breath, then wield. 6, he announces, and I fall forward, my head swimming as the ones I didn't kill fly out as soon as warm and breach the city airspace. Hold tight, though we can't. I grasp the pommels, and Tern pulls into a climb so steep the edges of my vision blur. The wind feels so fucking good against my face, but it doesn't touch the fire in my lungs. I fight for breath against the force crushing my chest and only manage once Ten clears the cloud of wyvern and levels out for a precious second. You cannot fight if you burn out. Water. Ten orders, and I rip the water skin from its strap behind the saddle, pull the cork, and chug. It hits like butter on a frying pan, and my stomach instantly rebels. Keep it down. As if it's that easy. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, quelling the urge to vomit, then shove the water skin back into position as my body absorbs the offering. Heat burns behind my eyes, which means my temperature is still elevated, but the searing pain is gone. I'm getting better at this. Let's kill their makers, let's, Ten agrees, and we dive toward the line of venom sitting atop their wyvern. Wind roars in my ears, and they launch at the sight of us. 6 surge for the city, 2 fly our way, and 3 retreat into the mountains, including Theophany and her monstrosity. Fuck. We kill those in our way and then pursue their storm wielder, Turn to Crease. I only have 1 alloy dagger left. I grasp the conduit in my hand as we race toward the dark wielders. Instead of gathering more, I draw on the power already thrumming through my veins with care, excising only what I need with precision. Then I suggest you not throw it. The venom on the left flicks his wrist, and a spear of ice hurtles our way. Ten rolls right, and the projectile flies within feet of his wing, too close for comfort. That one needs to die first. Power snaps through me, and I draw it downward with the tip of my finger, searing my skin as I aim. It strikes the venom right through the fluttering hood of his purple robes, and he and his wyvern fall from the sky, instantly dead. I shift focus to the other dark wielder, only to hear Ten's teeth snap in that direction as the pair flee in retreat. The roaring wind crescendos like a river that's burst its dam, and a gust catches Ten's wing, propelling us sideways for a startling heartbeat before he levels us out and turns into the wind. Oh fuck. A tornado spouts at the northern edge of the field where I'd faced Theophany, dropping from the clouds in a narrow cone. Earth churns as it spins slowly toward Drathis, its path too precise to be natural. It will rip the city apart. Ground the right. Ten shouts so loudly my vision shakes, and I get the feeling the message didn't go just down our pathway, but every pathway. Theophany. Our prey waits on the mountain beyond the field, Tern says as we cut a route toward the northeast corner of the city. Wind beats sound behind us, and I pivot in the saddle. Hope surges at the sight of Blue Wings. What the hell is he doing? My brows rise as Malvik emerges from one of the southern valleys. This bear brings the advance party from Saona. Ten's head swivels as he relays the information. 1,000 soldiers and their horses. They landed at the port of Sadra by accident instead of Cordon and will be here in less than half an hour. The city has reinforcements if it can last that long, but wyvern outnumber riders and flies fleeing for cover. Our forces will have to drive the wyvern to the ground for the infantry to kill in order to make a difference. My stomach pitches. Where are Zen and Askeil? I reach through the bond, only to be met with a wall of black ice. Cure disappears into the fray above the city, and my breath stutters. We have to. I start. One objective, 10 growls as we near the battle. Decide our fate. Glenn lunges toward Cure despite the order to shelter. I nod to myself, then rip my gaze away, focusing northward on the tornado and its creator. Time to do what Imogen suggested months ago and delegate. She'll rip the very sky apart before she and Glenn accept defeat. One objective. Fly for Theophany. Chapter 63 Imogen. If chaos were a place, it would be Drathis. Rain beats against the glass of my goggles as Glenn climbs toward the 3 wyvern trying their best to rip Cure apart. The steep angle of her chosen approach makes it hard as hell to stay seated, but I'm not going to tell her to slow, not that she'd listen anyway. Botai's in trouble. I grip my teeth. He doesn't get it. If we lose both him and Riosen, Tyrande falls to whomever the king appoints. I'd rather die than see a Navarian aristocrat on the burn throne Mom and Katrina died defending. Flame of perpetual rage that lives in my chest burns hotter. Fuck that horde. Fuck the venom who ride them. Fuck that unholy vortex of a tornado at the end of the northern field, and fuck the orders to stay grounded in these winds. We're not losing Botai. There are still too many wyvern despite the inhuman amount Sorrengail just dispatched, and where the fuck is Riosen? He'd better be helping in the northeastern tower, because I haven't seen a trace of a shadow in the last 20 minutes. Kruth reports we did not bring sufficient supply, Glenn warns, relaying Quinn's message from the armory in the turret below. Odds damn it. We brought 2 cases. Enough to start a war within our own kingdom, considering Riosen has been withholding our forges weapons from King Tori. Inurlat says they've sent for more. She doesn't sound hopeful. From 4 hours away, how? Oh shit. Felix knows about Garrick. Gods, he has to be nearing Breno at this point. Then we hold out and pray Sorrengail can stop the fucking storm. The crew also relays that you should be drinking more water, as we've been in combat longer than hoped for. I scoff. Tell Cruth to tell Quinn that I'm perfectly fine. It figures she's worried about me while she's the one doing all the work. Glenn's head snaps upward. Kier suffers, she warns me in that narrowing tone that usually means she's about to do something impetuous, and sure enough, she angles her wings and climbs even higher, the nearly 90-degree angle. Shit. I slip my boots back to the next scale ridge and adjust my hold. Lying along Glenn's back, tucking my head beneath her pommel, and pressing my cheek to her scales helps cut the wind resistance against my torso as we climb. It's a mistake to look down at the burning city, but I can't help but track 2 wyvern crossing our airspace below. Kath launches, and I blink in surprise. Yes, Ito's is all about breaking rules now. Brace, Glenn warns. It's more than I usually get. A momentum shifts, slowing for a nauseating second, and I clamp every muscle and mold myself to her spine, changing our shape from rider and dragon to one being. She's pulled this maneuver too many times for me not to recognize how shitty this is about to be. She attacks from underneath, all teeth and claws, then tucks her wings to protect them and swings her tail upward. I concentrate on moving with her, fighting gravity as I'm hung upside down and her dagger tail slices into the next wyvern. Blood sprays coloring the rain red. My grip loosens despite my rubber-coated gloves, and I grimace, forcing my fingers further between her scales. Anytime now, fine, she sighs. Then we plummet. The force of the fall pushes me against her scales, effectively holding me in place as she drags the wyvern from the sky. Bone cracks, flesh rends, and she tosses the carcass like yesterday's trash. The grey mass falls like a stone to the right, and Glenn rolls, putting me on top of her back instead of under it. 17, she counts. Pretty sure it was 16. I pull myself upward, using her scales like a ladder until my ass hits the seat, and I drag my arm across my goggles to clear the rain. There has to be a rune somewhere that will keep the fucking lenses clear. The first one counted, she argues as we surge toward Kier and the remaining wyvern. Kath took that first one, only after I wounded it. Blaine snaps. Still not a kill. My stomach tenses as I get my first good look at what we're up against. Kier swings his sword tail again and again, keeping the wyvern at his back at bay, but there's a deep, bleeding furrow cutting diagonally across his chest, no doubt gifted by the claws of the wyvern at his front. I want them all. Glenn's head swivels in both directions. Go for the one at his back, I suggest, and hope she's in the mood to listen. Never know with her. Excellent choice, she agrees with a macabre tone of glee. Bod has his sword in hand, but there's no clear shot for him as the trio starts to spiral downward. At this angle, we'll intercept them head-on. I draw my own sword and clench Glenn's pommel scales with one hand. My thighs are strong enough to hold on their own, but she's anything but predictable, and I'm not in the mood to die. Blue fire engulfs Kier from snout to horns, and Bodha ducks his head as the remnants of flame roll down Kier's neck, extinguishing to smoke before they reach him. I inhale swiftly to dispel the sudden tightness in my chest. That was way too damn close. Then I focus on the top wyvern, looking for areas of weak Glen divots, banking left to follow Kier's spiral, then lunges at the wyvern clawing at his belly. Change my mind, obviously. Glen hits the wyvern like a battering ram, and I hold tight, whipping forward, then back at the sudden shift in velocity. My pulse jumps as we push forward to the unmistakable sound of ripping scales, but there's only determination and rage pouring down the bone and not pain. An enormous head appears over Glenn's shoulder, and for a split second fatted, dripping teeth are all I can see snapping toward me. Fuck that nonsense. Stay level, I tell Glenn standing on the seat beneath me. Then I run up the slippery scales of her neck, passing the snarling teeth that part long enough for a jet of blue fire to rush across Glenn's back. Good thing I moved. Before it can go for her throat, I thrust my sword into its eye and shove with all my strength. The blade plunges through the softer flesh with a sickening squish. Its high-pitched scream rings in my head like a bell, and I debate my life choices when it wrenches its head back, nearly taking me with it. My fist catches on the steel ball at the top of the sword's hilt, and I lock my grip as the wyvern falls away. Glenn dives after the plummeting heap of scales and wings, and I fall backward, my ass hitting every ridge of her neck before colliding with her pommel scales. Are you kidding me? I heave myself into the seat, then lock into a position my muscles are more than familiar with, sword still in hand. Red flashes by on the right. Fath. Did you fall off? No, I did not bond a whiner. She chases the wyvern down through the rain, then latches onto its neck and rips its throat out. I throw my weight left and narrowly miss being sprayed by blood. 18, she declares, flaring her wings to pull out of the dive and point us back to the northern wall. 17 if we're going by your measurement, since I wounded it first. Another lump of grey falls in a blur ahead of us, and I look up to see Kath and Kier descending toward us. There's a hole in Kier's right wing, and the laceration on his chest is going to leave a scar, but I can't tell at this angle if both eyes wounded. Glenn's head swivels as a blue fire wyvern circumvents the city to the south, sending a row of trees up in flames. That one, not our airspace. Kiori and the other officers hold the eastern, southern, and western territory, which is swiftly becoming the epicenter of the battle due to the winds, but they're down the most powerful rider Garrick. And there's no sign of Crad in sight. For someone so decisive, you have yet to act on that. Glenn starts to lecture. Stop right there and I'll agree your kill count is 18. My ribs tighten as we descend toward the city. The Venin are done fucking around, they've come themselves. Blue flame swirls down the spiral tower, courtesy of 2 wyvern climbing its sides, and the fire whips upward as a dark wielder in gaudy scarlet robes sweeps her staff in a circle from the top of the landmark. Griffons launch with their flyers toward the threat. A sinking feeling pulls in my stomach. There are too many of them, and we're already exhausted. Beyond the 3 fell dragons, 4 more lie wounded along the walls of the west beside innumerable griffons. The bleeding riders do their best to tend to them, and I look away from what's likely a fatal wound on a severed tail on a large brown. Ordered. I've always known I'll die in combat. I just don't want it to be today. The tower. Blaine shouts. Go in. My head snaps toward the left, and my heart somersaults. One dark wielder in purple robes strides down the eastern city walls like he owns them, and another in crimson fighting leathers approaches along the northern. Both are headed for the turret where the only person I truly love on this battlefield is working, and she probably doesn't even know they're coming. Relay to Kruth, we're already done. Blaine's winds beat as quickly as my heart as we move toward the walls. There's nothing we can do from the air. I'm going to have to dismount. Blaine girls. You know it's true, and I'm not leaving her to die. I sheath my sword and move to her shoulder despite the roaring wind shoving at my back. Orders can come later, I have to go now. Infantry soldiers fight to intercept the dark wielders and are flung from the walls like inconsequential dolls. The guards plummet 50 feet to their deaths, clearing the path for the Venin. Terror saturates my lungs and my heart pounds. You are to defend the tower from the walls with the wing leader. Glenn relays with a disagreeing snarl, banking left for parallel approach. Great, get me on the wall, now. The dark wielders are less than 30 feet from the door of the turret, and the 2 remaining guards in the crossbow launch platform above look ready to flee. Damn it. They were supposed to be safe. No one was supposed to know, but the purposeful strides of those dark wielders prove they know what's happening in that tower. Your death would annoy me. Blaine slows just enough so I'll survive and extends her foreleg as she flies along the northern wall. Same. I race down the scales of her unwounded leg. There's no time for fear, no room for mistakes, not when Quinn is being hunted. Reaching Glenn's talons, I leap into the rain without hesitation. My pounding heart fills my ears while I'm airborne, and the northern wall rushes up to meet me. I bend my knees to absorb the coming impact, and run the second my boots hit the stonework so the momentum doesn't kill me. I hurtle forward and narrowly avoid falling on my face on the wet expanse of cobblestone as I sprint toward the back of the Venin in crimson. There's 40 feet between us. 30. Her motion erupts from the base of the tower, but I focus on the dark wielder and the staff he carries in his right hand. They're evacuating the weapons by foot, Glenn says from somewhere above me. Good. My lungs burn, but I breathe a little easier. Quinn will be safe. Another set of footsteps joins mine, and a flash of metal sparks in the corner of my eye. Ethos catches up on my right, half his face drenched in blood, bearing his own dagger and a shield half his size. Ted. That's not good. 20. I channel my rage, rejecting any notion of fear, and draw one of my ally-hilted daggers from the sheath at my arm in preparation to strike. We're almost there. The dark wielder pivots, whipping to face us with an unnatural speed even I can't match, and swings his staff in our direction. Fire erupts, barreling toward us in a deadly stream, and I weigh our options for all of a millisecond as we skid to a halt. It hits. We die. Chump. We die. You will not burn. Blaine demands. Fuck, I really didn't want to have to do this, but I mentally open the door to my child at home and flood my body with her power. Get. Ito starts to yell. Get behind me. I shout, ripping the shield from his grip. His eyes flare wide, and he lets go. We have seconds, so I flip the shield, then slam its flat top between the row of stones at our feet and drop behind it, keeping my hand on the leather strap. Eaters jumps behind me as power rushes into my fingers so quickly I clench my teeth to keep from screaming. Heat surrounds us, and the leather hardens in my grip as the shield turns to stone. Fire roars, blazes, flows around us. We are the rock in the river, demanding the water part. The heat dissipates as the blast ends, and Eaters dives to the left and throws. An ally-hilted dagger sails from his hand, and I rise, clutching my own. The dark wielder's expression of shock remains permanent as he desiccates a few feet away and falls off the wall. One down, but the guards are missing from the top of the turret, and I see a flash of purple disappear into the tower. Worse, another dressed in crimson strides along the eastern wall. Eaters jumps to his feet and draws his remaining dagger. I'll take that one, you get the one in the tower. He glances at the stone shield, then breaks into a run, and I follow, sprinting as fast as I can. And we're going to talk about whatever the fuck that just was later. He shouts over his shoulder, but I've already passed him, using lesser magic to boost my speed. Kruth roars, sweeping from the sky to the city below. But Drathis is just like other Boromish cities, designed to keep dragons from landing within its narrow streets. Two women carrying crying toddlers stumble out of the turret's doorway, horror etched on their faces. The taller one's gaze swings to mine as I reach them. You have to help her. We got lost and went into the wrong tower, and go west. I shout, pointing in the direction I had just come from as Eaters runs past to intercept the other dark wielder. And run. They nod and do just that. I fling myself through the doorway into the tower and blink, struggling to adjust to the dimmer lighting as I descend the spiral staircase down and down and down, looking for whomever they left behind. Where are you? A raspy roar of frustration fills the tower and my heart surges into my throat as I round the bend of the third story. Purple robes spin as the venom turns on the landing, swiping a green-tipped dagger at Kren as she flashes in and out of space, appearing in front of him only to disappear within seconds and pop up somewhere else. There are two of her, no, three circling the dark wielder. She isn't here. She's projecting. Relief nearly cuts me at the knees. I pause just out of sight and lean over the railing to scan the stairs below, but I don't see her. She's probably buildings away with Felix, setting up a new armory. I adjust my grip on the dagger, then creep down the steps to get within throwing distance. Wait. The queen a handful of stairs beneath me has her labrie strapped to her back and is actually moving closer to the infuriated dark wielder who thrashes wildly with his dagger while other versions of Quinn dance around him, serving as the diversion. I flip my dagger and throw at the same moment Quinn lunges with her own and the pale hair of Venom spins. His eyes light up, then glass over as he turns grey and shrivels, collapsing at Quinn's feet with two daggers in his chest. I got him. I lift my hands in victory and hop down the rest of the steps as Quinn turns toward me, her dark green eyes impossibly wide as she looks at her chest. No. The Venom's blade is lodged between her ribs in the vicinity of her heart. The world around me slows as she sways toward the wall, her horrified gaze finding mine. Laugh. I shout, throwing myself at her so it's me she falls against, and my back scrapes stone as we slide to the floor of the step. I cradle her as carefully as I can, locking my right arm around her back so she doesn't fall. Quinn, no, did they make it? Her voice breaks as she stares up at me, blood spreading into the layers of her uniform through her flight jacket along the blade. We can fix this, I promise, and suddenly it's so fucking hard to breathe. We just need to get you to Amendra, did they make it? She repeats, resting her head against the top of my arm. The women. The kids. They hadn't been telling me they'd left someone behind. They were telling me she'd saved them. Yeah. I nod as my eyes burn and my throat tightens. They made it, you got them out, good. A soft smile pulls at her mouth. Hold on, alright, we need to get you some help. I look up and down the staircase, but we're alone. Someone has to be close by. Itos, maybe? Get us some help. I scream toward Klain. I'm sorry, she says more gently than I've ever heard, ever wanted to hear. There's no helping me, Quinn whispers. That's not true. I shake my head, and my vision blurs. Quinn will be fine. A world doesn't exist where she isn't fine, isn't laughing with Jax or hanging off my bed with her curls hitting the floor so she can get a head rush while she lectures me about feelings. A roar vibrates the stone at my back. Truth. There are no menders here, and no runes for this, she says with that damned reassuring smile of hers. This is one thing you can fix, General. Her face contorts with pain and I swear I feel it in my own chest, rending muscle and stripping my veins before it passes and her breasts grow shallow. I need you to tell Jax that I love her, and no. I wipe away the tear that slides from my eye before it can reach her hair. You tell her you're going to graduate in a couple of months, and then you'll marry her in that pretty black dress you picked out, and you're going to be happy. They tell her she's been the best part of my life. Her mouth curves and she glances past me. You don't count, Crute, you became my life. She brings her gaze back to mine, and the color drains from her face. Please, General, she's with the officers in the south, and I won't. I nod. I'll tell her. This can't be real, can it? How can this be real? Thank you, she whispers and relaxes against me, her blink slowing. I tell my parents it was worth it. I'm glad it's you with me. Parapet to Malik's own doorstep. I'm so sorry I have to go first this time. Her breathing garbles. And you should tell him, General, tell him, and you find some happy. To Quinn and my voice shatters. Don't go. Don't leave me, I beg, wiping another tear as my vision blurs and clears. You're my best friend, and I love you. Please stay. This is not how she ends, not in some dark stairwell in Drathis. It can't be. I'm the one who's supposed to fall. She's supposed to live forever. You're mine, and I love you too. Her smile slits and another tear falls. I'm scared. I don't want to be scared. My face twists, but I mask it. Don't be scared. I shake my head and force a smile. My mom will take care of you, and Katrina too. My mouth quivers. She's a little bossy, but she'll be thrilled to have another little sister. I talk about you all the time. They'll know who you are. Don't be scared. Her next breath is strained and watery. They'll know me. I nod. They'll know you and they'll love you. It's impossible not to love you. Imogen, she whispers, and her eyes flutter shut. I'm right here, I promise, but I can't force the words any louder as my throat closes. We made it a good one. She falls limp, and when I lift my shaking fingers to her throat, there's no pulse. She's gone. My hand slides to the side of her head, and I hold her tight. The scream that forces its way through the tangled mess of my throat shreds my soul on the way out and reverberates off the stone, shaking the foundations of my world until it doesn't just slow, it stops. I stop. Hi. I'm Quinn Hollies. I've decided we should be friends. That's what she said to me as we climbed the turret on conscription day. You do realize we're about to cross the walkway of death? Well, then it might be a short friendship, but we'll make it a good one. I stare at the other side of the staircase, locked in the memory, watching as the stones begin to pale, then lose their color one by one, each loss higher than the last. My heart somehow continues to beat, marking what I used to think of as time, and color disappears from the stones in the bend beneath us so gradually that I can't help but wonder if Quinn simply took the color with her. Quinn, someone bellows from above, and footsteps thunder. Where are you? We have to go. There's a deep intake of breath to my left. Imogen? Oh fuck. My head turns slowly toward the voice, and Garrett crouches on the step above us, this hazel gaze locking on mine and filling with so much misery, so much sympathy that it overflows my own eyes and wetness streams down the sides of my cheeks. She's dead. Saying it doesn't make it feel any more real. His face falls. I'm so sorry. He glances down the staircase. But we have to go. There's half a dozen of them with their hands on the city walls, draining the life out of the stone. It's time to go. I hold her tighter, unable to fathom the concept of moving, like there's some minuscule chance she'll return if I just wait here long enough. I can't. Just leave. I am with you. He may not die, Glenn growls. Eric's square jaw flexes. You have to. We have to go, or they'll drain us too. I'm not leaving her. I'm not leaving you. He leans in and slides his hand behind my neck. I'm not leaving you, Imogen, he repeats, softer this time. We'll take Quinn, but we have to go now. Let me have her. I notice the circles beneath his beautiful eyes, the unusual pallor of his complexion. He's exhausted, and for the first time in my life, I don't care that he's seeing me at my weakest, because he's right there too. My chin taps in a nod. All right. He moves quickly to the step beneath us, kicking something out of the way and gathering both of us into his arms. I lock mine around Quinn so she doesn't slip as we're lifted off the floor, and the landing beneath us loses its color. Let's get you out of here. He takes a single step. Heat and light force my eyes shut as my stomach careens. When I open them, we're somewhere else. Rain falls through an open doorway, and the scent of smoke and sulfur fills my lungs. Oh God. Professor Trissa gasps as Garrick sets Quinn and me down on a warm stone floor in a nondescript building. A store, maybe? Quinn's body slides, and he helps lay her beside me, cushioning her head with his hand. A venin. Garrick explains her loss with a single word. Are you weaving? He asks Trissa. We're starting. Her gaze darts over me. They'll be weak until we can bolster with more power, but they're our best shot. It's still not enough. Eric's hat hangs as he stands. I can't. He sighs and strides through the door. I obey the simple instinct to follow, shoving myself to my feet and forcing my body to move. There's a battle. We're in a war. Malik might claim more lives. I follow him past the little room where Felix works beside cases of alloy-hilted daggers, all imbued, all humming with power. Then I step outside into the rain and stare. Houses burn. Wyvern and griffin bodies lie in the middle of crumpled roof lines. Civilians scream. Kruth sails through the sky and takes a wyvern straight to the ground. Waldhai is on his hands and knees across the town square, retching. If dark wielders are draining the city walls, we're next. Where are you going? I shout at Garrick's back. I can't walk again. Even if I made it to Reshare, I'd never be strong enough to get back, he calls over his shoulder. So, I'd better find some fucking way to do something. I unsheathe my last alloy-hilted dagger and stare up at the wyvern-filled sky. Then I made my way back inside, slip Quinn's last dagger from her thigh sheath, and reach for Glenn. Tell every rider within the walls to get over here and disarm. It's the only way we're living through this. Outside, the sky darkens further. Sorrengail better take their leader all the way the fuck out, or this will all have been for nothing. Chapter 64. Violet, I swear the tornado slows as Taryn battles the wind at the eastern edge of the field, flying for the mountainside ahead of us. It is slowing, 10 agrees. She used it to get us here. The Atheni's holding it like a knocked arrow, waiting for our arrival. Trees are uprooted a mile to the left, turning into low-flying projectiles that hurl across the field like crossbolts. The tornado may have slowed its progress, but it's doing far more damage along the way. The wyvern launches ahead of us, moving our way, and for a split second, I can't help but wonder if I've just invited Melit to our doorstep. She's a Mavan, and I'm a cadet. She wields storms with expert precision, and I need a conduit for my lightning. She's already felled Taryn once before. The smartest thing I could do is fly for the wars and save us both, all four of us, considering Zadon and Eskiel, but I can't leave those people to die, even if it means we're desiccated alongside them. Riders don't run. We fight. Now, preferably, Taryn remarks. If you're done accepting our deaths, not accepting, just calculating. I draw power through my charred veins as the distance between us grows smaller and smaller, gripping the conduit in my left hand and raising my right. Energy rips through me as I release it, dragging the bolt downward and letting go before it can blister my fingers. Lightning strikes as the Atheni's wyvern rolls to the right. I missed. My stomach clenches. Again. 10 demands, banking right to follow her down as rain turns to ice. Hail hits and stuns the size of peas, then cherries, hitting me with the force of 1,000 blunt arrows as wind tears at my face, but I lift my hand as the conduit shatters. Glass slices into my palm, and I gasp in pain as blood wells. No, no, no. I can't aim without it. You have to. 10 orders as we spiral downward. Right. Dying up here isn't an option I'm willing to entertain, and I'm not about to let her kill my friends or Zadon either. I quickly undo the strap holding the jagged remnants to my wrist and let what's left of the orb, and the fist-sized hunk of ice that destroyed it, fall away. My hope plummets with it. I'll have to kill her just like I did those wyvern with volume. I unsheathe my last alloy-hilted dagger and grasp it with my bleeding hand so I'm ready for anything, lift my right hand, and wield again. I miss as she rolls in the opposite direction and begins to climb. We follow, and I draw power again and again, but it becomes harder with every strike. She avoids every single one as we fly along the mountain, hugging the terrain. Taryn surges with sweeping beats of his wings, gaining on her. Heat singes my lungs, then burns, then fries, until I feel nothing but fire and rage. Rock flies as I hit the ridgeline to the right, missing her by 10 feet as we fly into the sun. The sun. I jerk my head left. The tornado has stalled midway toward the city, and the sky above us is clear all the way to the east. She's killing the storm to make it harder for me to wield. That explains why I'm burning hotter than before. I jerk my focus back to our prey before it can wander toward the city I'm desperately fighting to save. Do not take more than you can channel, Taryn warns as he lunges forward. His teeth snap closed a few feet behind the wyvern's tail. They're too fucking fast. The wyvern dives, curving along the ridgeline to the right, and Taryn follows. A roar of unfettered agony fills my head, so loud it vibrates my bones and shrill enough to pop my ears. Eskiel. Taryn bellows, his wings losing their rhythm, and my heart skips a series of beats. Oh Malik, no. I hurl myself at the bun, but the wall of ice doesn't just stand firm, it repels me with brute force. Tread nails my stomach to the floor. As we lose speed, I hear the snap a second before the shadow falls over us. No, not a shadow. A massive net with waist the size of desks attached along the edges. 10 roars and banks left, but it's no use. 10. I scream as the net hits, smashing my torso downward onto the pommels and covering every scale I can see. He'd be able to bear the weight of it easily on his torso, but it smothers his wings, and the weight's oh gods. Tack your wings or they'll break. His roar of indignation shakes the rocks loose from the mountainside, but he snaps them close, tangling in the net. And we fall. Prepare yourself. 10 warns as the mountain flies by in a blur. Andonna. Thadden. Esgale. Mira. Brennan. My friends. They slip through my mind in a whirl of pictures I can't grasp onto, flickering too fast to fully feel. All I can do is ease off the pommels, lean right to spare the inevitable impact to my abdomen as the thick rope of the net digs into my back. You have been the gift of my life, I tell Tern. It is not over, T shouts. We hit with a jarring impact, bone crunching against rock, and my left arm snaps and the dagger falls. A scream forces its way through my lips as we slide down the mountain just like the first time we encountered the Aphane. The sound of claw scraping over stone consumes my existence as I fight to block out the pain, and Tan swings his body weight so we skid headfirst through the trees in an endless, terrifying plunge. I keep my head down to avoid any low-hanging branches as something digs painfully into my ribs, and eventually our momentum slows. Holy shit, we just might survive the fall. Of course we'll survive. Tan growls. Are you hurt? I ask Tan as we come to a stop at what appears to be the edge of the forest. Nothing that won't heal after we free ourselves and separate her sinew from bone. The scent of sulphur fills the air as Tan breathes fire through the net. Wood crackles and net thwangs. Then he surges forward and the net slips just enough for me to sit up through the opening that's clearly designed to hold dragons, not riders. We have to get to Esgale, which means getting him free, but it will take too long to cut through these ropes with the rune daggers I have. And even if I do, I'll still have to wield to kill her without my ally hilted one, and I'm already edging burnout. My arm throbs mercilessly, and every breath I take scalds my lungs. Esgale can handle herself, Tan grits out, but bowstring tight tension and worry radiate down the bond as fire streams again, and he fights to get us loose. And the dark wielder descends ahead. Sure enough, the Aphane's wyvern glides down toward the field like they have all the time in the world, like we're pinned exactly where she wants us. Gods, she's relentless. It doesn't matter that my arm throbs with excruciating intensity, we have to get out of here right fucking now. Time to use the runes I brought in case of an emergency and pray I tempered them correctly, because this is definitely a crisis. We have to get out from under this thing. Cradling my left arm to my chest, I twist for my pack, but something pushes into my ribs as I dig into the bag one-handed. I discard the ones I don't need, then snag the one for softening surfaces and shove it up against the rope. Here's hoping it's right. Magic ripples and the fibers stretch and give way. My eyebrows rise. It works. Rip what you can. I shout to Tern. Stay seated so we can fly, he orders, shredding the net on the edges of his spikes, and I take the opportunity to grab whatever's jabbing me in my pocket. Oryx package. I catch the hastily scrawled message on the edge of the package I'd missed when Sloane handed it to me. For when you lose yours. Strike in the dark, Violet. What the fuck? The fall has broken the wax seal, and the parchment unrolls as I loosen my grip. Dropping a carved piece of grey marble in my lap, a ceremonial-looking dagger with familiar flame-shaped etchings along the hilt. I glance at the accompanying note from the High Priestess of Dun's temple in Orisha, but the letters blur as the pain in my arm flares and 10 thrashes to free us. Gift from one servant of Dun to another. I must warn you, only those touched by the gods should wield their wrath. I will pray to her that she need not use it to avoid reacquainting herself with the other who curries her favour. Her path is still not set. My stomach pitches. How would Auric know I'd lose my dagger, let alone think that some piece of rock could replace the head of us? 10 snaps, and I jerk my attention forward and sheath a marble dagger out of instinct. The Aphane stalks toward us from the tree line, her hair fraying from its braid, and there's nothing patient or amused on her face. I frantically scan what sky I can see. The Aphane's wyvern waits in the field beyond the trees, and the only other wings I find are locked in battle over Drathis in the distance, which hopefully means she's alone. How much time do you need to free yourself? I asked 10, wrenching the buckle of my saddle free and climbing through the hole in the net. Pain shoots up my left arm, but I pretend it belongs to someone else and keep going. Pain doesn't matter if you're dead. Moments, Taryn shouts. Do not, I'm not going to let her kill you like a truss pig. I retort, fear and wrath fueling me as I scramble for his shoulder, struggling to keep my arms stable until he stills. He must have thrown his claws out before the net hit, because his forelegs are already extended, bracketing his low jaw. I draw a rune dagger, then slide down, dragging the edge of the blade along his leg as I go. The blade won't cut scale, but the net falls apart in its wake. Brought low by a net? Thief Annie mocks, striding toward us. How easy it was to catch the pair of them. The pair. A scream. They have Asgail too. Ten's rage washes over me like acid. I put myself in front of Ten and open the floodgates to his power, welcoming the sculpture feet and flame in my blistered veins. Silver one, Ten growls in warning to the accompaniment of the sound of shredding rope. If I burn out, so be it, but she won't touch you, I say aloud just so Thief Annie will know I'm not fucking around. Have you made your choice, then? Thief Annie asks, coming closer by this step. I have. I flick my right hand skyward and let the energy snap through me, yanking it down with the tip of my finger. Thief Annie races 10 yards to the right, moving faster than I've ever seen. You have to be. I wheel again before she can finish and strike the very place she's standing, earning an immediate clap of thunder. But she's already 20 feet to my left. Faster, she finishes, and I strike again, only for the pattern to repeat. Again and again and again. My lungs scream as I breathe the very thing I've become, heat and power and rage, but she's still too fast for me to catch and moving closer to Taryn with every failed strike. Almost there, he assures his rope snap behind me. I need to throw her off her game now. I hold my next strike when she appears 20 feet ahead. Tell me, do you miss Umbriel? Her eyes flare and she startles. Victory. I gather more and more power, spooling it like molten thread. Do you not yearn for temple? I use the words the high priestess had on me. Her face twists with an emotion that almost looks like longing, but is quickly masked with anger. Do you? She counters. Or are you immune, having only been touched, but not dedicated? She charges forward. Do you know the pain of never being allowed to return, of knowing that it would sever the very thing that's kept me untouchable all these years? I let a fraction of my power release, striking the ground in front of her, and she skids to a halt. Touched. Shit, the priestess in Umbriel had said that too. So had the note wrapped around Oryx's gift. As a high priestess, you would have had immeasurable power on the isle. How was it still not enough? Why serve a god when you can be one? Thief Annie snarls. Putrid fear consumes the bond, followed by another roar that nearly buckles my knees. Asgail. My head jerks upward, my heart lurching against the cage of my ribs as Ten snarls, his talons furrowing in the forest floor. Dirt! Terror clogs my throat as I shout for Zadin, but he can't hear me. Drathis is enveloped in darkness, and the shrieking cries of wyverns soon follow, racing across the field and echoing off the rock above. What? Thief Annie pivots toward the noise. Shadow spreads like a ripple on a lake, devouring the field in the fury of an Onyx Storm and sweeping toward us at speed that squeezes the hope from my chest. Then upright shatters my heart. The pain hits like a physical blow to the center of my chest. He's terrifyingly powerful with Asgail, but not like this. This is the kind of force that ends worlds. And it's almost here. I love you, I whisper down the bond, and the ice cracks. But it's not enough to hold the approaching wave of darkness. Shadow throws the Thief Annie to the ground a second before it rushes over me, whispers soft against my cheeks, tossing us into pitch black night. Strike. Ten snaps, and I hear the net give way. Exhaustion grabs hold and refuses to be ignored. I'm too tired. Too close to burning alive. What's the point if I can't catch her? Use the darkness. 10 orders. My heart stutters. Use the very thing that's taking Zadin from me. I never dreamed that taking every possible path to cure him would lead to his choice. The fire devouring me from the inside out threatens to consume my very bones, and for a second, I debate letting it. I couldn't stop my mother, and I can't stop Zadin. I can't save him. Wait. Strike in the darkness. That's what Oryx's note says, like he knew this would happen. I gasp as all the pieces click in one overwhelming heartbeat. The reinforcements. Telling me to guard Dun's temple. Yanking Lynx out of the way before the doors even opened to the Great Hall. He knew. He's been manifesting this entire time. He's a fucking precog, I whisper in awe. A real one, not like Mulgren, who can only foresee battles. If Ark wields true precognition, he saw this, and he gave me a weapon made of the fractured temple, a temple Thief Annie can't step inside. I don't believe in oracles, but I do believe in signets. I unsheath the marble dagger with my right hand, then mix my pain into the searing power that scorches what's left of my beating heart, lift my broken arm, and release the agonizing burn of energy skyward. And hold it. The continuous strike lights up our surroundings and branches out through the shadow, revealing Theophanie's back. She stumbles to her feet and whirls toward me, her eyes flaring wide, and she dives left, smacking into an invisible wall and falling backward. A wall that snarls. Scales shimmer to the same silver blue as my strike, and a small dragon stalks toward Theophanie, her head low, teeth bared. And just like that, my stammering heartbeat stabilizes. Andana. Theophanie reaches out her hand, wonder lighting her red eyes. I don't care what her intentions are, she's not getting her hands on Andana. Pain wraps me in a boiling vise and fire sears my lungs, but I hold the bolt and sprint. Andana leaving was one thing, losing her to the touch of a dark wielder is incomprehensible. Irid, Theophanie whispers with reverence, straining toward Andana. I lunge, driving the dagger straight into her heart. Fire breathes through me until I am char and cinder and agony. She staggers backward and starts to laugh. Then she sees the blood and stops. Huh? Her eyes flare, and she topples to her knees. Stone doesn't kill venom, you are never just venom, I reply. Adan is a wrathful goddess to high priestesses who turn their backs on her. She opens her mouth to scream, then desiccates in an instant. I release the bolt, plunging us into darkness and surrendering to the fire burning me alive. Violet, Andana whispers. And then I hear nothing. Chapter 65, Saturn. It was one thing to beckon me, call me, summon me to the Sidon, sunset canyon south of Drathis against my will to drive me from the walls of our defenses and force me to walk away from my friends and a city full of civilians. It is wholly another to have wounded and ensnared Esgiel. Blood drips among her scales, coursing down her shoulder, and the sight of it soaking the forearm thick ropes that bind her cuts me to the quick and floods me with power in a way nothing else could. I take it all, then draw more, but she's already depleted from holding off so many wyvern at the walls of Drathis. Wrath courses like a current under the ice I willingly skate onto, cutting my emotions free like the burdens there so I can be the weapon she needs. She was the first to choose me, to elevate me above all others, the first to see every ugly side of me and accept it all, and every single person in this fucking canyon will die before they remove a single one of her scales. Violet will free turn. That's the only outcome I allow to exist. Two venom standing guard ahead of me at the mouth of the canyon in their ridiculous robes aren't an issue. I'll have them desiccated within heartbeats as soon as Esgiel can regain enough power. But the one who walks forward toward Panchik's carrying, traitorous ass, putting himself between Esgiel and me, he's a problem. Not because he's more lethal. Not even because he's supposed to be dead. But because I can't kill him. I could no more raise a blade to his throat than I could Violet. The bond between violence and me is the kind of magic that has no explanation. The bond between Bowen and me is the kind that should never exist, and now that my sage has another sibling he can use against me, I'm screwed. Watch carefully, my initiate, Bowen says to me over his shoulder, burying the scar down the middle of his face from when I threw him into the ravine at Basjareth. I glance past Berwyn, past Esgiel and the venom, to my new brother and the unconscious dragon lying in the valley beyond the canyon, guarded by 7 wyvern. How could he do this? Choose this after watching me stumble and fall over the last 5 months. How could he willingly walk the path I fought like hell to leave? He's the last person I ever would have expected to turn, and yet here we are. I can't let Esgiel die. Can't leave him to stumble down the same path I did. Can't allow my friends to perish because I selfishly want to keep Violet by my side. A clamoring, consuming emotion pounds at the ice, but I can't let it in. She has her own path. No matter what I choose, it's wrong. But only one path leaves Esgiel alive. This is not what we agreed to. Panchik shouts, stumbling backward toward his own shrieking, netted dragon. I don't bother looking in their direction. Fucker deserves to suffer for selling us out. Whatever the sage what Berwyn does is of no consequence to me. How much information has he sold to the enemy? Certainly enough to lure us all to Drathis. How many times did he give them Violet's location? He dies. The decision is made without debate. Do not lose yourself, Esgiel warns, thrashing against the net that has her pinned to the rocky ground 20 feet in front of me. You have not turned as a result of his ploys this afternoon. Do not give in to this one. But he hadn't had her, and now he does. There's no other way, I reply, slowly unsheathing the two alloy-hilted daggers I keep at my thighs and earning a glare from the dark wielder standing at the tip of Esquiel's tail, his fingers splayed in obvious threat. Did you not ask for power? Bowen snarls, holding two alloy-hilted daggers of his own as he approaches Panchik. Have I not provided? Oh, put those away. We both know you're not going to hurt me. Panchik reaches for the net over his dragon. I'm the only one who can give you access to your son. Do I have another? Bowen stabs deep between the dragon's scales, and it desiccates, green draining from its scales and shrinking in on itself to a husk. Terror busts through the ice. Bowen just killed a dragon with a dagger. How the fuck is that possible? Were you watching? Because that's exactly what's about to happen to yours. He turns to me and saunters toward Esquiel as she thrashes futilely under the net. You'll have to channel deep to replace the loss of her power. He lifts the blade, and I don't just skate over the ice. I become it. Stop! Esquiel roars, blowing back Bowen's robes. Do not do this to save me. Do this? It's already done. How fucking dare they pull my dragon from the sky, snare and hurt the one who anchors my existence. I throw my blades into the air, fall to one knee, splay my hand over the canyon floor, and break. In my final act of resistance, I become the very thing I despise. Maybe it's good that I can't feel a single damn thing. I breathe in the power that pulses beneath my hand like a living, breathing creature, and exhale darkness. Shadow streams through the canyon, thick as tar and black as ink, blacking out the afternoon sun and turning the space pitch black. Shadow plants my daggers in the chest of the two Venom standing guard. Shadow drags Bowen from Esquiel and knocks both him and my new brother unconscious. Shadow brings quiet. My soul departs like pieces of ash from a fire, flaking free and drifting away as power consumes the space it once inhabited. I'm no longer on the ice, I'm the ice. And still I feed, tunneling deep into the source of magic itself and surging outward simultaneously, finding the identical heartbeats that mark Wyvern and slicing through scale with Shadow, ripping the runestones free. I start with the one who dared set its teeth in Esquiel's shoulder, skim past the one who now thinks himself my brother, then destroy the sixth block in the entrance to this canyon. Two of them, the last remaining pieces of me beg, holding on with teeth and claw to keep from being torn away too. My shadows surge from the canyon, over the city, ending every wyvern in the air and on the ground. I'm everywhere at once, shredding the net that ensnares Esquiel, tearing the heart from the wyvern who is Dane and Kath backed into a corner, rushing over Imogen as she looks to the sky. I'm at the pass, plucking wyvern off one by one, listening with satisfaction as their bodies hit the ground in front of the people she loves. I stream up the cliffside, fall back at the magic that burns to the touch, and surge north. I love you. Violet's voice cracks the cold, and a silken thread of warmth wedges itself in the opening before it seals shut, locking it in place. No. Wait. I grab for the thread with desperate hands, clawing to keep hers. More of my pieces are blown away, lost to the void. She is warmth and light and air and love. My shadows consume the valley she stands in, dagger bared, defending Tarn from the same style of net that caught Esquiel. I shove the Maven to the ground, regardless of her rank, then slide over Violet with a gentleness that takes all my concentration. I love her. That is the emotion I cling to, the fire of pure power burning at the feeling's edges, and I know if I take it any further, it will be the next and final piece to float away. I bare my teeth and yank my hand from the ground, gasping for a full breath as my heart thunders. I've never felt so strong and so defeated at the same time. This was the only way. I rise to my feet and release the shadows, and the canyon comes into view. Esquiel struggles to stand upright ahead of me, blood dripping from the bite marks in her shoulder. The net falls in tatters and she expands her wings to their full width, taking nearly every foot in the canyon. She glances over the destruction, the bodies, and narrows her golden eyes in silent rebuke. Will you forsake me now? I ask, walking over Bowen's unconscious body. I'd kill him if I could. Fuck, I thought I had. I wonder how many initiates feel the same about their sage. At least one that I know of. But beyond the physical impossibility of it, he is something I need. And I'm no longer an initiate. What is there left of you to forsake? Esquiel lowers her head and stinks down the canyon, reminding me of the moment she found me in the forest at threshing. You tell me. I lower the ice and let her in. Her next breath is laced with sulfur and her eyes widen. You cannot mean to, you saw what happened. It is the only way. She glances over her shoulder. And you think she'll help. She loves me. The town does not, and you haven't looked in a mirror yet. The red veins branching from your eyes look like her lightning. She'll help. It comes out with a hell of a lot more certainty than I feel. She promised, even if she agrees, no one will if someone owes me a favor. He'll never let you near her. Her tail flicks. Especially while she lies in a vulnerable state. Is she hurt? The beating organ behind my ribs stumbles, and I reach down the bond that connects my mind to hers, but it's muddled with unconsciousness. Yes, Eskiel says slowly, her head moving in a serpentine motion. But she will survive. She pauses. They have completed the wars, but they extend no farther than Drathis. That's good. Bad. Fuck, I don't know. What even am I? Hers. Persuade Terran, I beg. Everything depends on it. We will ask, Askia finally says, flexing her claws in the rocky soil. And her decision will determine our fate. Those are terms I can agree to. We're airborne in less than a minute. Chapter 66, Violet. Brennan shouts, racing down the steps of Riorson House and into the moonlit courtyard. Sounds of celebration strain through the open doors. I groggily rise to my feet beside Imogen, and a ship moves in the shadows to the right. I will not let them burn you, Andon avows. What? My head whips her way. Why would my brother burn me? And why in Dun's name would I be sitting on gravel in the courtyard? My thoughts are slow. Something's off. Something's wrong. Are you alright? I ask Brennan as he reaches us. Am I alright? His eyes bulge, and he looks me over for injury. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? His voice rises, and a group of riders I don't recognize comes through the gate at our left. Wilson? Brennan asks, and the taller one walks our way. Report. He glances over his shoulder. Quietly. My mouth opens then shuts. Where have I been? We've it. The officer's gaze darts over me. It's fine, Brennan assures him. Official numbers of 4 riders, their dragons, and 3 others murdered in a valley in what we're estimating is the last few hours, Wilson says. And we still have 5 riders missing for now, he adds, looking at me. His mouth tenses. But after that display, we all know Riorson did this. I bet the other 3 are already dead. My stomach lurches, and Imogen tenses so hard she might as well be stone. Wait. Is this a dream? I clench my right fist and prick my palm with my fingernails just enough to feel pain, but I don't wake. The wards are holding in Drathis as of a last report, but who knows how many of those desiccations during the battle were actually him. Wilson continues. And so far, the tally is at 6 missing eggs from the hatching ground, but they are double-checking. Missing eggs. I reach for Terran, but the bond feels foggy, like he's asleep. He needs a cycle of rest to recover, and Anna clarifies. Recover from what? He was fine when I saw him last, which was about 5 minutes ago, in the woods at the edge of the field where I killed Thief Annie. Dadan. The wall of shadows, my heart sinks. What the fuck is happening? How did I get here? Why is my head so hazy? Am I concussed? You're dismissed, Brennan tells the rider. Keep this classified until we have a full report. Just because she's your sister doesn't mean she's not the fastest. Dismissed. Brennan snaps, and the rider backs away. Do you know where he is? Brennan asks me softly once the other rider is fully out of earshot. Riorson, you heard what Wilson said. We have dead dragons and riders and missing eggs, and if you've seen Riorson, I need to know. Violet. Words fail me. Why can't I think? I don't know. I raise my hands to my mouth, and a piece of parchment in my front pocket catches on my arm, then falls. Brennan catches it. Gargiulo? He lifts his eyes to Imogen. I haven't seen him since yesterday, she says, her voice low, almost monotone. Lieutenant Tavis, among the missing, Brennan answers gently, then glances my way and does a double take. Holy shit, Violet, what? I lower my arms. Yerk is missing too. Who else makes up the 4 riders Wilson mentioned? Your finger, Imogen says, then stares at the ground. My finger. The snap. Right. I think I broke my arm. I glance down and stare. My left arm is splintered, and a beautiful gold ring with an emerald the size of my thumbnail sits on my hand. Oh gods, I know that stone. It matches the others from the blade of Arish upstairs on Zadan's nightstand. Is it the missing one? What is happening right now? I ask slowly. You don't know? Brennan lowers his voice. I shake my head. Brennan turns to the paper from my pocket. This carries the seal of Dun, he says. May I open it? I nod, gawking at the ring. It's not just any ring on any finger. It's the finger. But how? I was in the field battling Theophany this afternoon, and then she desiccated and I burned myself straight into unconsciousness. Now it's 3 a.m. and I am in Ereshkigal, and there are murdered dragons and riders, missing riders and missing eggs. Saturn wouldn't do that, would he? The storm of shadows. My blood chills. How far had he gone? I fling myself down the bond, but there's nothing there. It's gone. Well, he's too far away to feel it, I remind myself to keep from panicking. When had he put this ring on my hand? It's an official blessing of your legal, binding marriage, Brennan whispers, stunned, then quickly rolls the parchment. By the head priestess of Dun's temple, the Tizaran. Gravity bends, warping everything I thought I knew into whatever this reality is. Brennan nods. My eyes flare. We're married? 1,000 emotions tried to force their way through my jumbled thoughts, but the immediate rush of her trips right over the logic of how. There's no fucking way I'd forget something like that. Why isn't he here? Where did he go? And why? I think the note on the outside is meant for you. Brennan hands back the parchment. I flip the missive over to see 2 sentences written in Zedin's handwriting. Don't look for me. It is yours now. He's gone. I try to fumble my foggy brain through the overwhelming shock, but I can't think straight. It's like someone has fucked with mine now. My chest draws tight. How long have I been missing? The 12 hours, Brennan answers. What did you do? My head snaps toward Imogen, and a deep sense of foreboding takes root in my chest. She slowly lifts her gaze to mine. What you asked me to. End of Onyx Storm audiobook. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. This was a work done by BetterWix. If you have not already, consider subscribing and share this book to your friends. Hope I see you next time, my friends.